millions of people around the world awaken to their talents simultaneously. Some awaken to an SS-tier talent known as Emperor's Eye, which can see through anything, while others awaken to an SSS-tier talent known as Time Travel that allows them to traverse through time. However, Lin Luo only awakens to an F-tier talent called Plunder. Anyone he defeats, he can plunder their talent level. A mysterious stone tablet descends upon Blue Planet, and its powerful energy completely destroys Country R. The 5 major powers of Blue Planet dispatch scientists to study the tablet. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous company in Hang City, Zhang Wei is showing Lin Luo the girl he has just adopted. However, he finds that Lin Luo has no reaction and is just standing there with a dull expression, tears silently streaming from the corners of his eyes. Lin Luo is in a daze, thinking, why am I here? Shouldn't I be in that chaotic era? The last moment he remembers, he was fighting with tiger-level monsters to increase his talent level. Unexpectedly, there was a ghost-level monster in the group, lured there by an enemy. His brother died protecting him, and he himself was brutally killed by the enemy who had been stalking him. The root cause of all this turmoil was their refusal to hand over the spirit ascending crystal they possessed. In that chaotic era, being weak was a sin. Lin Luo soon snaps out of his memories, somewhat dazedly asking, what's today's date? Zhang Wei looks at him puzzled. Are you okay? It's November 12, 2025. Lin Luo is overjoyed upon learning the date. He has been reborn on the day of the awakening 3 years ago. Just then, a sharp, acrid voice sounds from behind him. Lin Luo, your performance is the worst in the team. You're fired. Go to the finance department to settle your pay. You don't need to come back this afternoon. Lin Luo looks at the person who seems like a clown and suddenly smiles. The company manager, Wang Jichao, is just as annoying as he was in his past life. In his previous life, this scumbag Wang Jichao turned into a demon after awakening his talent. Wang Jichao harvested the organs and lives of ordinary people in exchange for resources. Seeing Lin Luo not daring to retort, he continued to mutter, a bastard raised by a thief is worthy of Wen Yuxi's admiration. Lin Luo didn't pay him any attention and directly turned to leave. In his previous life, he got into a fight with the manager after being mocked, which led to his arrest and detention for 10 days. This caused him to miss the first and most crucial wave of opportunities in the era of global reclassification. By the time Lin Luo was released after awakening his talent, most people were already above level 10. He had been an orphan since childhood and was raised by a thief. But what people didn't know was that the brother who raised him, though a thief, was the light in his dark life. His brother was also an orphan and, being too young to find work, had to resort to theft to support Lin Luo. Although they were not related by blood, their bond was stronger than that of biological siblings. In his past life, his brother was sentenced to 15 years in prison for his crimes, only to be released early due to his awakening of an A-tier talent and making a significant contribution. Lin Luo became strong slowly with the help of his brother. Once, Lin Luo accidentally killed someone and joyfully found that his talent level directly rose to that of the person he killed. In other words, he could plunder other people's talents by killing them. But his brother, who had been through prison, warned him never to intentionally kill or they would sever their relationship. To Lin Luo, his brother naturally mattered more than gaining power. However, his brother's kindness didn't lead to a good end in that chaotic and dark era. They did not die at the hands of beasts or in dungeons, but rather at the hands of their own kind. Lin Luo quickly left the hardware store, carrying the tools he would use for his upcoming plunder. The look in his eyes grew colder and colder. If good deeds go unrewarded, then he might as well become a villain. Only by being worse than the villains can you completely bury those who harmed them and truly take control of your own destiny. Lin Luo returned to the office and hid in the men's restroom. The moment of global awakening, as he remembered, soon arrived. Lin Luo of Blue Planet, welcome to the new era. Blue Planet will, from this moment on, open various levels of dungeons and secret realms in various places. Upon awakening your talents, entering these places will awaken your combat professions. Congratulations, you have acquired F-tier talent, Plunder. Upon taking a life, you can plunder 1% of one of their attribute values or 1% of their talent effects. Being reborn before the start of the new era, he clearly knew all the famous dungeon clearing methods and the locations of opportunities in all the secret realms. Most importantly, he knew how to quickly elevate his talent to SSS tier. In this new life, he intended to completely reverse all the frustrations of his past life. Suddenly, the voice of manager Wang Jichao came from outside the restroom. Xiao Mei, I've awakened S-tier talent healing grasp. If you stick with me, you'll definitely have a good life. Lin Luo's face turned grim. He was hiding here precisely to wait for Wang Jichao. This would be the first target he would plunder. Lin Luo used a rope to violently strangle him from behind. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation and pain made the manager utterly terrified. Suddenly, a green figure leapt out of Wang Jichao's body, a special form called Substitute, which only those with S-tier talents could manifest. It immediately began to heal the injuries on Wang Jichao's neck. Unfortunately, the healing speed was clearly slower than the rate at which he was getting injured. His life force was still rapidly draining away. You have plundered the opponent's soul force. Your F-tier talent has evolved into D-tier. Your D-tier talent has evolved into C tier. Finally, Wang Jichao showed no signs of life. Lin Luo's talent soared directly from F tier to S tier. His plunder skill also grew into an S tier talent with significantly enhanced effects. Upon taking a life, you can choose to plunder one of the following: all attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, or soul force. The cooldown has also been reduced to 1 day. Once the talent reaches S tier, you can also manifest your own substitute. With a low shout, Lin Luo commanded, "Come forth, my substitute." A pitch-black figure quickly materialized before his eyes. This imposing figure was cloaked in menacing, sharp metallic armor, with a large black cape fluttering in the wind behind him. This was Lin Luo's S-tier substitute, Dark Emperor. At the same time, an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Lin Luo was thrilled to discover that Dark Emperor's strength, agility, and growth all reached a high value of 200. The 200-point mark is the limit that all attributes, aside from life value, can reach for an S-tier substitute. For SS tier, the limit is 400, and for SSS tier, it's 600. Dark Emperor actually had 3 attributes at their maximum limit. Even in the chaotic era to come, this substitute would be a top-tier entity. Lin Luo ordered Dark Emperor to dispose of manager Wang Jichao's body, then nonchalantly left the company restroom. He aimlessly wandered the streets. His usually quiet class group chat had become lively due to the Global Awakening event. "I've awakened an S-tier talent. Book of Wishes." A message from someone named Lu Ming popped up. Most in the group had only awakened F or D tier talents, but this message caught Lin Luo's attention. Lin Luo remembered that during college, Lu Ming had been a sycophant. In his previous life, after awakening his talent, Lu Ming had quickly ended up with his college crush, Fang Mengchu. Later, he brutally murdered his former leaders and the inspectors who were pursuing him, eventually joining the dark organization known as Smiling Coffin. Killing such a person and plundering his talents would be a public service. Resolved, Lin Luo directly dialed Lu Ming's number. Meanwhile, in a hotel on the other end, a triumphant Lu Ming was examining his own substitute's attributes. Named Master of Wishes, this substitute had only one ability: to fulfill the host's wishes. A visibly excited Lu Ming made his first wish: "I want to completely win Fang Mingchu's body and soul." Upon hearing this, Master of Wishes immediately began flipping through a book he held. An indescribable, dazzling light flashed across the pages. "Master, your wish has been fulfilled," he said, his figure gradually fading away. Clearly, fulfilling that wish had drained all of Master of Wishes' energy. An impatient Lu Ming immediately texted Fang Mengchu, who had previously been indifferent to him but now referred to him as darling. He instantly asked Fang Mengchu to wear his favorite black stockings and come to see him. After receiving an affirmative reply, Lu Ming burst into excited shouts. He couldn't believe how the Global Awakening had turned him from an ugly duckling into a swan. Just then, Lin Luo's call came through. "Lu Ming, I've discovered a secret about S-tier talents. Where are you? I'd like to discuss this in person." Startled, Lu Ming wondered, "Have you also awakened an S-tier talent? I'm in a hotel. Come over." After hanging up, a sinister look crossed Lu Ming's face. "First, I'll get Lin Luo's secret, and then I'll properly enjoy my time with my goddess." 10 minutes later, Lin Luo walked into the room and casually closed the door, surveying the room. Growing impatient, Lu Ming said, "Didn't you mention a secret about S-tier talents? Well, go on. I have a date later." Leaning in close to his ear, Lin Luo mysteriously began, "The secret about S-tier talents is..." Suddenly, a black knight in armor materialized behind Lu Ming, punching him and sending him flying across the room. This punch from Dark Emperor had 20 times the strength of a regular human, immediately causing Lu Ming's facial features to cave in. By the time he landed on the floor, he had already lost all signs of life. "Your S-tier talent plunder has activated. Please choose one from the target's attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, or soul power to plunder," the prompt appeared. As Lu Ming was still an ordinary person who had not even entered any instances to gain a job class, his attribute values were negligible. He also lacked any skills. Soul power is used for leveling up one's own talents, but Lin Luo was already at an S-tier level. Plundering from one Lu Ming wouldn't be enough to raise it to SS tier. Considering the current situation, gaining another S-tier talent would be more beneficial for him. Successfully plunder the target's talent. "Congratulations, you've acquired the S-tier talent Book of Wishes." Book of Wishes can switch between 3 wishes: Heart's Desire, Battle Hardened. This increases your hit rate and critical hit rate by 20% and doubles experience gained from killing enemies. Heart's Desire, Iron Wall, increases dodge rate by 20% and nullifies one attack from any source every 10 minutes. Heart's Desire, Good Luck, increases your luck tenfold. Upon acquiring his second S-tier talent, Lin Luo felt a new surge of power emanate from within him. He softly muttered, "Come forth, Master of Wishes." A young man clad in a black robe, holding a massive book, appeared before him. The young man then respectfully bowed. "My great master, Master of Wishes heeds your summons. Any wish you have can be fulfilled by my Book of Wishes." Somewhat surprised, Lin Luo asked, "You can directly communicate with me?" "Yes, Master. I am a functional type substitute. I'm not adept at combat, but any wish you have can be fulfilled by my Book of Wishes. The simpler the wish, the less it drains me, the more complex." the more it drains. In theory, my Book of Wishes can grant any wish. Additionally, my intelligence far surpasses that of other substitutes, and I can assist you in devising strategies. Immediately, Lin Luo inquired, how can I use your abilities most efficiently? After pondering for a moment, Master of Wishes responded, I believe the most efficient use would be to ask for information. Information is immensely valuable, yet it drains me minimally. Lin Luo, being intelligent himself, quickly understood the rationale. For instance, if I ask you to directly give me a treasure hidden in a secret realm, that would consume a lot of your energy. However, if I merely ask you to tell me the location of that treasure, your consumption would be minimal. Master, you are truly intelligent, Master of Wishes complimented. Additionally, wishes with higher feasibility consume less energy. Creating something from nothing consumes more. For example, asking me for lottery numbers would consume less energy than asking me to conjure a bottle of water for you. Lin Luo thoughtfully nodded his head. He had roughly understood the capabilities of Master of Wishes. How much energy would it take to release my brother Zhou Xingdong from the Oversight Bureau? Upon hearing this, Master of Wishes began flipping through his Book of Wishes. Master, to fulfill this wish, I would exhaust all my energy and fall into a deep slumber. Lin Luo appeared to understand. It seems that wishes also have to be logical. The most suitable course of action now would be to gather intelligence on other S-tier individuals. At this point, Dark Emperor had returned after dealing with the body. Lin Luo noticed a clock with only one hand embedded in Dark Emperor's chest and quickly asked, does a substitute's appearance have something to do with its abilities? Yes, Master. A substitute's form is related to its abilities and the soul state of its host. Master of Wishes confirmed. Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat. The abilities of substitute Dark Emperor obviously had nothing to do with time. Could it be because of his reincarnation? He kept this thought at the back of his mind and left the room. His plunder talent had entered a one-day cooldown period. It was time to explore some dungeons and secret realms. As he walked, he encountered Fang Mengchu, who was wearing a short skirt and black stockings. She was muttering to herself, why did I send so many disgusting messages to this bootlicker? I should block him immediately. This is so nauseating. Lin Luo ignored her, heading to the hotel's front desk instead. He not only paid for a 7-day extension on Lu Ming's room, but also instructed the staff not to allow cleaning as his friend liked peace and quiet. Meanwhile, in a skyscraper in Hang City, a strikingly handsome young man was looking at his substitute, King of Time, with a frustrated expression. Where's the white clock on you? And why is the time point you traveled back to a week later than scheduled? Substitute King of Time, a little girl dressed in a blue and white dress, timidly replied, while time traveling, part of my power was stolen by an unknown entity. This caused the deviation in the time point. The young man angrily retorted, I paid such a huge price, and still, something went wrong. This young man, named Yu Taijia, awakened an SSS tier talent for time travel as soon as the era of universal awakening began. Relying on this talent, he ascended the ranks to become one of the guardian gods. Alone, he ventured into the cracks of time-space, where he encountered an opponent that made him lose all hope, tried without logic. In the end, he exerted all his strength to activate time travel, not hesitating to reduce the energy limit of the King of Time from 4000 to 40, just to escape and time travel back. Unfortunately, instead of going back to a week before the awakening, he arrived only a few hours after the awakening and even lost some of King of Time's power related to the second hand. Suddenly, King of Time closed her eyes and sensed something, then spoke with a hint of joy. Master, I can feel the power of the second hand. It seems to be with someone in Hang City. Yu Taijia asked in surprise, why would your power end up on someone else? After pondering for a moment, King of Time replied, it appears to have been forcibly taken by that individual. Yu Taijia looked serious. If he could take your power during time travel, he must be extraordinarily strong. Since you're not skilled in combat, let's not rush to find him. Let's focus on clearing some dungeons and reconnecting with our old teammates for now. We can settle the score with this thief later. Meanwhile, near a hotel at an intersection, an entrance to a dungeon measuring 10 meters in length and width slowly rotated. The government had issued an official notice warning people to exercise extreme caution when entering dungeons, advising teams of at least 5 people. Many curious bystanders had gathered around, some even taking pictures. Although everyone expressed strong interest in the dungeon, no one dared to be the first to enter. Just then, Lin Luo emerged from the crowd and walked toward the dungeon entrance, immediately causing a commotion among the spectators. With a familiar look at the dungeon, Lin Luo smiled. In my previous life, I was hesitant to enter this dungeon. In this life, I will conquer it. As soon as he entered the dungeon, a prompt sounded in Lin Luo's ears. Your body is being backed up as data. Any injuries you sustain in the dungeon will be fully healed upon exiting. If you die within the dungeon, you'll be resurrected and sent out. After 3 deaths, you will no longer be resurrected. Please choose one of the following 6 basic professions. In his previous life, Lin Luo had chosen the straightforward profession of a warrior. But now, with 2 S-tier talents and substitute, he naturally wanted to switch to a profession that suited him better. With that in mind, he summoned Master of Wishes and asked for recommendations on these professions. After a long contemplation, Master of Wishes recommended the mage profession profession to Lin Luo. He explained that with a 95% probability, Lin Luo could advance to the hidden profession of Prophet Mage at level 20 if he used the S-tier talent Book of Wishes as a guide. Also, since Lin Luo had the protection of Dark Emperor, the mage's inherent weakness in close combat wouldn't be a concern. Intrigued, Lin Luo hadn't realized that an S-tier talent could lead to a hidden profession. After all, in his previous life, he was just an F-tier nobody. Lin Luo then asked, if I choose the mage profession and use the Plunder talent as a guide for the second promotion, what hidden profession will I get? Master of Wishes promptly replied, I don't recommend using Plunder as a guide. You'd end up as a hybrid melee mage, which would be awkward. Lin Luo wondered if it was his imagination or if Master of Wishes seemed a bit biased, always recommending himself. However, Lin Luo was clear that his core talent was Plunder, and his actions should primarily align with Dark Emperor. Given that Dark Emperor's strengths lay in power and agility, the assassin profession would be a more suitable fit. After pondering for a moment, Lin Luo asked again, if I choose assassin as the basic profession and use the S-tier talent Plunder for the second promotion, what profession will I become? A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Master of Wishes. You would likely become a rogue outlaw, maximizing the advantages of the Plunder talent. However, I still recommend choosing Prophet Mage, as the profession is more elegant and easygoing. Hearing Master of Wishes' response, Lin Luo's resolve solidified. The next moment, he directly chose the assassin profession. You have successfully become an assassin. A tribute panel is now generated. As the prompt ended, Lin Luo's attributes began to change, and he acquired a large number of assassin-exclusive skills at the same time. Swinging his novice dagger, he thought, indeed, assassin and Dark Emperor are the perfect match. At this moment, another prompt sounded. Please select your dungeon exploration team. The maximum number of team members is 5. Without hesitation, Lin Luo chose to enter alone. Dark Emperor's combat ability was already equivalent to that of a level 20 to 30 elite player. There was no need for a team. The dungeon was named Goblin's Lair. Difficulties ranging from easy, normal, hard to nightmare. Filled with confidence, Lin Luo chose the highest difficulty, Nightmare. The next moment, he found himself in a dark forest, facing 50 red-eyed goblins holding clubs, ready to attack. Lin Luo summoned Dark Emperor and buffed him with Heart's Desire, 100 battles, immediately raising his critical hit rate by 20%. Dark Emperor calmly approached the incoming goblins and, at a speed indiscernible to the human eye, threw 50 consecutive punches. The goblins were instantly killed, turning into experience points for Lin Luo. He gained 2,250 experience points. Due to the overlevel monster kills and the effect of Heart's Desire, 100 battles, Lin Luo received a 700% experience boost for each kill, allowing him to instantly level up from level 1 to level 6. Every time Lin Luo levels up, he can get 4 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Reaching level 6 gives him a total of 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. Drawing from his experience in his past life, Lin Luo immediately chooses to allocate 16 points to agility and 4 points to strength. He puts all 10 skill points into agility-related quickness skills. His reasoning is simple. Quickness skills can reduce the consumption of stamina during movement and combat. Many people in his past life chose powerful attack skills like Shadow Hunt and Phantom Slash, only to find out that the stamina drain in dungeons was a major problem. Therefore, he knows it's best to invest in quickness skills. Lin Luo, leading Dark Emperor, makes it to the second stage of the dungeon. The monsters here are significantly higher level than before, but under the effects of Heart's Desire, 100 battles, Lin Luo still levels up to 7. They soon arrive at the final stage of the dungeon, where the Goblin Guardian, the boss, is waiting for them. Upon entering, Lin Luo sees a few goblins assaulting female human NPCs, which angers him. Dark Emperor seems to sense his host's emotions and becomes even more ferocious, instantly killing the strongest goblin next to the boss. As the lead goblin dies, all other goblins rush toward Lin Luo. Fortunately, Lin Luo is agile and dodges all attacks under the protection of Dark Emperor. Facing a swarm of goblins, Dark Emperor stands at the forefront. His attack power is overwhelming. Within 30 seconds, only the Goblin Guardian remains. Despite its intimidating roar, Dark Emperor is not deterred and defeats it with a single punch. Killing 83 goblins in the second half of the dungeon provides Lin Luo with 9,700 experience points, leveling him up to 9. The next second, hundreds of golden lights emerge from the goblins' corpses, forming an energy vortex. Lin Luo knows that the dungeon chest is about to spawn. He quickly switches Heart's Desire, 100 battles to Heart's Desire. Good luck, boosting his luck tenfold. A golden chest starts to form in front of him. You've successfully cleared the goblin's nest. Your dungeon score is 1,500 points. Congratulations on receiving a gold level epic chest. Lin Luo smiles contentedly. As he had predicted, damage and clearing time determine the basic score, while the number of players and levels can either increase or decrease the score. Based on different scores, the rating of the chest varies. Normally, even at the highest difficulty level of Nightmare, one could only get an iron chest from this low-level dungeon. However, under the effects of Heart's Desire, good Good luck. He jumps 8 tiers to receive an epic gold chest. The loot is extraordinarily good. Lin Luo is incredibly excited. He quickly opens the chest in front of him, and for a moment, the dazzling colors of various items blind him. The chest is full of high-level healing potions and countless pieces of equipment. What used to be coveted silver-level gear in his previous life now seems like trash. Among them, the best are 2 gold-level pieces that are suitable for an assassin. Indeed, a 10-fold increase in luck paid off. He carefully examines the attributes of a golden-level short blade, which not only offers 40 more attack points compared to bronze-level weapons of the same level but also includes a bleeding effect. It's the perfect weapon for early-stage dungeon runs. He also picks up a golden-level light armor that not only increases the maximum health but also reduces damage, another excellent piece. Just then, a notification sound rings out. Game character data backed up successfully. Please name your game character. The game name will be displayed during your dungeon and secret realm explorations. A smile creeps up on Lin Luo's lips. Let's call it Dark Emperor, he decides. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Dark Emperor for becoming the first person in the world to clear a nightmare level dungeon solo. Reward, 1 10-pole ticket for the Wheel of Destiny. The world erupts in chatter. Everyone is discussing who this Dark Emperor is and what Wheel of Destiny means. Meanwhile, Utaijia's face turns sour. The history he knew has changed. He distinctly remembers that in his previous life, the first nightmare level dungeon was cleared by a player named Grey Wolf late at night on this day. He quickly turns to King of Time. Are you sure time travel won't alter history? King of Time replies earnestly, Master, time travel lets the soul go back to its previous body. It absolutely will not affect history. Utaijia strokes his chin. Then there are 2 possibilities. First, this world's Dark Emperor has taken your power and grown stronger, and then cleared the dungeon. Second, the future Dark Emperor took your power and traveled back to the present, then cleared the dungeon. King of Time asks in confusion, but my power can't increase raw strength. How did he solo the dungeon? Utaijia looks grim. Regardless, we have to find him quickly. If his growth outpaces ours, that could be a problem. On the other side, Lin Luo has no idea about the impact his solo dungeon clear has had. He excitedly looks at his lottery ticket and quickly summons the Master of Wishes, asking for the most cost-effective way to make a wish. Wheel of Destiny's drawing qualifications are very precious, usually available only for clearing nightmare-level dungeons or the Tower of Babel's secret realm. It has 9 grades of items from F to SSS, including many rare items that cannot be found in dungeons. There are life-extending elixirs, spirit-ascending crystals that can raise talent levels, and many other powerful and functional items. Different items also have varying probabilities. The chance to get the lowest F-level item is 40%, while the highest SSS level item is only 0.01%. So even if Lin Luo can increase his luck 10-fold through Heart's Desire, good luck, it's not guaranteed he'll get an S-level item or higher. Lin Luo asks again, what about using your ability to make a wish? Master of Wishes flips through the Book of Wishes and after a moment says, acquiring 1 SSS tier item will make me sleep for 6 months. An SS tier item consumes 190 points of energy, and an S tier item consumes 10 points of energy. Lin Luo falls into deep thought. Although each SSS level item holds terrifying power, the dormancy period will affect his ability to plunder talents from others. He still needs Master of Wishes to help him locate those he plans to plunder. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Luo decides to go for an S-level item for now. Upon hearing this, Master of Wishes immediately flips through its book, releasing a burst of dazzling light. Master, your wish has been granted. Lin Luo promptly uses his 10-pole Wheel of Destiny lottery ticket. As the golden ticket dissolves into fragments of light, a giant ancient blue wheel appears before him. 10 needles in the center of the wheel start spinning wildly. Lin Luo doesn't bother to predict the outcome and yells, stop. The needles slow down and finally point in 10 different directions. Congratulations, you've won the following 10 items, the announcement says. Various colors intertwine, and to Lin Luo's surprise, he draws an SS-level extreme crystal. Among them, bond crystals can increase a substitute's range of movement away from the host. Extreme crystals can increase a substitute's energy cap. Rage crystals can temporarily boost a substitute's abilities. The same type of crystal also has different grades. For instance, from this 10-pole, he got 2 reality crystals, 1 D-level and 1 F-level. Their effects allow him to carry back 3% and 1% of his attributes from the game to reality, respectively. Without hesitation, Lin Luo crushes the 2 reality crystals in his hand. Congratulations, after you exit the dungeon, you will inherit 4% of your in-game attributes, the announcement says. Lin Luo immediately has Dark Emperor crush 2 bond crystals, which now allows Dark Emperor to move freely within a 6-meter radius around him. A B-level spirit ascending crystal helps Lin Luo improve his talent growth by 5 points. Finally, he's left with an A-level energy heart and an SS-level extreme crystal. The energy heart can improve a substitute's energy recovery speed, while the extreme crystal can increase a substitute's energy cap. Lin Luo holds the 2 crystals in front of Master of Wishes and muses, which substitute should I use these 2 crystals on. Master of Wishes seems to sense Lin Luo's hesitation and directly suggests, "Great Master, I recommend you use these 2 crystals on me first. This way, it will increase the limit of your wishes, and if you continue to use the Wheel of Destiny in the future, you won't have to worry about energy issues." Lin Luo laughs at the suggestion, clearly pleased. "That's exactly what I need right now. Alright, I'll give both crystals to you." He tosses the crystals over, and Master of Wishes immediately crushes them. After absorbing the crystals, the energy cap of Master of Wishes, an S-level substitute, breaks through to 300 points, and its energy recovery speed also doubles. Lin Luo pockets the remaining life extension pills and rage crystals and exits the dungeon. Unfortunately, without a space crystal, he can't take out the equipment he's wearing. The entrance to the dungeon is now crowded with people continuously entering. Lin Luo blends into the crowd and quickly leaves. He plans to head to the Tower of Babel, which exists in every city. He aims to once again seize a global first clear achievement. The Tower of Babel is about 100 meters tall and has a metallic blue hue. It takes him half an hour to arrive near the tower, where a crowd has already gathered. Just then, a beautiful woman walks up to invite Lin Luo to join her team. Although tempted, Lin Luo declines, thinking, "Women will only slow down my clearance speed." He squeezes through the crowd and quickly enters the tower alone. A group of gnoll-like creatures bearing their fangs rush towards him. Dark Emperor appears in a flash, and in less than 2 seconds, all the creatures are vanquished by a flurry of punches. You have cleared the first level of the Tower of Babel. Clear time, 20 seconds. First clear reward, 5 fragments of destiny. Congratulations, you've set a new world record for the first level of the Tower of Babel. Your game name, Dark Emperor, will be spread among global players. Lin Luo proceeds up the staircase to the second level of the Tower of Babel. The monsters are still gnolls, but are somewhat stronger, though they are all instantly killed by Dark Emperor. He quickly reaches the end of the second level. You've cleared the second level of the Tower of Babel. Clear time, 30 seconds. Lin Luo races through the successive layers of the tower like lightning. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Babel, a frenzy erupts. The world is paying attention to the records of who's clearing how many layers of the Tower of Babel and in what time. People can't help but exclaim, "This Dark Emperor is too incredible, isn't he?" Lin Luo is unaware that he has once again caught the world's attention. At this moment, he is at the entrance of the Tower of Babel's 10th floor. Upon entering this level, one can only exit upon clearing it or dying. Lin Luo, fully aware of this, enters without any hesitation. In his previous life, the first player globally to clear the Tower of Babel's 10th floor was someone named Worthless Pig. Lin Luo decides not only to snatch the global first clear achievement for the 10th floor, but also to take the 20th floor achievement as well. Inside the 10th floor, there's a single gnoll covered in heavy armor, 4 times the size of a regular person. Upon seeing Lin Luo, the creature slowly stands up and charges at him, wielding a large cleaver. This gnoll boss is evidently much more formidable than the previous Goblin Guardians. Dark Emperor directly confronts him, while Lin Luo stays behind his substitute. The gnoll leader clearly senses Dark Emperor's threat and attacks him. Not bothering to defend, Dark Emperor goes toe-to-toe with the gnoll, who gradually becomes overwhelmed. Suddenly, the gnoll emits a pulse of energy, momentarily repelling Dark Emperor. Now enraged, the gnoll exudes red steam and his eyes turn red as well. It then splits its cleaver into 2 and lunges at Dark Emperor again. Dark Emperor, extremely agile, dodges the fatal strike and lands a punch on the gnoll's head, causing it to fall to the ground with a scream. Global announcement: congratulations, player Dark Emperor, for becoming the first to clear the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel. Reward: 110 Draw Wheel of Destiny ticket. This global notice captures the attention of the entire world. After the announcement, a mysterious stele shows a warning: when the first player to undergo a second job advancement reaches level 20 on Blue Planet, mouse-level disasters will occur in various places around the world in reality. Countless scientists in a coalition of 5 major powers begin debating what mouse-level disasters mean. Could it be that Dungeon and Tower of Babel creatures will appear in reality? They even start looking for this player named Dark Emperor. Meanwhile, Lin Luo is excitedly staring at the Wheel of Destiny in front of him. Once again, he makes a wish to Master of Wishes, hoping to draw something good. As the pointer comes to a halt, a notification sound rings in his ears. Congratulations, you've won the following 10 items. His luck isn't as good this time, receiving only one S-level item, Spatial Crystal. However, this already makes Lin Luo very satisfied. After all, the S-level Spatial Crystal allows him to take many items back to the real world. Lin Luo first crushes the D-level Reality Crystal, boosting the attributes he can bring back to the real world to 7%. He then gives all his C-level and B-level Mana Crystals, as well as the C-level Life Crystal, to Dark Emperor. The remaining crystals are ones he can't use for now. He still has 2 Wheel of Destiny draw tickets left, rewards from clearing Nightmare-level dungeons and Tower of Babel. He plans to wait until he accumulates 10 to make it more worth his while. He also needs to accumulate more Fragments of Fate to exchange for items in the shop. Next, he plans to sell all the equipment he isn't using. After all, the sooner he sells them, the more valuable they are. In this game, in-game currency currency can be exchanged for real-world money, with one copper coin worth around $5 to $6. Equipment is even more expensive. A single piece of black iron-level equipment costs hundreds of gold coins. No sooner had Lin Luo listed those few items for sale than they were bought, netting him a total of 8,400 gold coins. Considering that one gold coin can be exchanged for $5 to $600, that's equivalent to around $5 million. He smacks his forehead in slight regret. I really underestimated how many wealthy people there are worldwide. He should have listed items one by one for a better price, but he doesn't regret it now. After all, grinding for equipment is now very easy for him. He plans to reach level 20 in the Tower of Babel tonight. By tomorrow, when he exits the tower, the cooldown for his plunder talent should be over. He can then acquire another S-level talent. He remembers that after the advent of the chaotic era, there were 3 infamous guilds: Smiling Coffin, Tomb of Nazareth, and 8-Headed Assembly. One of the 8 leaders of 8-Headed Assembly, Rainy Knight with a knife but no umbrella, whose real name is Bai Hong Wai, and the Bloody Witch and Wrath of the Glacier from Tomb of Nazareth, named Ji Weining and Lu Jianing respectively, are all S-level talent holders based in Hang City. They are Lin Luo's targets for plundering. After taking them down, Lin Luo plans to head to the City of Sin. The people who caused the deaths of him and his brother in his previous life were likely hired freelancers. Once he's taken care of these important matters, he plans to find out who's behind them. Meanwhile, in an office, Ah Xing is posting job ads online. He's registered a legitimate company in Hang City called Brilliant Media. He'll hire people to work for a period and then take them on a team-building overseas trip that will actually end up in the City of Sin, where he plans to take them all down. The company has already hired more than 40 people, a few more and they can close the net. At this moment, Lin Luo has reached the 11th floor of the Tower of Babel, which is full of skeletal and undead-type monsters. In the Tower of Babel, only fragments of fate are acquired in the first 10 floors, but from the 10th floor onwards, you can directly get equipment. Lin Luo feels somewhat nostalgic about this place. In his previous life, he and his brother had spent a lot of time here grinding for a skeletal armor set. Putting aside his nostalgia, Lin Luo immediately issues an attack command. The brave Dark Emperor charges into the crowd of skeletons, obliterating many skeletal soldiers with his flurry of punches. At this moment, a level 17 skeleton commander quietly moves behind Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiles lightly, feeling underestimated. With a flourish of his short blade, he turns around and pierces through the core of the skeleton commander. A system prompt then rings out, announcing that he has cleared the 11th floor of the Tower of Babel in 1 minute and 35 seconds, earning him 85 fragments of fate as a first-time clear reward. With 3 years of combat experience from his past life, these lower-level monsters pose no threat to Lin Luo. 8 minutes later, he arrives at the 20th floor. The boss guarding this level is a level 20 skeleton lord named Tatamir. Drawing its great sword, Tatamir uses the skill Netherworld Summon. Awaken, my minions. Return from hell to fight for me. The next moment, countless skeletons of various levels crawl out from the ground. Lin Luo's eyes flash coldly. He knows that he can't rely solely on Dark Emperor for this level, as its difficulty far surpasses the previous 19 floors. At least 200 or more skeletal soldiers charge towards him, causing slight tremors in the cave floor. Dark Emperor takes the lead, smashing the charging skeletal cavalry into pieces with his punches. He then quickly engages the skeleton lord Tatamir in combat. The two are evenly matched. Meanwhile, hundreds of skeletal soldiers have bypassed the main battlefield to encircle Lin Luo. He adopts a combat stance. Though he has rich combat experience, the number of enemies is just too overwhelming. While he can eventually win, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Left with no other choice, Lin Luo summons the Master of Wishes. With a roar, Lin Luo exclaims, "I wish for Dark Emperor's attacks to result in critical hits until he has completely slain skeleton lord Tatamir." The Master of Wishes quickly flips through the Book of Wishes, its pages shimmering with dazzling light. Moments later, the respectful voice of Master of Wishes rings out, "Great Master, your wish has been granted." Dark Emperor suddenly feels a surge of frenzied energy coursing through his body. He roars and charges back at the skeleton lord. Meanwhile, Lin Luo takes advantage of his agility to weave through the skeletal soldiers. The ground suddenly trembles again. It's the skeleton lord unleashing his ultimate move, Shatter Greatsword. Unfortunately for him, the move is too slow and is easily dodged by Dark Emperor, who is airborne. What's more, after executing the ultimate move, the skeleton lord clearly enters a stagnant state. Although the time is short, it is a fatal weakness for him. Dark Emperor goes full throttle, pounding his fists mercilessly onto the helmet of the skeleton lord. Each punch deals a critical damage of 580 points. At that moment, damage numbers skyrocket. The skeleton lord is instantly killed by this concentrated attack. Lin Luo also successfully wipes out all the remaining skeletal soldiers. You have cleared the 20th floor of the Tower of Babel. Time taken, 3 minutes 11 seconds. First time clear reward, 100 fragments of fate. A global announcement is made. Congratulations to player Dark Emperor for becoming the first person globally to clear the 20th floor of Tower of Babel alone. Reward, 110 spin wheel of destiny ticket. Lin Luo decides not to use the reward ticket for now, but to lead Dark Emperor further into the tower. Relying on the memories and experience from his past life, he quickly clears up to the 29th floor. At this point, Lin Luo also reaches level 15. A system warning advises him that his level is too low and it would be best not to enter the 30th floor. Hearing the warning, Lin Luo lets out a cold laugh. He commands Dark Emperor to kick open the door. What appears before them is the Minotaur King, Minophilos. It looks disdainfully at the entering Lin Luo, saying, "Foolish human, do you know what you are about to face?" Lin Luo doesn't waste time talking to the Minotaur King. He immediately directs Dark Emperor to charge. Seeing this, the Minotaur King swings down his hammer fiercely. According to Lin Luo's memories from his past life, floors 21 to 29 cannot be rushed through, as the monsters that players avoided will be summoned by the Minotaur King as reinforcements. Of course, Lin Luo has already thought of countermeasures, so he dared to push forward quickly. The Minotaur King, realizing he can't hit Dark Emperor, uses his skill Earth Shatter, causing numerous cracks to appear on the ground. Lin Luo, sensing the timing is right, calls forth the Master of Wishes and again wishes for Dark Emperor's attacks to always critically strike. After using his skill, the Minotaur King falls into a brief state of weakness. Dark Emperor seizes the opportunity to unleash a furious assault, each rapid punch dealing 450 critical damage. The Minotaur King's health quickly depletes. Seeing he's losing, the Minotaur King uses his ultimate skill, King's Command, calling out, "My warriors, heed my command, come protect your king." A glint appears in Lin Luo's eyes. He knows the time is right. He activates a skill that Dark Emperor has never used before, Seize by Force. System prompts indicate that Dark Emperor successfully steals the skill Earth Shatter, 1,200 health points, the skill King's Command, and 23 agility points from the Minotaur King. With the system's prompt, the Minotaur King falls unwillingly, and the stolen power pours into Lin Luo, directly leveling him up 3 times to reach level 18. Just then, the Minotaur warriors summoned by the Minotaur King also arrive at the 30th floor. Lin Luo sees this and immediately uses the King's Command skill. He wants to test how useful this stolen skill really is. All the Minotaurs suddenly start trembling and their eyes turn dull. The next moment, they kneel before Lin Luo. Meanwhile, in a dungeon outside Hang City, a young man reveals a huge golden eye behind him, the SS tier talent Emperor's Eye. With a light command, both the boss, Mushroom King, and his teammates obediently kneel before him. Just then, Utaijia walks up from behind and says, as expected of the SS tier talent Emperor's Eye, "I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Hui Tailang." The young man's face changes. "Who are you? Why aren't you affected by my Emperor's Eye?" Utaijia smiles faintly. "I'm Utaijia, a person who exists outside of time." Hui Tailang remains cautious. "Why are you looking for me?" Utaijia grabs his wrist. "Because I need your help. You're the only one who can make monsters kneel." Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Babel, countless Minotaurs respectfully kneel before Lin Luo, shouting, "Great King." Dark Emperor uses the recently acquired skill Earth Shatter, instantly killing all the Minotaurs. The massive experience points gained level Lin Luo up to level 22. Congratulations to player Dark Emperor for being the first solo player to clear the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Lin Luo quickly pushes through the crowd and leaves the Tower of Babel. Having leveled up to 20, he's now eligible for his second-class advancement. Exhausted from the day, Lin Luo arrives at a noodle shop. Clearing 30 floors has drained him, and he needs a full meal before going for the assassin second-class advancement mission. Just then, a commotion catches his attention. It's his former colleagues, led by Zhang Wei, who used to be close with him superficially. The girl kneeling on the ground, begging, is in turn Qin Kellen. Ignoring her pleas, Zhang Wei kicks her to the ground. Listening to their conversation, Lin Luo learns that one of the colleagues died in the Tower of Babel due to Qin Kellen's mistake. But as the only healer in the team, she won't be abandoned so easily, though her situation is obviously dire. Lin Luo has no intention of intervening. In his past life, this girl, like others, mocked him. Relationships have changed now that circumstances have altered. Qin Kellen is dragged back like a toy to continue healing the team. Zhang Wei and others are discussing plans for the Tower of Babel's second floor. Suddenly, Zhang Wei spots Lin Luo and quickly grabs a dish to walk over. Placing the dish on Lin Luo's table, he embraces Lin Luo and feigns warmth. "Old colleague, where have you been since you got fired? I missed you. What talent have you awakened? Let me help you make big money. Otherwise, how can you be worthy of when you see?" Lin Luo gazes at Zhang Wei coldly. In his past life, when he was released from detention, Zhang Wei was the first to approach him with the same questions. Without much thought then, he had revealed his talent, only for Zhang Wei to turn around and humiliate him along with others. Recalling this, Lin Luo stands up to leave, stating that he doesn't team up. Hearing this, Zhang Wei bursts into laughter. "Do you, a poor kid, think you're some big shot like Dark Emperor?" Just then, Qin Kellen quickly runs over and clings to Lin Luo's leg, pleading for him to take her away, saying she would agree to any conditions. Her face flushed. She grabs Lin Luo's hand passionately. Brother Luo, please take me away. Lin Luo, visibly disgusted, shakes her off. Find someone else. I can't help you. Zhang Wei, furious, approaches Qin Kellen. You slut, flirting with whoever you see. Ha, does Lin Luo even have the power to save you? He grabs her hair and violently pulls, eliciting screams from her. Two others join in the mockery. What makes her think Lin Luo has such high talents? I think I'm even better. Those two brothers are just petty thieves under the Wen family's charity. Zhang Wei continues to torment the girl, smirking. Had I known the Wen family had a soft spot for thieves, I'd have gone there to steal something too. Maybe even spark some romance with Wen Yusi. Hearing this, Lin Luo's expression darkens. I'd advise you not to mention that name. Zhang Wei taunts. What name? You delusional frog. Wanting to eat swan meat? Lin Luo clenches his fists, struggling to control his anger. However, Zhang Wei has no plans to let him off easily and signals two people from their small team to teach Lin Luo a lesson, telling him about the rule of the fist. The two, menacingly smirking, ready their attributes carried over from the dungeon. This is perfect for testing our skills. They charge towards Lin Luo, fists swinging, loudly yelling, kneel and call us dad if you don't want to die. Lin Luo, watching the incoming fists, has no intention of dodging. Their speed is too slow for him. Effortlessly raising his arms, he sends them flying. Having lived two lives, he understands far better than they do what the rule of the fist means. Zhang Wei didn't expect his two comrades to be so useless, defeated with just a single blow. Furious, he draws a dagger and lunges at Lin Luo. Lin Luo counters with a devastating kick, sending him flying. The two who had just picked themselves up look at the flying Zhang Wei, their eyes filling with fear. They exchange a glance, as if making a decision. The next moment, they kneel in front of Lin Luo. Master Luo, please accept our loyalty. Do you have a spot in your team? Lin Luo coldly responds. I told you already, I don't team up. The two kowtow and beg again. A young man on the second floor of the noodle shop is observing him. The man is one of his plunder targets, one of the 8 leaders of the 8-headed assembly by Hong Lai. Lin Luo ignores everyone and plans to leave. Qin Kellen watches him admiringly. This is the man I can rely on. She grabs Lin Luo's hand, apologizes loudly for past insults, and promises to make it up to him tenfold, even rubbing his hand against her smooth face. Annoyed, Lin Luo pulls his hand back and leaves without hesitation. Qin Kellen stares at Lin Luo's retreating figure, vowing to make him pay double for today's humiliation. The two kneeling men mock her. Who do you think you can seduce? Luo's heart is set on Wen Yusi, so save it. Qin Kellen drops the act and screams. How am I inferior to Wen Yusi? You aren't even fit to carry her shoes. Suddenly, they sense energy emanating from her. Weaklings, Lin Luo is gone, and you have no protection, they say, trying to stand. But they find themselves weakened and trembling, having been harshly beaten and kneeling for so long. Seeing this, Qin Kellen seizes the opportunity. Everything you gave me before, I'll give it all back now. She slaps them until they're unrecognizable. Bai Honglai finds the girl downstairs interesting and orders his subordinates to recruit her into the 8-headed assembly. The guild had been lamenting the lack of female players, and maybe they could gather some intel on Lin Luo from her. Qin Kellen stands satisfied, stepping on the two men. Sooner or later, I'll also step on Lin Luo. Just then, 8-headed assembly Xiao Gang quietly appears behind her. Miss, have you heard of our 8-headed assembly? Would you like to join? Knowing their reputation, she doesn't hesitate and signs an agreement, mocking Lin Luo for his lack of judgment. Who's this Lin Luo you mentioned? Xiao Gang asks, seizing the opportunity. A resentful Qin Kellen says, that's the guy who just left. He was a former colleague and deceived me emotionally. Xiao Gang subtly pulls her closer. Does he have any weaknesses? Maybe I can help you get revenge later. Filled with hatred, she reveals, his weakness is a woman named Wen Yusi. On the other side, Lin Luo walks leisurely on his way to the Class Advancement Guild. Not far behind him, a scout from the 8-headed assembly is reporting his every move. Although Lin Luo has long sensed the scout, he refrains from exposing him, unsure of his affiliation. At this moment, the voice on the other end of the spy's phone tells the spy that Lin Luo has a weak spot named Wen Yusi. The voice instructs the spy to confirm Lin Luo's movements first and then investigate this woman. After saying this, the spy immediately follows closely behind Lin Luo. Suddenly, to his astonishment, Lin Luo turns around and heads in his direction. Lin Luo wants to find out who's behind the stalking. The scout's anxiety peaks as he tries to maintain his composure, passing Lin Luo and hastily leaving, but then a towering figure blocks his path. Dark Emperor punches the scout, sending him flying. Lin Luo's face turns sinister. Speak, who sent you? The scout tries to explain. I'm just a passerby. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Why would you attack me without reason? Lin Luo grabs his ear and closely inspects an earring. Ah, so you're from the 8-headed assembly. This immediately puts Lin Luo on high alert. According to the timeline from his past life, the 8-headed assembly shouldn't appear in front of him this early. Lin Luo grabs the scout's face again. I'll give you another chance. Speak your purpose. Seeing the scout still playing dumb, Lin Luo realizes that more extreme measures are needed. The 8-headed assembly's scouts are known for their resilience under questioning, and continuing the interrogation would be a waste of time. He summons the Master of Wishes, wishing for the scout to reveal his intentions. The scout's eyes go vacant, and he begins to speak. "My name is Sun Lang. I am a loyal subordinate to Bai Hong Lai, one of the leaders of the Eight-Headed Assembly. We recruited a beautiful woman at the noodle shop. She gave us information about a strong individual named Lin Luo. I was ordered to track Lin Luo and also to investigate a woman named Wen Yusi. This Wen Yusi is Lin Luo's weak point. Our leader plans to use her to threaten Lin Luo into becoming a loyal subordinate of the Eight-Headed Assembly." A cold glint appears in Lin Luo's eyes. He never expected that the Eight-Headed Assembly would have recruited Qin Kellen, and that this woman would be so ruthless. In the third year of the disaster in his previous life, when Yusi had been killed by Bai Hong Lai. In order to avenge her, Lin Luo had risked his life in various adventures to enhance his skills, only to be schemed against and die at the hands of monsters. Now, it seems he must eliminate Bai Hong Lai before the Eight-Headed Assembly locates Wen Yusi. But first, he needs to complete his second job transfer, which will give him the confidence to kill Bai Hong Lai. After having Dark Emperor dispose of the scout's body, Lin Luo summons Master of Wishes. He wonders how long he can guarantee Wen Yusi's safety if he makes such a wish. The Master of Wishes respectfully responds, "Master, with my current capabilities, I can ensure her safety for 24 hours at most." Lin Luo considers for a moment. 24 hours should be enough for him to complete his second job transfer. He then makes the wish and heads toward the Assassin's Guild. Relying on his memories from his previous life, Lin Luo quickly locates the guild, a massive silver prism. Upon his arrival, he rushes in. A change in lighting and scenery later, he finds himself in a European-styled room. An elegant middle-aged man is delicately sipping tea. "Ah, a traveler from afar. Are you here to seek higher-level secrets?" Lin Luo knows that this is Desmond, the second-class advancement instructor, and respectfully responds, "Yes, instructor, please guide me." With a wave of Desmond's hand, the door behind Lin Luo bursts open, letting in the howling winds and snow. "Go to the snowy forest and kill 30 black snowmen and 1 penguin king. Bring me their identifying features, the snowman's horns and the penguin king's beak." Lin Luo steps out through the wooden door into an icy tundra. The chill is intense, likely to affect combat. Suddenly, he hears a noise behind him. Turning, he finds a huge black snowman who seemingly appeared out of nowhere. A massive fist comes crashing down toward him. Dark Emperor, hiding nearby, leaps out to intercept the blow. Lin Luo didn't expect that the monsters in this second-class advancement secret realm would resort to ambushes. He notices a blue crystal horn on top of the black snowman's head, which must be the quest item. He orders Dark Emperor to go all out and eliminates the black snowman with a single punch. The snowman's body gradually melts, leaving only the horn stuck in the snow. Lin Luo picks up the quest item, but then the ground around him starts to tremble. From the distance comes the sound of heavy running. Soon, he's surrounded by a multitude of giant black snowmen. Lin Luo is not panicked. Instead, he draws a short blade. He knows that the real battle has just begun. The black snowmen are not fast movers. Focusing their attacks, Lin Luo and Dark Emperor quickly dispatch them. The black snowmen can't withstand the combined assault and are instantly killed, turning into horns. The second black snowman charges in with a roar, but before it can react, both its arms are severed by the combined efforts of Lin Luo and Dark Emperor. Lin Luo, with the aid of Dark Emperor, leaps high into the air and cleaves it in half. He then activates his skill, Earth Shatter, causing the ground to break apart and stunning the other black snowmen. Lin Luo shouts, instructing Dark Emperor to quickly finish them off. Dark Emperor rushes into the crowd of snowmen with a dance of fury, punching holes through their bodies. The stunned black snowmen offer no resistance and quickly fall one by one to Dark Emperor's fists. By now, Lin Luo has collected 37 horns, more than enough for his class advancement task. However, he notices that the number of black snowmen seems to be endlessly increasing, which strikes him as very odd. Unseen by him, a small penguin wearing a golden crown is leisurely sipping red wine. It is the one directing the black snowmen to continuously attack Lin Luo. With a soft command from the Penguin King, spirits fly out of the snowman corpses. When Lin Luo tries to catch them, they slip through his fingers like water and quickly fly toward the mountain top. All the spirits gather in the hands of the Penguin King, only to return along their original path. Confused, Lin Luo watches as the spirits re-enter the snowman corpses, and the previously defeated black snowmen roar back to life. Realizing why there seem to be endless waves of them, Lin Luo skillfully evades their attacks and leads Dark Emperor quickly toward the mountain top. Sensing the impending danger, the Penguin King uses its special skill, King's Call. The surrounding black snowmen suddenly become frenzied, speeding up their pursuit of Lin Luo. Dark Emperor picks up Lin Luo and speeds up toward the mountain top, then throws him forward. Lin Luo raises his short blade and splits the Penguin King in half, acquiring the last quest item, the Penguin King's beak. With the death of the Penguin King, all the black snowmen begin to melt away. Braving the snowstorm, Lin Luo returns to the wooden hut. Seeing him return, Desmond's face immediately shows an expression of admiration. "Young man, your strength has earned my recognition. I can sense a huge potential within you. The 3 standard second-tier assassin classes I have to offer might not be the limit of your potential. Are you willing to seek your own path?" Lin Luo realizes that this is is probably the hidden class Master of Wishes had mentioned. He immediately says he's very willing to pursue it. Desmond stands up, his eyes serious as he explains that beyond the standard second-tier classes, there are countless hidden ones. However, the risk of failure in transitioning to these classes could be life-threatening. Lin Luo knows that the second-class advancement is extremely crucial, and he's willing to take any risk. Seeing Lin Luo's determination, Desmond bursts into laughter, increasingly admiring the young man. He begins to wave his hands, saying that since Lin Luo is prepared to push his limits, he will guide his spirit into the void. The class to which he advances will depend on his own choice. He warns him not to linger in the void for too long out of greed for power, or he will be lost forever. Suddenly, a mysterious force enters Lin Luo's mind, taking his consciousness into an unknown void where he loses all senses for a long time. Gradually, his vision restores, and he sees an endless void. Suddenly, a red pillar of light appears in front of him, followed by several other pillars of different colors. When he extends his hand into the red pillar, information pops up. Job: Lawless Outlaw. Exclusive skills: Lawlessness, Light, and Shadow Interplay. This is the hidden job Master of Wishes had recommended. Then, he puts his hand into a blue pillar. Job: Shadowman. Exclusive skills: Shadow Clone, Shadow Stitching, and Shadow Curse. The attributes and skills of the Shadowman job are significantly better than those of the Lawless Outlaw. Realizing that the colors of the pillars indicate the quality of the jobs, Lin Luo turns his attention to a golden pillar. Inserting his hand, a massive window appears. Legendary job: Storm Swordsman. Exclusive skills: Sonic Sword Breath, Gale Blade, and Infinite Sword Energy. Lin Luo is shocked. This level of job is exceedingly rare. He hadn't even heard of legendary jobs in his past life. If he could transition to this, dealing with an evil organization like the Eight-Headed Assembly would be easy. Suddenly, Lin Luo has a thought. Why did Master of Wishes conceal this job from me? He immediately summons Master of Wishes, asking sharply why he was deceived. Master of Wishes quickly explains that he wouldn't dare to deceive him. Choosing the Lawless Outlaw was the safest decision based on his comprehensive assessment. The data shows that Lin Luo's plunder talent only has a 1% compatibility rate with the Storm Swordsman, and the success rate for the job transition is even lower, at 0.5%. Hearing this, Lin Luo calms down, acknowledging that the success rate is indeed too low. Master of Wishes continues, saying that the Shadowman job has a talent compatibility of 22% and a success rate of 9%, which, although much higher than Storm Swordsman, is still highly risky. Curious, Lin Luo asks for the data on the Lawless Outlaw. Master of Wishes shows him the data: a talent compatibility of 89% and a staggering job transition success rate of 98%. Seeing this, Lin Luo realizes he misunderstood Master of Wishes. Your assessment was correct for the safest choice, but who says I want to make the safest choice? Since I'm here, I'm going for the highest reward. Master of Wishes is left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Lin Luo pats him on the shoulder. From now on, just inform me of the pros and cons of each choice. Don't make decisions for me, understand? He then turns towards the golden pillar. Before stepping in, he asks Master of Wishes one more question. If the talent compatibility is only 1%, does that mean that, if successful, I would have 100% of this job's power? Master of Wishes confirms, yes, if you succeed, you'll have 100% of its power. But if you fail, the best case scenario is you'll suffer from mental fatigue for 20 days. Worst case, you could lose your life. Lin Luo's expression turns cold. 20 days of mental fatigue is essentially the same as being dead to me. I'd fall so far behind others, and most importantly, I won't be able to save Sister One within 24 hours. He smiles confidently. Master of Wishes, you might be smart, but did you forget yourself when calculating success rates? I wish for a successful transition to Storm Swordsman. With that, he steps into the golden pillar. The Book of Wishes in Master of Wishes' hands starts flipping pages. Moments later, he says respectfully, Honorable Master, your wish has been granted. Instantly, countless pieces of information about the Storm Swordsman flood into Lin Luo's mind. At this moment, Desmond watches Lin Luo intently. The Storm Swordsman is an ancient, legendary job that's been lost for years. Even the most potent SSS-level talent might not successfully transition. This will be interesting, he muses. Lin Luo is now in the process of inheriting the legendary job of Storm Swordsman, his mind filling up like a tidal wave with all the information related to it. To inherit the ancient legacy of Storm Swordsman, one must come infinitely close to understanding the essence of the storm. Loyal to the wind, loyal to the sword. Death always accompanies me, yet I fear it not. Control the sword with the heart and listen to the whisper of the wind. The wind is the sword, and the sword is the wind. The more the storm sword strikes, the more intense it becomes. Only by facing death can one be invincible. This is the only true warrior among assassins, the Storm Swordsman. In the beginning, with the help of Master of Wishes, Lin Luo does his best to absorb the information. However, as time passes in the void, Master of Wishes' energy is depleted, and his form gradually fades away. He needs to enter a sleep state to slowly recover. Lin Luo is now on his own to accept the legacy. Unavoidably, his spirit weakens, and he collapses in the void, losing losing consciousness. The job transition to Storm Swordsman is still underway. Desmond watches Lin Luo intently. Storm Swordsman is a job of legends. I've never seen anyone succeed in this transition in my lifetime. Suddenly, Lin Luo's body slumps to the ground, eyes closed and face scrunched. This is a sign of failure in the job transition. Desmond mutters. He might be lost in the void forever. He shakes his head. Young people are always too ambitious. I hope failing this time teaches you a lesson. Usually, only those with SSS level talent can successfully transition to a legendary job. For someone with S-level talent like you, even getting a hidden job would have been an excellent achievement. Just then, a global announcement rings out. The world's first secondary job transition has occurred. Desmond smirks. What a shame. If you hadn't been so greedy and chosen a simpler job, you could have been the first. Now, someone else has beaten you to it. Lin Luo wakes up in a familiar wooden cabin and hears Desmond's words. Struggling to his feet, his eyes shine with excitement. How do you know that the world's first isn't me? A surprised Desmond asks incredulously. What do you mean? Did you actually succeed? Lin Luo remains weak, but chugs down a high-level stamina recovery potion. His condition improves significantly, recovering about 80% of his stamina and spirit. Desmond is speechless. This is unbelievable. How did you do it? Can you share your talent with me? I promise to keep it a secret. Lin Luo doesn't answer. Instead, he asks curiously, aren't you feeling hot, instructor? Desmond notices the dropped cigarette has ignited the carpet and the fire has reached his crotch. With a yelp, he jumps up to extinguish the fire. Lin Luo takes this opportunity to leave the cabin. He has much to do and no time to waste. Once out of the Assassin's League, he realizes it's already night. His job transition took a full 5 hours. He checks his phone and sees 4 unread messages from Qin Kellen, inviting him to lunch tomorrow at a specific restaurant, using the rescue as a pretext. Lin Luo knows too well it's not out of kindness. It must be a trap set by the 8-headed assembly. However, he's also on the hunt for Bai Honglai. An opportunity like this, coming right to his door, is one he won't refuse. At this moment, Bai Honglai is discussing the meaning of life with Qin Kellen. Suddenly, the ring of a phone interrupts their intimate conversation. After reading the message, Bai Honglai becomes extraordinarily excited. He didn't expect that Lin Luo would actually agree. Although the time and location were changed, for him, these are not major issues. Ignoring the disapproving look from Qin Kellen, he quickly gets dressed and plans to head to the agreed-upon location. Qin Kellen's resentment towards Lin Luo deepens, always spoiling her plans. What no one knows is, at the moment the announcement of the first second-tier job transfer rang out globally, a new message appeared on the mysterious stone tablet. When Blue Planet's first second-tier job holder emerges, a mouse-level disaster will occur 24 hours later in the real world. Scientists responsible for the stone tablet on Blue Planet all change color and immediately send this message to the desks of the high authorities in the 5 major countries. Everyone is guessing what this mouse-level disaster actually is. After intense discussions, an announcement is released by the 5 major powers on Blue Planet. Everyone is to cease all outdoor activities 24 hours later. A global curfew is enforced, and everyone should stay at home awaiting further notice. At this time, Lin Luo, who is waiting by the sea for Bai Honglai, is unaware that his job transfer has caused such a huge impact. He also receives the official announcement. Of course, he knows why the curfew is enforced, but in his memory, the first global mouse-level disaster should occur 5 days later. Why has it advanced so much this time? The first wave of mouse-level disaster in his previous life was an interdimensional insect disaster. The levels of the monsters ranged mostly from 1 to 20. This insect disaster was an opportunity for the awakened, because killing insects grants 4 times the experience points. Several large guilds rose to prominence after this insect disaster. However, for ordinary people and those with low talent levels, this insect disaster was lethal, lasting a full 15 days. From then on, social order collapsed, and the world entered an era of chaos. In my previous life, I couldn't protect those who had protected me. I was always a burden to them. This life, I finally have the ability to protect them. I had a very confused childhood. Every time I was bullied, it was Sister One who stood up for me. She truly taught me a lot. My brother did indeed steal from the One family, but after they found out our circumstances, they not only held no grudges but also continually cared for my growth. Mr. and Mrs. One have always treated me like their son. Every important moment in my life has Sister One's figure. Those were the happiest times of my life. But when Sister One needed protection the most, I was not there by her side. The chief culprit for all this is Bai Honglai. In this life, I will kill you first. In a speeding car, Bai Honglai and 2 others are on their way to the agreed location. Suddenly, his phone rings. After glancing at the caller ID, his pupils slightly constrict. He cautiously answers the call. Immediately, the stern voice of an elder comes through the phone. Gong Tens, recently, the chosen ones among you should meet. Report your talents to Lord Gong Ben. Bai Honglai responds respectfully. It turns out that Bai Honglia's original name is Gong Tens. His family has been the secret guards of our country's royal family for generations. When our country was destroyed a year ago, he was escorting Princess Jiazi of our country to an event abroad. Thus, he narrowly escaped. Afterwards, he followed the surviving members of the royal family to take refuge with our country's business group group in each country. A large number of our country people in each country, under the Organization of Royal Survivors, formed the Restoration Organization 8-Headed Assembly. Now that everyone is awakening, multiple S-level talents or higher have emerged in 8-Headed Assembly. Even the big shot in 8-Headed Assembly, Gong Ben, has awakened a rare SSS level talent. This has made 8-Headed Assembly start to become restless. At this moment, Bai Honglia's hand is shaking as he takes the phone call, because the elder of the clan informed him that Princess Jia Zi and Lord Gong Ben's engagement ceremony will be held next month. They were asked to gather as much spirit ascending crystal as possible for the celebration. Bai Hongli grips his phone tightly. Princess Jia Zi has always been the woman he considers his own, but now she's getting engaged to Gong Ben, who is an SSS level talent awakener. He stands no chance against him. The only solution is to elevate his own talent to SSS level before next month's engagement. This will require a lot of spirit ascending crystals. To him, people with some ability like Lin Luo are perfect crystal miners. Thinking this, he immediately orders Qin Kellen to bring more people tomorrow to monitor Wen Yusi around the clock. As long as he controls Wen Yusi, regardless of whether Lin Luo is willing tonight, he has to work for him. Then Bai Honglai continues, I won't show up later. You'll know what to say when you meet that Lin Luo. I don't need to teach you. You're a smart girl. Bring out your best skills. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon beach, Qin Kellen sees Lin Luo lounging on the sand. She is extremely confident in her beauty. Even the hall master has fallen for her. She doesn't believe she can't handle a Lin Luo. Pretending to be cheerful, Qin Kellen runs over and leaps towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly moves backward with a stern face, dodging her dive. Annoyed, Qin Kellen says, Brother Luo, you hurt me. Lin Luo has no time for her act and coldly asks, where is Bai Honglai? Qin Kellen is shocked inside. How does he know the hallmaster's name? She then plays dumb and says, Brother Luo, what are you talking about? It's me who invited you here today. Lin Luo's eyes turn cold and he says, Bai Honglai, the hallmaster of your 8-Headed Assembly. Dodging his gaze, Qin Kellen responds, I did join the 8-Headed Assembly, but I haven't met the hallmaster. I've only heard his name. Seeing the situation, Lin Luo stops wasting time with her, snatches her phone, and starts looking for Bai Honglia's number. Qin Kellen hastily follows him and continues to explain, I really haven't met any Bai Honglai, but the reason I invited you here is indeed to invite you to join 8-Headed Assembly. It's a good backing. If you join, all the resources, connections, money, and even myself will be yours. You can have anything you want. Bai Honglai, who has been waiting for a message, sees Qin Kellen calling and hurriedly asks, how's the situation progressing? It's been so long without any news. Lin Luo, on the other end of the phone, lets out a cold laugh. She can never give you any news again, because I've killed her. Bai Honglai feels a tightening in his chest. Are you Lin Luo? Come out. Bai Honglai, I know you're nearby. Bai Honglai looks at his disconnected phone in surprise. How does Lin Luo know about my existence? Did Qin Kellen betray me? Qin Kellen sees Lin Luo throw her phone into the sea and timidly says, so you knew all along. A moment later, Bai Honglai also arrives at the beach. You are indeed a talent that I, Bai Honglai, value. You are exceptional. Join my 8-Headed Assembly. Let me take you to accomplish great things. Lin Luo snorts coldly. Great things? Are you referring to your restoration plan? Gong Tens. Bai Honglai feels like he's been struck by lightning. How do you know? Who are you? Lin Luo slowly draws his short blade. Every one of you deserves to die. Dark Emperor's figure appears directly behind him and launches a fist at Bai Honglai. The punch is indescribably fast, even displacing the air with a violent howl. Suddenly, a large black umbrella shields Bai Honglai. Dark Emperor's explosive fist rains down like a storm on the umbrella. It turns out that Bai Honglai finally reacted in the nick of time. He summoned his substitute, Lady Kagaya, to block all the attacks for him. Lady Kagaya is a young girl dressed as a maid and wearing a demon mask, carrying a large black umbrella. Although she blocked Dark Emperor's first wave of attacks, his offense was too fierce. Bai Honglai could clearly feel Lady Kagaya's energy rapidly depleting. He urgently tells Lady Kagaya to quickly retreat and not take the blows. Following his command, Lady Kagaya's figure flashes as she quickly moves backward. Dark Emperor closely follows, relentlessly launching attacks from all angles. At this moment, Lin Luo is very surprised. The opponent's substitute can actually keep up with Dark Emperor's speed, and her defense is incredibly high. Could this seemingly delicate girl be a defensive type substitute? Bai Honglai looks gloomily at Lin Luo. You can't even break my substitute's defense, and you want to kill me? Lin Luo's voice shows no emotion. My Dark Emperor might not be able to break your defense, but that doesn't mean I can't kill you. If the host dies, even the most formidable substitute is meaningless. Lin Luo knows he can't hide his power anymore. He must take down his opponent as quickly as possible. Bai Honglai also feels very urgent at this moment. Though Lady Kagaya is not injured, her energy is continuously decreasing. If he switches to another form, the chances of defeating his opponent are still high. Both parties know this battle must be settled quickly. Bai Honglai immediately orders, Lady Kagaya, switch to Rainy Night, blade form, kill him and his substitute. Lady Kagaya's umbrella suddenly folds and transforms into a long blade, slicing towards Dark Emperor like light and electricity. At the same time, Lin Luo makes a wish to the Master of Wishes. Dark Dark Emperor's next punch will surely hit. The host cannot dodge. Dark Emperor quickly meets Lady Kagaya's strike without any intention of dodging, clearly planning to take the blow just to get past Lady Kagaya and simultaneously aim a punch at Bai Honglai. Bai Honglia's pupils shrink to pinpoints. Alarms are going off in his head. He didn't expect the target to be himself. In that instant, Bai Honglai makes a bold decision. Lady Kagaya, kill Lin Luo directly. Upon receiving the command, Lady Kagaya's slender figure instantly moves past Dark Emperor and swiftly approaches Lin Luo. Time seems to slow down in this moment. Both Lady Kagaya and Dark Emperor ignore each other and attack each other's hosts. Dark Emperor's punch lands squarely on Bai Honglia's face, sending him flying through the air before tumbling several times on the ground to a halt. At the same time, Lady Kagaya fiercely swings her blade at Lin Luo. Struggling to his feet, Bai Honglai sneers. How could a fist possibly outdo a long blade? Goodbye, Lin Luo. However, the next moment, Lin Luo's figure vanishes right before Lady Kagaya's eyes. The agile Lady Kagaya, comparable to Dark Emperor, shockingly swings at empty air. Bai Honglia's face changes. How is this possible? How could an ordinary person have this kind of reaction and speed? Lin Luo's figure slowly appears behind him. Having advanced to the legendary profession of storm swordsman, Lin Luo is far stronger than Bai Honglai had imagined, even without the help of a substitute. A cruel smile forms at the corner of Lin Luo's mouth. I'll admit, you're a bit different. Quick reactions, strong substitute abilities. But sadly, in this world, the strong live and the weak die. Dark Emperor flashes in front of Bai Honglai and punches him into the ground. Looking at the lifeless Bai Honglai, Lin Luo feels a sense of relief in his heart. The revenge for Sister Wen in his past life is finally avenged. He directly activates his S-rank talent, Plunder, targeting Bai Honglia's body. Your S-rank talent, Plunder, has been activated. Please choose one from the target's attribute value, talent effect, skill effect, or soul force to plunder. Lin Luo thinks for a moment. None of my current talents are particularly strong. What I need most now are more S-rank or above talents. The cost-benefit ratio for the other choices is too low. So, Lin Luo decides to plunder the target's talent effect. Congratulations, you have acquired the S-rank talent, Rainy Night. During rainy weather, you can shield all detection under the umbrella. At night, you can directly manipulate the weather to create a small rain area. In Rainy Night, Lady Kagaya's attack speed increases by 20%. A beautiful young woman in a maid outfit appears beside him, carrying a black umbrella on her shoulder. Her delicate face carries a respectful expression, and her short skirt reveals a pair of straight, slender legs. Her appearance is clearly different from the Lady Kagaya summoned by Bai Honglai. Even the facial features are subtly different. Then he opens her attribute panel and starts to study it carefully. Lady Kagaya has two forms. Rainy Night, umbrella form, with a 400-point boost in defense. Excess damage will only drain energy. Blocking 100 points of damage will consume 1 energy point. Rainy Night, blade form, each attack inflicts 200 points of true damage and consumes 2 energy points per second. In Rainy Night, energy consumption in blade form is reduced by 50%. Lin Luo understands now. The core of the S-rank talent, Rainy Night, is this young woman named Lady Kagaya. On its own, Rainy Night is quite weak, aside from its detection shielding effect. However, when paired with Lady Kagaya, it becomes strong. In defensive mode, not even Dark Emperor with a 20% crit bonus from Heart's Desire, 100 battles can break her defense. In attack mode, her attacks not only deal true damage, but also greatly surpass Dark Emperor's attack speed under Rainy Night. In terms of combat capabilities, Lady Kagaya is clearly stronger than Dark Emperor. Furthermore, her active range is 20 meters, and her intelligence reaches 30. She can fight autonomously, unlike Dark Emperor whose intelligence is only 1 and must be operated by him. However, Dark Emperor isn't purely a combat substitute. His true strength lies in his ability, Seize by Force. Lin Luo smiles and says, looking forward to working with you in the future. Lady Kagaya bows respectfully. Don't worry, Master. I will protect you. At this moment, a mist rises from Bai Honglia's body. Lin Luo remembers that killing someone has a certain chance of dropping items. The mist slowly condenses, turning into a single Wheel of Destiny draw ticket. This allows Lin Luo to complete 2 10 draw chances. He immediately summons Master of Wishes, planning to wish for an increased chance of drawing S-rank items. However, he can't find Master of Wishes anywhere. He then remembers that during his class change, Master of Wishes consumed too much energy, and just a bit that was restored was used up when killing Bai Honglai. He recalls that in the center of Martial Arts Square there's a secret realm called Sacred Forest where one can find rare items for energy recovery. It seems like it's time to make a trip there. Lady Kagaya, who shares Lin Luo's intentions, immediately asks, Master, shall we go to the secret realm now? Lin Luo smiles. No, I have a more important place to go to. Meanwhile, Princess Jiazi of Countryar tries to call Bai Honglai, but no one answers. In her memory, she's never failed to reach Bai Honglia's phone. She suddenly has a bad feeling. At that moment, her maid informs her that it's time to meet with Lord Gongben, as arranged by the elders. Jiazi feels extremely hesitant. She can't believe that the elders want to force her to marry Gongben from the 8-headed assembly for the sake of restoring their country. She somewhat regrets seeking refuge with the clan elders after fleeing here. The year she and Bai Honglai were in Country H was the happiest year of her life. Back then, there were no Gong Tens and Princess Jiazi, just Bai Honglai and Xia Jing. She wishes Bai Honglai could take her away from here to live a quiet life in a small city with no more ties to Country R. She doesn't want to get involved in these matters anymore. But now, she can't get through to Bai Honglia's phone. Bai Honglai, where are you now? Lady Kagaya's first battle has finally arrived. After taking down Bai Honglai, Lin Luo led Lady Kagaya to a villa area. He looked thoughtfully at the house in front of him. As one of the hall masters of the eight-headed assembly, Bai Honglia's death is bound to cause a huge uproar, with the eight-headed assembly busy tracking down the murderer. Wen Yusi should be safe for now. Lady Kagaya, standing by, curiously said, is Wen Yusi the woman master likes? I remember she should be called girlfriend, right? Lin Luo's face turned red. Not yet, but maybe in the future. Lady Kagaya, even more curious, asked, Master stayed here all night. Wen Yusi must be very important to Master, right? Lin Luo slowly exhaled. You're right, she is very important to me. Not just her, my brother is also very important to me. In this life, I must strive to become stronger, to protect those who are very important to me. I will never let the regrets of my previous life happen again. Let's go, Lady Kagaya. We're off to level up in Sacred Forest. There are also items there that can restore Master of Wishes energy. The two arrived at the martial arts square, where two inspectors guarded the entrance to the Sacred Forest instance. The instance's level was too high, so two inspectors were specially assigned there to prevent impulsive entries. As expected, as soon as Lin Luo approached, one of them immediately warned in a serious tone, this instance is highly dangerous, requires level 30 or above, and you can't quit halfway. Don't do anything foolish. Lin Luo knew talking wouldn't get him in, so he took out his identity proof. The tall inspector looked at it skeptically and said strangely, who is Dark Emperor? I don't know him. The short, fat inspector immediately exclaimed in surprise. Are you the Dark Emperor who has taken down multiple global notices in a row? Lin Luo put away his ID and said, can I go in now? The short, fat inspector glanced at Lady Kagaya beside Lin Luo and suddenly showed a knowing expression. He whispered, brother, listen to my advice. Don't lose your life just to show off with a girl. Each person can only be revived 3 times in the instance. You must cherish it. Lin Luo, with a smile, thank you for your concern. I'm truly confident, not showing off. The short, fat inspector watched Lin Luo leading Lady Kagaya into the instance, his face suddenly showing admiration. This young guy, with his thin arms and legs, doesn't look it, but he's so fierce at such a young age. It's a pity. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled to overcome the beauty pass. Once inside the instance, Lady Kagaya was incredibly fierce. Throughout the journey, Dark Emperor didn't even need to make a move. She single-handedly took down all the monsters, despite appearing very innocent and naive in front of Lin Luo, as if she were a little girl untouched by worldly affairs. Her combat fierceness was in no way inferior to Dark Emperor, and unlike Dark Emperor's violent aesthetics, Lady Kagaya's swordsmanship was light and graceful. Every strike was precise, without any superfluity, like a captivating dancer swaying elegantly. Lin Luo watched, thoroughly enjoying the sight, his heart racing. He couldn't help but remember the short, fat inspector's words about him showing off with a girl. Based on the current situation, it seemed more like the girl was leading him. In no time at all, Lady Kagaya had killed all the monsters in the area, clearly still wanting more. She begged her master to quickly take her to the next area. Lin Luo slowly stood up from the lounge chair, recalling that the main storyline of this secret realm was hundreds of ugly monsters attacking the elf tribe. The player's task was to help the elves defend their camp. In the middle of the plains, there was an area filled with huge stones. This Stonehenge was guarded by the elves, where they built simple walls and wooden huts. In the depths of the stone forest, there is a sacred tree, and on that tree grow the fragments of the god-given crystal that we need. They have the power to restore the energy of substitute. Lady Kagaya, puzzled, asked, so, if we help the elves protect the camp, will they give us this as a thank you gift? Lin Luo revealed a mysterious smile. Normally, that's the case. After repelling the ugly monsters, the elf tribe, in gratitude to the player, offers some of the god-given crystal shards. However, in a previous life, players discovered another strategy. If they let the ugly monsters completely break through the elf defenses before killing them, they could get more crystal shards. After all, getting a small part of the reward isn't as satisfying as monopolizing the resources. 3 hours later, the siege battle had reached its end. The elves' camp was eventually breached, and the remaining elves left with resentment. Seeing this, Lin Luo knew the time was right, and immediately led Lady Kagaya to charge in. By then, a large number of ugly monsters had entered deep into the Stonehenge. They slowly piled up together, merging into a level 35 boss ugly monster leader. When he saw the crystal-clear crystal shards on the sacred stone tree, his lips couldn't help but betray his excitement. Tears. Suddenly, a flash of sword light passed by, directly severing the hand it was about to use to pick the shards. Lin Luo, leading Lady Kagaya and Dark Emperor, appeared before it. Lin Luo looked at the sacred stone tree with satisfaction. The number of crystal shards was even more than he remembered. This time, it was really a windfall. The ugly monster leader immediately roared in anger. It didn't expect expect this puny human to dare snatch its food. Lin Luo ignored it, casually picking a god-given crystal shard. A mysterious power instantly flowed into his body through his arm. The long silent Master of Wishes in his body finally awakened again. Master of Wishes, intoxicated, said, "What abundant energy. Thank you, my master." Seeing this, Lin Luo immediately made a wish. Dark Emperor's subsequent attacks were all critical hits, continuing until the ugly monster leader was dead. Master of Wishes turned serious, and the Book of Wishes started flipping rapidly. "As you wish, my master. I will fulfill all your desires." Dark Emperor immediately felt a surge of violent energy within him, but the ugly monster leader didn't give him a chance to react, directly slamming a fist towards him. Lin Luo, seeing this, shouted, "Lady Kagaya, switch to Rainy Night, umbrella form. Block all attacks for Dark Emperor. Let him focus on output." Lady Kagaya's long sword quickly transformed into an umbrella, which she then swung in front of Dark Emperor. The huge fist smashed hard on the umbrella surface, producing a deafening sound. Unfortunately, this attack didn't cause any harm to Lady Kagaya. Other smaller ugly monsters also took the opportunity to attack the two substitutes. The duo ignored these minor monsters, quickly dodging the attack and then swiftly lunging towards the ugly monster leader. Soon, a fierce battle ensued. Your substitute Lady Kagaya caused 200 points of real damage to the ugly monster leader. Your substitute Dark Emperor inflicted 370 points of critical damage. Seize by force activated successfully seizing 27,900 points of life. The ugly monster leader was toyed with by the two substitutes, and Dark Emperor permanently seized its life points. Angered, it swung its meteor hammer furiously, temporarily repelling the two substitutes. It then took a deep breath, gathering a powerful energy in its mouth, ready to unleash its strongest move, Destruction Death Ray. Lin Luo, seeing this, was shocked, immediately ordering Lady Kagaya to enter full defense mode. A massive energy beam fiercely struck Lady Kagaya's umbrella, blasting the two back continuously. After the dust settled, Lady Kagaya's black umbrella was surprisingly unbroken. The two substitutes slowly stood up from behind the umbrella. In Rainy Night, umbrella mode, Lady Kagaya's defense instantly rose to 430 points, and as long as the energy wasn't depleted, her life points wouldn't drop at all. Even so, Lin Luo also broke out in a cold sweat at that moment, because although Lady Kagaya didn't suffer any harm from that strike, her energy was at rock bottom, and even Dark Emperor co-defending with her appeared to be energy depleted. Lin Luo, pondering for a moment, immediately plucked a few crystal shards from the sacred stone tree. Dark Emperor instantly felt a continuous replenishment of energy. The ugly monster leader, weakened after releasing its ultimate move, was in a perfect state for a counterattack. Countless fist shadows directly pummeled towards the ugly monster leader's big head. Seize by force activated successfully seizing the skill Destruction Death Ray, successfully seizing 36 points of agility. The ugly monster leader ultimately let out a frustrated roar, being blown into bits by Dark Emperor. Congratulations to the player for killing the ugly monster leader, earning 9,500,000 experience points. Killing a monster 13 levels higher yields 1,400% experience points. Such a massive amount of experience points directly activated Lin Luo's third professional skill, all swords returning to the source. Countless sword energies, like a mini-storm, swirled around him. Just then, the ugly monster leader, which had just been blown to bits, started to wriggle. The next moment, they all attacked Lin Luo. A disdainful smile appeared on Lin Luo's lips. Perfect opportunity to test out the new skill. Suddenly, dozens of flying swords appeared behind Lin Luo, instantly annihilating all the ugly monsters. He allocated all the attribute points he gained from leveling up to agility, raising his agility to 204 points, significantly increasing his attack speed. Lin Luo was very satisfied with the all swords return to origin. Its attack power was now comparable to a regular substitute. Fighting monsters himself was indeed exhilarating, but just 1 second of attack had completely drained his mana. Lin Luo remembered that mages have skills to accelerate mana recovery and absorb mana from monsters at their first job change. He firmly decided that when he had time, he would acquire such a skill. He didn't want such a powerful skill to only serve as a lifesaver, limiting its use to critical moments. Lin Luo's gaze then shifted to the nearby sacred stone tree, laden with leaf-like god-given crystal shards. He wondered how much return this would bring him. Lin Luo swung his short blade, releasing a burst of gale sword energies, instantly slashing down all the crystal shards from the stone tree. After counting, he found he had collected over 100 pieces, equivalent to 5 SSS-grade super energy crystals. With a few more days of grinding, he believed his substitutes wouldn't lack energy for a long time. This was also an advantage of clearing levels beyond his own. For others, there might not have been so many god-given crystal shards. Next was the exciting 10 consecutive spins on the Wheel of Destiny. He had finally saved up 20 lottery tickets to use all at once. Master of Wishes slowly appeared beside Lin Luo, gracefully bowing to him. Lin Luo, embracing Master of Wishes, jokingly scolded, "Master of Wishes, you need to put in more effort this time. If you draw 2 life-extending pills like last time, it won't justify the large amount of energy I spent reviving you. Master of Wishes replied somewhat awkwardly. Wise Master, I suggest you add a limiting condition to your wish. Seeing this, Lin Luo stopped joking and waved his hand, summoning the Wheel of Destiny. My next 10 consecutive spins must yield an item of S grade or above, and the S grade or above items drawn will not include life-extending pills. As the 20 pointers on the Wheel of Destiny gradually halted, 20 beams of light, each a different color, burst forth. Lin Luo, with sharp eyes, caught one golden ray of light. Excited, Lin Luo exclaimed, "It's a golden legendary SS grade cooldown crystal, able to permanently reduce the cooldown of talents by half." He eagerly crushed the crystal, allowing him to plunder 2 S grade or higher talents per day. Lin Luo then turned his attention to an A grade crystal he had just drawn. His gaze slightly froze. It's a magic power crystal that increases intelligence, able to boost intelligence by 10 points. Master of Wishes whispered in Lin Luo's ear, "Respected Master, I suggest you allocate this intelligence crystal to the person who needs it most." Lin Luo looked at his 3 substitutes. Their intelligence stats from left to right were 180, 30, and 1. It seemed the person who needed intelligence the most didn't require him to choose. Although he planned to use the intelligence crystal for Dark Emperor, he still didn't quite understand the role of intelligence attribute for substitutes. Dark Emperor's intelligence is 1, hence he lacks the ability to fight autonomously, which he could understand. But Master of Wishes' intelligence is as high as 180, theoretically 18 times higher than an average person's intelligence. Although he reacts quickly and offers many good suggestions, it doesn't seem overly extraordinary. And Lady Kagaya's intelligence is 30, supposedly 3 times that of an average person. But aside from being obedient and sensible, she seems like a simple little sister, not noticeably smarter than him. Master of Wishes noticed Lin Luo's confusion and quickly explained, "Respected Master, intelligence does not equate to wisdom or cleverness. It reflects in the speed of problem solving. The higher the intelligence value, the stronger the ability to learn knowledge and gain experience, which manifests in combat and communication, among other aspects." Lin Luo's mind sharpened. So it seems Dark Emperor, who relies purely on brute force, really needs these 10 points of intelligence the most. With the rising levels of monsters, he is no longer as powerful as he was when bullying weaker enemies. Thinking this, Lin Luo directly threw the intelligence crystal to the wooden Dark Emperor, and then made him crush the crystal. As Dark Emperor absorbed the energy of the intelligence crystal, his originally dull eyes instantly became lively. Then, he uttered a deep and majestic voice, "Master, thank you for your grace. Dark Emperor will clear all obstacles in your path." Lin Luo, hearing this, said with relief, "You have finally grown up. From now on, I won't need to control your combat." Lin Luo then threw several limit crystals to Master of Wishes, raising his energy limit from 300 points to 355 points, increasing the upper limit for making wishes. After handling everything, he asked Master of Wishes to help him locate the next target for Plunder. With his talent cooldown time halved, he could use the Plunder talent again in the evening. Meanwhile, in the teaching building of the first high school, a high school student named Yang Yong was being bullied by his classmates. Every day he suffered insults and beatings from these people, especially the leader, Zhou Yu. Previously, Yang Yong always endured it, but now he has awakened the A-grade talent of Wrathful Sin, reaching his limit of tolerance. All the humiliations he suffered before, he planned to return them today, but the next moment, his fist was tightly entangled by a dark green tentacle. Zhou Yu's back unexpectedly sprouted several tentacles. Zhou Yu, with a cold expression, said, "Did you think you were the only one who hid your talent level? If it weren't for finding substitutes too ugly, I would have killed you long ago." Yang Yong's face instantly changed. He hadn't expected Zhou Yu to have awakened an S-grade talent, but how could it be that such a bully had such power? Is it really true that as the Tao rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10? His limbs were tightly entangled by the tentacles, rendering him incapable of any resistance. All the events that occurred during this time were directly transmitted into Lin Luo's mind by Master of Wishes using the power of the Book of Wishes, and Zhou Yu was precisely Lin Luo's 4th plunder target. At that moment, Zhou Yu patted the immobilized Yang Yong. "Little Yang, why aren't you raging now? Why don't you summon a substitute to clash with me?" The minions around Zhou Yu became arrogant again, starting to mock and ridicule Yang Yong. Yang Yong found that no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't break free from Zhou Yu's grasp, filling his heart with despair. Just then, a pleasant female voice came from the door. "What are you doing this late?" A beautiful female teacher in professional attire walked over. "You can't bully other students just because you have a strong talent." Yang Yong, plunged in despair, saw the female teacher, like an angel appearing before him, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. However, Zhou Yu's face darkened, his eyes flickering. Having already exposed his S-grade substitute Green Demon, he had nothing to lose. Zhou Yu immediately controlled his tentacles to tightly entangle the female teacher, lightly caressing her cheek. Chen Xiaoyun, a recent university graduate and a new teacher at the school, was youthful and attractive, and had always been the object of admiration for these high school students. Zhou Yu certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. He couldn't help but slowly rub his tentacles on Chen Xiaoyun's legs. This action immediately flushed Chen Xiaoyun's face. Her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, with a lecherous gaze, ignored Yang Yang's curses behind him, and reached out towards Chen Xiaoyun. Suddenly, numerous cold sword lights flashed, and the green demon's tentacles were neatly severed. A stunning figure appeared behind Zhou Yu, instantly taking down his two minions. Zhou Yu became tense and shouted angrily, "Come out! Stop playing tricks!" Lin Luo emerged from the shadows with a smile, accompanied by Lady Kagaya in a maid outfit, calmly asking, "You're Zhou Yu, right?" Zhou Yu, looking displeased, asked, "Who are you? I don't recall our school having any awakeners above S grade." Lin Luo ignored him and directly summoned Master of Wishes, wishing for Lin Luo to be invulnerable for 30 seconds. The battle with Bai Honglai had made Lin Luo realize one thing: never underestimate any awakener above S grade. Zhou Yu, feeling ignored, became furious. "I'm talking to you. Who exactly are you?" Lin Luo glanced at the enraged Zhou Yu and said indifferently, "Don't worry about who I am. You have 3 seconds to think about your last words." Zhou Yu was intimidated by Lin Luo's imposing demeanor. A surge of nameless rage instantly rose in his heart. "I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost. Don't think you're something special just because you've awakened a substitute." A smile curled on Lin Luo's lips. "So, this is your last words, huh? Go, Dark Emperor." Zhou Yu was startled and questioned loudly, "How many substitutes do you actually have?" Dark Emperor, of course, didn't hold back, covering him in a barrage of fist shadows, mercilessly striking the green tentacles. But in the next moment, his fists got stuck to the tentacles, and more tentacles swiftly entwined him completely. Zhou Yu's face lit up with joy. What's the use of having many substitutes? They are all just useless substitutes. Suddenly, numerous sword lights flashed before his eyes, and the green demon's tentacles were once again neatly severed. Lady Kagaya's face was filled with coldness, chopping the green demon into segments, falling to the ground like squid tentacles, writhing. Seeing this, Zhou Yu finally panicked, realizing his much-prided substitute wasn't invincible. He lost his previous arrogance. Pointing at Yang Yong, Zhou Yu pleaded, "It was Yang Yong who bullied my brother first. I just wanted to protect my brother. I didn't do anything wrong." Yang Yong quickly and loudly accused Zhou Yu of lying. Lin Luo, uninterested, said indifferently, "Stop struggling with your pathetic nature. Once you have power, you only do bad things. You're bound to be caught by the inspectorate sooner or later. You might as well die by my hand for more value." Zhou Yu, seeing Lin Luo unmoved, turned to Chen Xiaoyun for help. "Teacher Chen, save me. I have awakened an S-grade talent. I am a national key training object, supposed to be admitted to a key university." In a flash, Lady Kagaya appeared behind Zhou Yu, and a bloodline suddenly emerged on his neck. Zhou Yu collapsed to the ground, gradually ceasing to breathe. Lin Luo walked past his body, saying coldly, "She's your teacher, yet you dare to treat her like this. If you can do this to your own teacher today, you might kill someone tomorrow. You truly deserve to die." Lin Luo then activated the talent Plundering ability, seizing Zhou Yu's talent. After taking Zhou Yu's talent, just as Lin Luo was about to check the talent details, he was interrupted by a grateful Yang Yong coming up to thank him. Yang Yong, somewhat shyly, inquired about his name. Lin Luo, naturally not revealing his real name, introduced himself as Dark Emperor, then coolly turned around with Lady Kagaya and left. At this moment, Lin Luo was unaware. He gained an enthusiastic young fanboy. After bidding farewell to Yang Yong, Lin Luo visited a restaurant to check the newly acquired talent. Perfect Fusion merged the essence of any two existences, perfectly fusing them together, retaining their respective characteristics, lasting for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. This talent is straightforward, but its specific effects need to be verified through actual practice. Then, with a light shout from Lin Luo, "Come out, green demon!" 10 smooth green tentacles suddenly extended from his back, freely dancing in the air, resembling a giant octopus with its tentacles flaring. This feeling was somewhat fresh, like having a dozen freely extendable arms, and even the sense of touch was perceptible. He hadn't expected a substitute of this form, and quickly opened the green demon's attribute panel. The green demon had a skill called Elastic Skin, providing 50% damage reduction from blunt weapons, spells, and similar attacks, but increasing damage taken from sharp weapons by 20%. Lin Luo instantly understood why Dark Emperor's attacks were ineffective, likely due to this skill's influence. Lady Kagaya, however, handled him in just a few strikes. Although Green Demon's attack power isn't high, it can launch over a dozen attacks at once, and has defensive bonuses against spells, making it a decent substitute. With the matter satisfactorily resolved, Lin Luo decided to relax for a while. He summoned all his substitutes, planning to treat everyone to fried chicken. The restaurant he was at happened to be a famous chain, specializing in fried chicken burgers. After ordering, he contentedly put down his phone, since there was still space in the spatial crystal. He ordered extra, just in case. A young female waitress approached him with a puzzled look. "Hello, sir. Did you order 300 chicken rolls, 300 spicy burgers, 200 tender beef quintets, 100 codfish burgers, and 400 colas?" Lin Luo replied with a smile. "Yes, I placed the order. I know your store might not have that much stock, so just bring as much as you have." Lin Luo remembered that in 6 months, food would become scarce globally. Since the spatial crystal preserves food as it was at the moment of storage, it was better to stock up on supplies. Suddenly, Lady Kagaya pointed outside and said, "Master, look, the fog outside seems seems to be getting thicker. Lin Luo felt the white mist looked familiar. He quickly checked the government announcements on his phone, then exclaimed in shock, "It's a mouse-level disaster, an interdimensional bug catastrophe. But why is it happening so much earlier? In my previous life, the first mouse-level disaster should have occurred in 7 days." Just then, the restaurant's door was suddenly flung open, and a young woman, crying bitterly, holding a child, rushed in. She kept crying out to save her child. Suddenly, a tentacle emerged from behind her and tripped her to the ground, revealing a spider monster as big as a truck. The spider had 2 crimson compound eyes on its head, and its ferocious mouth beneath was constantly dripping saliva. The fallen woman looked terrified, but no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free from the spider's grasp. Suddenly, Lin Luo rushed over and shielded her behind him. The woman, seeing the tall young man before her, felt a sense of security, but in the next moment, to her shock, the young man walked straight towards the spider monster. Lin Luo summoned Master of Wishes. "Master of Wishes, I wish for the fog within 10 meters around me to dissipate." Immediately, a white light dispersed the fog. Lin Luo swung his short blade, cleaving the spider in two with a swift sword energy. Congratulations to the player for killing a level 7 long-legged spider, earning 640 experience points. This disaster, though calamitous for humanity, also presented opportunities. Killing these monsters might not yield equipment or items, but it did grant 4 times the experience points. Several large locusts flew out of the fog, but before they could get close to Lin Luo, they were instantly slain by Lady Kagaya. Dark Emperor even went alone into the swarm of insects. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a district overrun by numerous insects, someone curiously observed these bug beasts through the thick fog, saying, "Old you, these insects are so huge. How much experience can we get from killing them?" Yu Taijia responded, "The bonus from killing monsters above our level, plus the 4-fold experience, should be quite substantial. This wave of disaster is catastrophic for ordinary people, but for us, who have awakened powerful talents, it's an opportunity to widen the gap with them." A person in a blue Taoist robe spoke. "It's impressive. Someone who came back from the future. You know so much." Yu Taijia turned to Lu Yu. The first player to second awaken in the original timeline was supposed to be 6 days after the mass awakening, but yesterday, that Dark Emperor advanced to his second awakening early, so the first mouse-level disaster also came ahead of schedule. But no matter, I found you guys to create the strongest team. By utilizing the phototaxis of these insects, we can quickly reach level 20 and complete our second awakening. After saying this, he smashed the window in front of him and led everyone into the fog. On Lin Luo's side, after killing a wave of insects, he realized that these insects seemed to have temporarily overcome their phototactic instinct and dared not come too close. Lin Luo asked Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya to guard the door, while he turned to check if his ordered food was packed. He went to the counter, packing all the hot burgers and fried chicken into the spatial crystal. Then, he solemnly advised, "For the next 10 days or so, it's unlikely anyone will come to rescue you. Outside, there are insects that bite and eat people everywhere. Don't go out, just wait for help here. The food and water in the store should be enough to get you through. After I leave, immediately turn off the lights. The light will attract the insects in the fog." Seeing Lin Luo about to leave, the young woman hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Can you take me with you? My child is too young to die here." Seeing this, others also gathered around, pleading with Lin Luo to take them away. Lin Luo's gaze showed no hesitation as he refused everyone, then pushed the door and stepped out of the restaurant. Suddenly, he felt a pang in his heart, a foreboding feeling, as if he had overlooked something important. He suddenly remembered that history had changed due to his rebirth, and the disaster had come early. Would Sister Wen be able to handle the sudden danger? At that moment, a girl who was working late was trapped in the fog, attacked by an alien hunter as tall as a 2-story building. Suddenly, a figure in a blue Taoist robe descended from the sky. Behind him, an imposing elder appeared, who gently waved his hand after forming a Taoist gesture, immediately crushing the alien hunter to the ground. He cheekily said, "Fair lady, you are safe now. I, Lu Yu, am a contemporary Taoist master. How will you repay me?" Just then, a beam of light suddenly obliterated the suppressed alien hunter. It was the exclusive skill of the SS grade substitute Emperor's Eye, life and death control. 3 more figures emerged from the fog. Hui Tailang politely said, "Taoist Lu, let me help you." Lu Yu's eyes turned cold, clearly displeased with him for openly snatching experience points. Seeing this, Hui Tailang hurriedly apologized with a smile. After all, he couldn't afford to offend someone who had awakened an SSS grade talent. Qin Fan, walking at the back, suddenly said, "Now that this monster is dead, I believe you won't mind if I make use of it." He slowly approached the alien hunter's corpse, muttering softly, "For your king, rise again." The shadow beneath the corpse seemed to come alive, eventually forming a pitch-black alien hunter. Lu Yu exclaimed, "So this is the SS grade talent Shadow Monarch, huh? Old Yu, the partners you found are quite impressive." Yu Taijia inwardly smiled bitterly. His new teammates were indeed more terrifying than the next. Gathering them together, he wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing. Meanwhile, not far away, a figure was rapidly approaching. Wherever he passed, the fog dispersed, and the nearby insects were instantly killed. Lu Yu and the others naturally noticed Lin Luo running wildly in the fog, prompting an interested conversation. His monster monster killing technique is clean and efficient. Is he leveling up by killing monsters like us? But ordinary people don't have the ability to predict the future. He must be someone who has awakened a decent talent, trying to fight his way out for survival. At this moment, Lin Luo had no time to pay attention to his surroundings, rushing towards Sister Wen's house based on his past life's memory. In no time, he had arrived at Wen Yuxi's doorstep and immediately started knocking on the door without hesitation. As long as he confirmed that their family was safe, he could go back to sleep peacefully. Footsteps quickly sounded from inside the door, followed by a familiar and anxious voice. Is Wen Yuxi back? As the door opened, a middle-aged woman with a worried expression appeared. Wen Yuxi's mother, Li Junjie. Seeing Lin Luo at the door, she showed a look of surprise. While Lin Luo was moved to see his benefactor after many years, he focused on the key point in her words. Auntie Li, isn't Sister Wen at home? Li Junjie, looking worried, said. It's way past the end of the workday, and Wen Yuxi still hasn't returned. I don't know if something happened. There's no signal on the mobile phone with this fog outside. What should we do? Lin Luo, hearing this, instantly felt a bad premonition. Sister Wen must be in trouble. He quickly said. Auntie, don't panic. I'm going to look for Sister Wen now. You promise me, no matter what noise you hear, do not go out or open the windows. After speaking, he rushed into the thick fog with determination in his eyes. Given the current situation, anyone without awakened combat talents or inherited instance powers would have a slim chance of survival against the insects. Sister Wen, you must be safe. As Lin Luo sped through the fog, he suddenly heard Dark Emperor's voice. Master, there's someone here. Not far away on the ground lay a disfigured corpse, dressed and shaped like a city female office worker. Lin Luo's face darkened. The disaster is indeed perilous. I must find Sister Wen quickly. He immediately summoned Master of Wishes, asking him to reveal Wen Yuxi's location. The Book of Wishes rapidly flipped, its pages shimmering with golden light. Moments later, Wen Yuxi's location appeared in his mind, about a 3-minute distance from him. At a 24-hour convenience store nearby, the exterior was swarming with giant locusts. Wen Yuxi and her friend Wen were crouching in a corner, along with a store employee, Mei Daji, who muttered fearfully, "It's over. It's the end of the world. Everyone's doomed. No one can escape alive." His gaze towards the two girls gradually changed. Attracted by Wen Yuxi's youthful beauty, he suddenly lunged at them. The two women, frightened, stood up from the ground. Wen Yuxi, with an unhappy face, asked, "What are you trying to do?" Mei Daji spread his hands and said, "There are so many insects outside that could rush in at any moment. We could die at any time. Of course, we should enjoy ourselves in time." Wen stood up, cursing furiously. "Are you sick? Look at yourself in the mirror." Mei Daji pushed Wen away, grabbing Wen Yuxi's hand, mockingly saying, "I didn't even fancy you. I want her." Wen immediately rushed over to pull him away, but Mei Daji, annoyed, pushed her back fiercely. This push made her stumble and faint after hitting the corner of the wall. Mei Daji slowly unbuckled his belt, leeringly saying, "I'm still a virgin, girl. Let me die without regrets." Wen Yuxi, caught off guard, was pinned against the wall, terrified, struggling desperately. Seeing her resist, Mei Daji slapped her, causing her to briefly lose consciousness. Suddenly, the glass door shattered with a loud crash, followed by the sound of glass shards hitting the ground. Mei Daji turned pale and looked back, wondering if insects had invaded, but a fist swiftly flew past, sending Mei Daji flying. A figure appeared behind Wen Yuxi, carefully holding her in his arms. Wen Yuxi exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it you, Lin Luo?" Lin Luo looked at her tenderly, apologizing. "Sorry, Sister Wen, I'm late." Mei Daji, seeing it was a person and not insects, grew bolder and began to curse at Lin Luo. Lin Luo glared coldly at him. In the next moment, Dark Emperor appeared, gripping Mei Daji's neck and lifting him like a dead dog. Lin Luo, with a chilling gaze, asked Mei Daji, "Tell me, what did you do to her?" Mei Daji, panicking, started to scream for help, but the grip on his throat tightened, reducing him to fearful whimpers. Lin Luo's eyes, filled with a murderous aura, pinned him down. "I'm giving you one last chance. What did you do to her?" As Dark Emperor's grip tightened, Mei Daji's face turned from red to blue. At Lin Luo's command, Dark Emperor threw him to the ground, giving him a chance to speak. Mei Daji crawled over, clinging to Lin Luo's legs, begging for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. I swear I didn't do anything to your woman. Please spare me. I'll turn myself in right away," Mei Daji promised. Lin Luo's expression changed, and a cruel smile formed on his lips. "Spare you? All right, I'll give you two choices. First, I kill you now. Second, you go outside. Maybe you'll have a slim chance to survive." Mei Daji, with a flickering gaze, said, "Thank you, big brother, for sparing me. I'll go outside." Watching Mei Daji walk out, Lin Luo's voice turned icy. "Master of Wishes, I wish that within 5 minutes, 200 insects will appear around him." Mei Daji, feeling secretly relieved as he escaped the store, thought the convenience store's glass was already broken. It was only a matter of time before insects would come in. Everyone will die soon. He knew a nearby place to hide. Suddenly, a giant locust pounced on him, and more insects emerged from the fog, swarming over his body, frenziedly gnawing at him. To his death, he couldn't understand why he was so unlucky to encounter so many insects as soon as he stepped outside. Lin Luo gently stroked Wen Yuxi's hair, reassuring her, "Sister Wen, don't be afraid. It's all over now." Wen Yuxi looked up at Lin Luo and asked softly, "Did you really let him go?" Lin Luo replied gravely. Of course not. How could I easily forgive someone who dared to harm the most important person to me? Only by letting him die under the fangs of countless insects can he repay a fraction of his sins. When Yusi's face blushed at his words, just as she was about to ask more, Lady Kagaya suddenly appeared beside them, curiously asking, "Master, is she the one who will become your girlfriend?" Lin Luo was dumbfounded and scolded loudly, "Lady Kagaya, don't talk nonsense." When Yusi, already shy, turned away, unwilling to look at Lin Luo anymore, Lady Kagaya's face showed confusion as she earnestly asked, "Master, don't you like her? You said before that she's very important to you." At this point, Lin Luo was both embarrassed and excited, but he didn't deny Lady Kagaya's words. Instead, he chuckled sheepishly. Seeing Wen Yusi also looking at him, he became somewhat flustered. Just then, Wen Wen, who had fainted, suddenly woke up. Wen Yusi quickly rushed over and hugged her, checking her injuries. Finding that she was mainly just having a headache, she carefully helped her up. Seeing Lin Luo, a stranger, Wen Wen clung to Wen Yusi in fear. "Wen Wen, don't be afraid. He's my good friend Lin Luo. He saved us." Wen Yusi reassured her, blushing. Wen Wen looked at Lin Luo curiously, wondering when Wen Yusi had such a handsome friend. Lin Luo, seeing both girls were safe, urged them to leave quickly. There's no barrier at the door, and soon a swarm of insects will fill the place. Half an hour later, Lin Luo escorted Wen Yusi to her home. Upon opening the door, Li Junjie greeted Wen Yusi with a look of joy, and the mother and daughter hugged tightly, both somewhat shaken. After settling down in the living room, Li Junjie served Lin Luo fragrant tea, praising him profusely. Lin Luo, slightly embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, noticing her father's absence. When Yusi asked her mother about him, Li Junjie's expression turned worried. "Your dad, a public servant, was notified to stay on duty at the office today. I hope he's safe." Lin Luo paused, realizing the timing. When Yusi's father worked in a service center with open doors, easily accessible to insects. They probably didn't know about the insect's phototactic nature. If the building's lights attract insects, isn't that like an open invitation, he thought. Suddenly standing up, Lin Luo spoke seriously. "Auntie Li, Sister Wen, I must go to Uncle Wen's office right now." When Yusi immediately objected, "No, it's too dangerous outside. There are insects everywhere." Lin Luo looked at her tenderly, reassuring, "Don't worry, Sister Wen, I will bring Uncle Wen back safely." Half an hour later, Lin Luo arrived at the Hang City Service Center. Faint cries and shouts could be heard inside, suggesting he was too late and insects had already attacked. Lin Luo suddenly felt an oppressive aura and looked around cautiously. Mouse-level disaster creatures shouldn't be higher than level 20. Just then, part of the office building's upper left corner collapsed, revealing a shadow dozens of meters tall in the fog. Lin Luo gasped in shock. "It's a wormhole guardian." He gazed at the wormhole guardian, slightly dazed. Creatures in disasters typically come through wormholes, and those near the wormholes, called wormhole guardians, have higher levels. Killing a wormhole guardian can stop the corresponding area's disaster. Before the world descended into chaos, the authorities had once released information. Anyone who provides the specific location of a wormhole guardian and contributes to its siege will receive extremely generous rewards. Lin Luo thought, staring at the wormhole guardian, a level 30+ behemoth. He wondered if it was luck or misfortune, but his priority was to save Uncle Wen. Inside the office building, Guanbang and Wen Jiangwo were hiding from the insects, barricading themselves in an archive room with cabinets against the door. The two soon-to-retire men trembled in fear, sweating profusely as the door dented under the insects' attacks. Never in their lives had they faced anything more bizarre and terrifying than this day. Suddenly, the window above Wen Jiangwo's head shattered, causing both men to scream in terror. But after a while, no insects came through the window, and the banging outside ceased. Then, Lin Luo's voice came from outside. "Uncle Wen, it's Lin Luo. Are you in there?" Wen Jiangwo looked astonished. "Lin Luo?" They hurriedly opened the door and saw Lin Luo, short blade in hand, smiling as he greeted them, with the bisected insects on the ground no longer struggling. Meanwhile, at Hang City's martial arts square, Yu Taijie, clenching his teeth, lamented, "Sacred Forest, the secret realm for energy acquisition, was cleared by Dark Emperor before us." Yu Taijie had sacrificed many global firsts to gather these strongest awakeners, and now Dark Emperor had beaten him to the realm. The secret realm's display showed, clearing player, Dark Emperor, time, 1 hour 52 minutes, remaining refresh time, 18 hours. Qin Fan, curious, asked, "He spent so long? Did he solo the realm? How did his substitute sustain the energy for such a prolonged battle?" Yu Taijie, grim-faced, explained, "Normally, the energy consumption isn't this high. You can just help NPCs at the right time. I just didn't expect someone to beat us to it." Lu Yu speculated, "Old Yu, seems like Dark Emperor is also a time traveler like you." Yu Taijie, face ashen, admitted it was likely, but couldn't fathom how Dark Emperor had stolen his power and traveled with him. "The only shortcoming of us, the SS class and above awakeners, is that substitute requires a massive energy supply, but now's not the time for that. I know other realms for energy farming. I refuse to believe he's cleared them all, and as for Dark Emperor, I'll have to confront him sooner or later." Just then, Lin Luo had just escorted Father Wen home. Father Wen, still dazed, couldn't grasp the day's surreal events, finding it unbelievable that such terrifying insects were easily chopped up by the young man his family had been supporting supporting since childhood. Lin Luo, noticing Uncle Wen's confusion, quickly explained. Uncle Wen, I've awakened an S-level talent, which enables me to kill those insects. Uncle Wen, surprised, responded. Is an S-level talent that strong? We've also awakened talents. For example, I've awakened a D-level talent, strength, which accelerates physical recovery. I can now climb 5 floors without getting out of breath. Auntie Wen also shared with interest. I've awakened a C-level talent, wisdom. It has greatly improved my memory. They say it can even prevent senile dementia. When Yusi, with her hands affectionately on Lin Luo's shoulders, boasted, I'm even more impressive than you two. I've awakened an A-level talent, heavenly voice. It makes my singing more beautiful and can restore everyone's stamina and add various beneficial effects. At this moment, Auntie Wen curiously asked Lin Luo, what talent did you awaken? Lin Luo paused for a moment, knowing that directly asking about someone's talent was taboo in the current environment. However, he understood Auntie Wen's simple concern and curiosity, and replied, Auntie, I've awakened an S-level talent called Heavenly Justice. It's a talent powerful offensive capabilities. When Yusi, with an expectant look, said, Lin Luo, you're so amazing. I'm too scared to go on dungeon runs. Take me with you when you have time. Uncle Wen, somewhat emotional, remarked, every generation has its talents. Lin Luo, your social status in the future will be very high. Make sure to seize this opportunity. Responding to the future father-in-law's advice, Lin Luo naturally promised to do so. Uncle Wen, standing up tiredly, said, Lin Luo, you've worked hard today. It's getting late, and we have a guest room. You can stay here for the night. Lin Luo was momentarily stunned and felt somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, Wen Yusi quickly grabbed his hand to show him the room. Uncle Wen watched Lin Luo's back, lost in thought. Back then, it was because he saw the two of them being overly intimate that he talked to Lin Luo, leading to the self-conscious Lin Luo voluntarily cutting off ties with the Wen family. He never imagined that the orphanage boy would become their family's savior after many years of separation. The next morning, Lin Luo woke up from his sleep feeling somewhat bewildered by everything that happened the previous day. He had not only saved Sister Wen and Uncle Wen, but also ended up staying at their house. The warmth he felt was comforting, but he knew it wasn't time to relax yet. There's still a lot for him to do. His brother is still waiting for his rescue. The priority now is to strengthen himself, to seek out the next S-level or higher substitute as soon as possible. In a building, a middle-aged man is focusing on conjuring his substitute. With an evil face, he declares, with the fear and despair of all beings, I summon you, Fear Demon King. Behind him, endless evil flames surge up, and the terrifying figure of a demon king-like entity instantly appears. The middle-aged man looks at the figure with joy, laughing somewhat maniacally. Is this an SS-level substitute? My very own SS-level substitute. The Fear Demon King looks down at the man and whispers, my servant, go forth, sacrifice the fear and despair of living beings to me. I will grant you invincible power. After leaving the Wen family, he immediately begins choosing his next plunder target. Among the 15 executives of the Smiling Coffin organization, Lu Ming and Zhou Yu have already been eliminated by him. There are 2 others confirmed to have awakened S-level talents, Hu Jinming and Guotao. Lin Luo immediately instructs Master of Wishes to send him Hu Jinming's location. Master of Wishes quickly harnesses the power of the Book of Wishes. Moments later, a person's coordinates appear in Lin Luo's mind. He turns his head, his profound gaze seeming to pierce through the endless fog to a certain figure. He leaps from the rooftop and swiftly heads in that direction. The joy of the hunt brings a genuine smile to Lin Luo's face. Meanwhile, Hu Jinming, still immersed in the madness of summoning an SS-level substitute, is oblivious to the impending danger. His little daughter, somewhat timidly, calls out, Daddy. This brings him back from his frenzy. He crouches down and gently touches his daughter's head, calming her fears and softly saying, Daddy's going out to buy you something tasty. Will you wait for me at home? The daughter's fearful gaze never dissipates. She is genuinely scared of her father's substitute. After speaking, Hu Jinming, accompanied by the Fear Demon King, walks out the door, heading into the fog without hesitation, leaving his daughter alone, frightened in the corner. Soon, the fog resounds with the screams of insects and the Fear Demon King's wild laughter. As the Fear Demon King rampages, Hu Jinming's level also starts to skyrocket. This feeling of leveling up effortlessly and quickly, without moving a muscle, drives him into further madness. He's actually a tragic figure. His family was poor, but always happy and harmonious. Then, his wife ran off with a wealthy person, and he constantly faced ridicule and humiliation. He became despondent until the moment of global awakening, when he awakened the extremely rare dual S-level talent, Emotion Detonator, summoning the SS-level substitute, Fear Demon King, with the fear and despair of all in Hang City. Just as Hu Jinming revels in his triumph, the Fear Demon King's deep voice resonates. Servant, my power is still too weak. The souls of these creatures are too feeble. Their fear is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Hu Jinming, somewhat bewildered, asked, then where can we find enough fear? The Fear Demon King, with a seductive voice, replied, only the fear produced by human souls is the most delicious nourishment for me. Hu Jinming, upon hearing that it wanted to kill humans, fell into hesitation. A wisp of green fog kept eroding his mind. Again, the persuasive voice of the Fear Demon King resonated. My poor servant, don't you yearn for great power? Do you want to continue being mocked and trampled by others? The green light in Hu Jinming's eyes intensified, a surge of impulse instantly suppressing the hesitation in his heart. He immediately grinned and said, "As you command, master." Soon, they arrived at a residential area. The Fear Demon King smashed open the door of a house. Inside, a man was tightly holding his wife and newborn child, looking at the Fear Demon King in front of them with a face full of horror. Seeing the family of three, Hu Jinming's clear eyes suppressed the green light, and he cautiously said, "Scaring them should be enough to generate fear, right? There's no need to actually kill people." Just then, the man charged forward with a knife. The Fear Demon King, ignoring Hu Jinming's plea, directly pierced the man's abdomen and then licked the fresh blood from his hand with enjoyment. The fear of humans is indeed much sweeter and more delicious than that of monsters. Hu Jinming, pale-faced, watched all this and timidly muttered to himself, "What exactly is the substitute I've nurtured?" Fear Demon King was crouching on the corpses, constantly sucking in a green breath from him. Moments later, its greedy gaze shifted to a woman nearby. Hu Jinming hurried forward to stop him, loudly condemning Fear Demon King's actions. Seeing this, Fear Demon King sneered menacingly and pushed him against the wall. The scorching breath sprayed directly onto his face. "Servant, I heed your summon, born from the despair and fear of all beings absorbed from the depths of your soul. I am the catastrophe. Put away your hypocritical kindness. When I have had my fill, I will naturally grant you invincible power." After saying this, he tossed him next to the woman, threatening, "You kill this woman." Hu Jinming, upon hearing this, was instantly horrified, turned around, and tried to flee the scene. Fear Demon King let out a strange laugh, and a wave of green mist drifted towards Hu Jinming, enveloping him. Hu Jinming's expression became dazed, his face quickly contorted into a ferocious look, his eyes completely filled with a dim green light. He picked up a dagger from the ground, and with a sinister laugh, stabbed at the terrified woman. Seeing her fate sealed, the woman desperately pleaded for her child not to be harmed. Hu Jinming, without any hesitation, immediately filled the room with the woman's wails of agony. Just at that moment, the fog in the corridor swiftly dissipated, and a figure swiftly entered the room. It was Lin Luo, who arrived belatedly. In the room, a man covered in blood was sinisterly stabbing a woman's body repeatedly. The mutilated woman had already stopped struggling. Seeing this, Lin Luo coldly snorted, and without hesitation, ordered Dark Emperor to kill the man. Just then, a figure appeared behind Hu Jinming. Lin Luo looked up and saw a strong demon with wings on its back and horns on its head standing there, facing Dark Emperor's iron fist. The opponent easily caught it with one hand. Fear Demon King's gaze towards Lin Luo was filled with greed, and his sinister voice rang in his ear. "I didn't expect you to have such a powerful soul. Such intense emotions would be delicious if immersed in despair." After speaking, he surprisingly punched Dark Emperor away. The always victorious Dark Emperor was now being suppressed, and his life points started crazily dropping. Lin Luo felt a warning in his heart just as the demonic figure approached him. The ferocious punch was so swift it almost caught him. A second-class advancement legendary master, off guard, facing Fear Demon King's sudden heavy punch. A sudden umbrella appeared in front of Lin Luo. Lady Kagaya's timely appearance shielded him from this fatal blow. The next moment, a series of thunderous noises exploded in his ears, the umbrella precisely blocking all attacks, withstanding the demon's attacks without breaching Lady Kagaya's defense. As Fear Demon King grew impatient, a burly figure suddenly appeared beside him, landing a heavy punch on his face. Fear Demon King staggered, roaring furiously, "I am the mighty Fear Demon King. All of you, get out of my way." Two strong substitutes instantly started a frenzied brawl in the living room, without any defense or dodging, just a crazy onslaught of punches. Seeing Dark Emperor again being suppressed, Lin Luo immediately ordered Lady Kagaya to assist. Her umbrella instantly transformed into a long sword, and she swiftly charged in. Fear Demon King suddenly burst out with a ring of demon energy, shocking both substitutes at the same time. Lady Kagaya accidentally got hit by a punch, her frail body instantly flung away. Lin Luo hurried to catch her, just as Fear Demon King raised his fists high, ready to smash them down on Dark Emperor. Lin Luo raised his head, his eyes flickering with cold light, and with a light shout, several green, slick tentacles instantly extended from his back. Fear Demon King's fists were instantly entangled by tentacles, followed by even more tentacles tightly binding Fear Demon King. Just as Fear Demon King was about to burst out with demon energy, a long knife fiercely stabbed into his chest. Fear Demon King roared unwillingly, green flames suddenly engulfing his body. He bellowed, "I will not die. I am the fear in the hearts of all beings. As long as fear exists, I will come back." His muscular demonic body directly turned into a wisp of green flame, then scattered with the wind. As Fear Demon King dissipated, Hu Jinming, who was just laughing crazily, stiffened. The green light in his eyes faded, returning to clarity. When he saw the scene before him, he let out a hoarse scream. Seeing the mutilated woman, he collapsed to the ground. He thought he had gained the power to turn his life around, but he didn't expect to unleash a terrifying murderous demon, even being manipulated by it. As Hu Jinming was lost in thought, a faint voice sounded in his ear. "Do you have any last words before dying?" He suddenly looked up, only to see the man who killed his substitute coldly looking down at him. He nervously said in a hurry, "Last last words? What are you going to do? This is a misunderstanding. I didn't mean it. I was just controlled by my substitute. Lin Luo slowly pulled out his short blade and said calmly, murder for murder. You know this principle, don't you? And as long as you are alive, your substitute could cause chaos again. Hu Jinming, with a vacant look, murmured, you are right. Murder for murder is only fair. He stood up, speaking in a daze. I only have one request. My daughter is waiting for me to return home. Please tell her that daddy has gone to a faraway place, and I will come back to find her when she grows up. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Luo stabbed his chest with a knife, whispering in his ear, don't worry, I will take care of your daughter. Hu Jinming showed gratitude in his eyes, thanked him, and then breathed his last. Looking at Hu Jinming lying in the pool of blood, Lin Luo also felt a bit melancholic. Just then, a prompt sounded in his ear. Your S-Class talent Plunder has been activated. Please choose one among the target's attribute values, talent effects, skill effects, and soul power to plunder. Lin Luo, thinking of the opponent's demonic-like substitute, which required his 3 substitutes to kill, was sure it was at least an SS-Class talent. And from the looks of it, that demonic substitute seemed to backlash and control its master. If he chose soul power, he could directly advance an S-Class talent to SS-Class. But if he chose talent effect, he would obtain that powerful substitute. Lin Luo quickly made his choice. He wanted that demonic substitute. Hu Jinming couldn't tame it, but that didn't mean he couldn't successfully plunder the target's talent. Congratulations on obtaining the SS-Class talent. Emotion Igniter. A surge of unprecedented, tumultuous power crazily rushed into his body. Lin Luo immediately opened his attribute panel. The SS-Class talent Emotion Igniter actually has 2 exclusive skills. The first skill, Emotional Induction, allows sensing the emotions of all beings within a 300,000 meter radius. The second skill, Emotional Detonation, can intensify the emotions of any being within a 300,000 meter radius by 10-fold. Lin Luo looked at the talent attributes, somewhat baffled. Although the skill range is ridiculously large, and the ability to control others' emotions is not bad, it doesn't seem to have any special features. Lin Luo immediately thought of that demonic figure. It seems this talent, like his Rainy Night talent, has its main abilities in the substitute. He then eagerly summoned the substitute corresponding to the Emotion Igniter talent. Suddenly, the sky thundered loudly, and a pink figure descended from the sky. In front of Lin Luo suddenly appeared an expanding and contracting pink flesh ball. Lin Luo was again baffled. What is this? Where's my demonic substitute? He looked bewilderedly at the flesh ball in front of him and quickly checked its attributes. He was dumbfounded. The new substitute is named Fetal Movement. Apart from its full growth value, the other attributes are basically 0, and it only has one skill called Gestation. The substitute will absorb a certain main emotion decided by the host within a 300,000 meter radius as nourishment to be born. This means the substitute is not fixed in terms of abilities and forms, but requires the host's subsequent decision. Lin Luo decided to try it. He slowly closed his eyes, then activated the new talent skill Emotional Induction. His spirit began to extend infinitely. The emotions of all beings in Hang City reflected in his perception. He seemed to hear countless voices. Various emotions accompanied by these chaotic voices appeared one by one. Helplessness, fear and despair, anxiety and anticipation. Soon, the 5-second duration of emotional induction ended. Lin Luo broke out in a cold sweat, gasping loudly. Although it was only 5 seconds, the emotions and voices of millions of people were terrifying. Perhaps only high-spirit mages could bear it without burden. Now, Hang City is sealed by white fog, filled with negative emotions everywhere. Among these negative emotions, fear is one of the strongest. This might also be the reason why Hu Jinming chose this emotion as the nourishment for the substitute. Unexpectedly, it gave birth to the terrifying Fear Demon King. Although Fear Demon King is powerful, it is a double-edged sword. Since the direction of the substitute's gestation can be chosen, it's worth sensing the emotions of beings a few more times. There might be better choices. After understanding all this, Lin Luo put away the new substitute and asked Master of Wishes about the location of Hu Jinming's daughter. The little girl was scared, huddled in a corner, waiting for her dad to come home. Just then, a knock on the door sounded, and Lin Luo's voice came from outside. Xinyue, are you home? I am your dad, Hu Jinming's friend. Upon hearing Lin Luo's voice, Xinyue immediately opened the door for him. Soon after, the two got acquainted, and little Xinyue happily ate the food Lin Luo brought her. After a moment of thought, Lin Luo spoke. Your dad is protecting Hang City and can't come back for now. He asked me to take care of you during this time. Xinyue's eyes were full of admiration. I knew my dad was very powerful. Lin Luo turned to her and voiced his earlier doubt. Xinyue, you just opened the door for me directly. Weren't you afraid I was a trickster? Little Xinyue innocently said. My talent is emotional induction. I can feel that brother Lin Luo has only pure goodwill. So, Xinyue believes. Brother Lin Luo really is my dad's good friend. Lin Luo was slightly startled upon hearing this. He didn't expect Xinyue and her father, Hu Jinming, to awaken similar emotional talents. After staying a while longer, Lin Luo reminded little Xinyue not to open the door for strangers and then left. Lin Luo decided that once the fog cleared, he would send Xinyue to Wen Yuxi's home. Wen's mother, now retired, might be willing to adopt this orphan girl. In this chaotic world, people People like Hu Jinming, unable to control themselves, are not uncommon. Conventional norms are no longer so important. For Lin Luo, only by becoming stronger can he protect those he wants to protect, to master his own destiny. Even if his hands are stained with blood, he will never give up. The voice in Lin Luo's heart gradually shifted from hesitation to determination. I, Lin Luo, am neither a punisher of justice, nor a tyrannical dictator. I aspire to be the maker of rules. At the entrance of Hidden Spirits Temple in Hang City, 5 figures slowly arrived. It was Yu Taijie and others. He expressed his doubt. Why isn't it here? According to my past life memory, the Wormhole Guardian should appear here. Lu Yu suddenly spoke from the side. I think before we find the Wormhole Guardian, our 5-person team needs a leader. What do you think, old Yu? Yu Taijie's face was expressionless, merely asking non-committally. It seems Master Lu wants to be the leader. Lu Yu's gaze was fixed on Yu Taijie. We are probably the most powerful awakeners in Hang City. Who else but me for the position of leader? I can defeat the other 3 alone. Only you. I cannot see through, Yu Taijie said indifferently. Although we are the highest talented group in Hang City, Dark Emperor has a significant head start. He might not be weaker than us. Right now, we need my past life memory to lead the way to level up. It's better for everyone not to fight among ourselves. Lu Yu spoke with disdain. Aren't you overestimating that Dark Emperor? Didn't you say there was no such person in your past life? We both have SSS class talents. How could he be stronger than us? Since you're so wary of this Dark Emperor, if I kill him for you, take back his power, wouldn't that prove I'm more suited to be the leader than you? Yu Taijie dodged Lu Yu's reaching hand and said indifferently, Dark Emperor took away my power, and I will take it back sooner or later, without your interference. Lu Yu thought sinisterly. I wonder if killing Dark Emperor will allow me to take Yu Taijie's power. At the very least, I can't let him successfully recover his strength. Once he regains his full form, gaining control won't be so easy. Yu Taijie paid no more attention to Lu Yu and turned to the young man at the back of the team, saying, Can you sense any trace of the Wormhole Guardian nearby? The young man closed his eyes, and in a moment, everything within a kilometer was within his sight. After a moment, he opened his eyes and slowly said, The strongest life form within a kilometer is a level 7 giant pincer mantis. Yu Taijie became somewhat annoyed and said, It seems the early mouse-level disaster has caused a shift in the position of the dimensional wormhole, making it different from my past life. Meanwhile, Lin Luo returned to the Hang City Administrative Center. His target was the Wormhole Guardian he had accidentally discovered earlier. Lin Luo looked up at the towering mountain-like monster and swallowed hard. This Wormhole Guardian is so huge, probably even one of its leg hairs is thicker than my thigh. As Lin Luo approached, the attribute panel of the Void King insect appeared before him. This insect, clearly only a level 34 D-class creature, had life points 10 times that of the level 35 ugly monster leader he had encountered earlier, and both of its skills were about summoning minions, a ruthless tactic of an insect swarm. No wonder Hang City had to deploy a large army and missiles to kill it in the past life. But apart from its summoning ability, it doesn't seem as powerful as it looks, and such high attribute values are the perfect target for Dark Emperors seized by force. Thinking this, Lin Luo immediately summoned his 2 substitutes. Without a word, they charged at it. Dark Emperor directly used his exclusive skill, Seize by Force, but unexpectedly, the normally invincible Seize by Force failed this time. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback, not expecting the Wormhole Guardian to be so resilient. At that moment, the huge figure in front of him let out a thunderous roar, and the next second, the continuous, piercing noise of an insect swarm resounded in the fog. A dense army of insects quickly surrounded Lin Luo. Although they were low-level creatures, being overwhelmed by the swarm would make it hard for Lin Luo to protect himself, but the sheer number of creatures also meant a massive amount of experience points, which he didn't want to give up easily. Lin Luo immediately ordered Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya to abandon the Void King insect and attack the insect swarm. Lady Kagaya elegantly weaved through the swarm, gracefully reaping the lives of these hideous creatures, while Dark Emperor's punches exploded, turning the low-level insects into a mist of blood and remains. But the swarm was too numerous, and no sooner had they slain one group than another surrounded them. Even Lin Luo himself was quickly encircled by the swarm. Dozens of swift sword auras swept through, rapidly harvesting the lives of the insects. The sounds of gaining experience points were incessant. At that moment, a helicopter broke through the clouds, with Yao Mushi on board doing a report. The cameraman's face changed slightly, pointing to a spot in the sea of clouds. Yao Mushi quickly looked over. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see a gigantic creature emerging from the sea of clouds, and it seems there is someone fighting with it on its back. For the first time in her career, Yao Mushi lost her composure on camera, exclaiming loudly, This is incredible. Although the world has entered the era of global awakening, most people are not of a high level. How could someone be battling such a mountainous creature? Let's fly closer. We must capture this hero's valiant image, and let Hang City and the entire world witness his bravery. Standing on the back of this colossal creature were Lin Luo and 2 others. The number of insects was overwhelming, causing Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya to rapidly consume their energy. Lin Luo immediately crushed a god-given crystal fragment to restore their energy, then ordered the 2 substitutes to continue slaughtering the insects without relenting. He also joined the battle himself, but the Swift Sword aura consumed too much mana, forcing him to buy a large number of mana potions through the game interface to replenish the rapidly depleting mana. However, continuing the fight like this was not cost-effective. Just then, he heard the leveling up sound in his ear. Lin Luo's mind lit up, and he joyously allocated all 8 attribute points gained from leveling up to agility, and all 4 skill points to All Swords Return to Origin. After the upgrade, All Swords Return to Origin would automatically generate 7 Swift Sword auras per second, and could recall the emitted sword auras unharmed, significantly reducing mana consumption. After level 24, the power he could bring out of the instance also reached 67%, greatly enhancing his combat capabilities. Lin Luo knew it was time for a decisive battle with the Void King insect. To show who rules Hang City, the 2 substitutes led the way, firmly protecting Lin Luo behind them, and the trio charged from the back of the Void King insect towards its head, leaving no survivors in their path. With Lin Luo's roar, Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya attacked the Void King insect directly, while he himself unleashed Swift Sword aura to clear the path for the 2 substitutes. Lin Luo summoned the Master of Wishes, wishing that no insect could come within a meter of him. Then he abruptly pulled out an A-class Raging Crystal and used it on the Green Demon. An A-class Raging Crystal, now worth 3 million on the game market, could increase a substitute's abilities by 30% for 2 minutes. Dozens of green tentacles burst out from his back, twisting together with the Swift Sword aura to kill the surrounding insects. For a time, he alone held back all the monsters, creating a perfect output environment for the 2 substitutes. Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya crazily attacked the head of the Void King insect. Suddenly, the giant body of the Void King insect started to tremble, nearly throwing the unsteady Lin Luo off. At that moment, the life points of the Void King insect had dropped to 30%, and it unhesitatingly used its innate skill, King Insect Roar. An invisible sound wave rapidly spread out within 10 kilometers, causing both resting and feeding insects to stop and turn towards their king. Seeing this, Lin Luo's face changed, ordering Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya to continue attacking the king insect, not giving it any chance to breathe, while he unhesitatingly charged into a sea of insects several times larger than before. At that moment, the helicopter in the sky was still circling. Yao Mushi's voice was choked as she reported, "Ladies and gentlemen, in this moment of crisis for the entire city, our people have not surrendered. Look, on the back of that monster, someone is fighting bloodily with the creatures." Yao Mushi vowed to herself, she must bring back the entire heroic story of these heroes. She wants everyone to know who was fighting desperately for them in their most desperate and darkest moments. Such heroes should be remembered by all people. At this point, Lin Luo had gone completely berserk in battle, not even having time to check how much life the Void King insect had left. He felt his attacks slowing down, and his thoughts becoming sluggish. He had accounted for everything but forgot one thing: his physical strength was limited. Just then, the Master of Wishes appeared unsolicited, chanting softly, "Let me completely restore my great master's condition immediately." With the turning of the Book of Wishes, the somewhat slow-thinking Lin Luo finally regained clarity. He hurriedly thanked, "Thank you again, Master of Wishes." The Master of Wishes respectfully bowed. "Great Master, alleviating your worries is my duty. I shall take my leave now. I wish you great success in battle." At this moment, Lin Luo felt exceptionally energetic, his eyes shimmering with a cold chill. "Void King insect, let's continue and see who can endure longer." Lin Luo leaped high, slashing his knife towards the insect's head. Dozens of green tentacles instantly extended from his back, fiercely penetrating the king insect's body. The exclusive skill of the Storm Swordsman, All Swords Return to Origin, was pushed to its limit. With a huge roar, the Void King insect screamed in agony. Its last bit of health was wiped out at that moment, and its massive body fell unwillingly to the ground. The Void King insect emitted a piercing, earth-shattering wail, forcing everyone in the helicopter to cover their ears. Lin Luo exerted all his strength to slash at the neck of the Void King insect, severing its head. The decapitated Void King insect fell powerlessly to the ground. All around the globe, 6 consecutive announcement notifications rang in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the player Dark Emperor for being the first player globally to kill a Wormhole Guardian. Reward: 1 10-spin lottery ticket for the Destiny Wheel. Reward: 10 Fate Crystals. Hearing the global announcement, Yao Mushi's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Lin Luo standing on the insect's head. The first in the world? Could that young man be Dark Emperor? She then said with a choked voice, "Incredible. I never imagined that the legendary figure who achieved multiple global accomplishments would be from our Hang City." The helicopter descended lower, hovering above Lin Luo. Seeing Lin Luo's youthful face, Yao Mushi blushed, thinking, "I never thought the legendary Dark Emperor would be so young. I hope I get a chance to personally interview this legendary hero." At this time, Lin Luo also heard a series of notifications in his ear. "Congratulations, player. You have gained 43,200,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully killing the Wormhole Guardian Void King insect. Congratulations on winning a 10 consecutive spin on the Fate Wheel and 10 Fate Crystals. Congratulations on leveling up to level 27. Fate Crystals can increase the success rate of equipment forging by 50%. A great item for forging equipment. 10 Fate Crystals equal a 100% success rate for forging equipment. 5 5 times. With the death of the Void King insect, all the insects suddenly panicked, no longer attacking the enemies in the air, but scattered and disappeared into the vast fog. After the battle with the Void King insect, there were not many fragments of the God-given crystal left, urgently needing replenishment. The sacred forest should have refreshed by now. Lin Luo planned to quickly go replenish some in the afternoon. Lin Luo, leading a group of substitutes, walked leisurely on the fog-covered streets. He casually picked an Audi A4 and instructed, "Master of Wishes, open the car door. Take me to Martial Arts Plaza first, and then locate Ji Weiniang's position." Meanwhile, in a factory on the outskirts of Hang City, several young men with cameras were filming a girl with lecherous smiles. The girl, named Ji Weiniang, had been wandering in Hang City since the destruction of Country R a year ago. Now, she had been tricked into this factory by several wealthy second-generation youths under the guise of filming a TV show. One of the rich youths said with a lewd smile, "The TV show we're filming is exactly the kind you excel in. You're a famous actress, and it's an honor to work with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the men started tearing off Ji Weiniang's clothes. Ji Weiniang fell to the ground with tears streaming down her face, her hands tightly protecting her chest. Filming movies and TV shows had always been her dream, but she never imagined she would end up here, deceived by these wealthy youths and her agent. What these wealthy youths didn't notice was that behind them, a figure with black wings and horns, the charming queen, was slowly materializing. After about an hour of driving, the group arrived at a factory. Lin Luo looked at the locked iron gate of the factory, filled with doubts. Why would a woman be in such a desolate factory? Lady Kagaya cut the lock chain with one strike, and then Dark Emperor slowly pushed open the heavy iron doors. What they saw was not an abandoned factory, but rather a bar that had been modified. Lin Luo's gaze swept casually and saw several men lying haphazardly on the ground, lifeless, but with sleazy smiles on their faces. Lin Luo suddenly felt a sense of crisis rising in his heart. He quickly uttered in a low voice, "I wish to be immune to any harm for the next 30 seconds. Right after he spoke, he felt a surge of pink energy rushing towards him. In the next moment, he lost consciousness and fell backward. Lady Kagaya quickly caught him, calling out loudly, "Master, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, accompanied by a series of enchanting and seductive laughs. Seeing this, Master of Wishes immediately instructed Dark Emperor to stay and protect Lin Luo, while he and Lady Kagaya rushed into the mist to apprehend the troublemaker behind them. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, dressed in a suit, appeared in a room. The room was pink, and a wedding photo of him and Wen Yusi was placed on the cabinet. Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise, "Have I already married Sister One?" As Lin Luo pondered in confusion, the door echoed with two familiar voices. Wen Yusi and Lady Kagaya, dressed in seductive gowns, walked in. Their expressions were somewhat different from usual, a flirtatious demeanor with blushes on their faces, like ripe fruits ready to be plucked. This erotic scene made Lin Luo instantly spurt out a mouthful of blood. He felt an uncontrollable surge of emotions rising within him. "Why are you here? And even dressed like this?" While Lin Luo was slightly dazed, Wen Yusi and Lady Kagaya had already snuggled up to his side, accompanied by an alluring scent. Their hands gently caressed him. Back in the factory, the succubus queen narrowly dodged a strike from Lady Kagaya. Sweating profusely, she retreated to a position 20 meters away from Lin Luo. She had almost died at the hands of this young girl. Lady Kagaya and Master of Wishes were looking at her coldly. Lady Kagaya, with a frosty face, threatened, "Quickly lift the control over my master, or the next strike will end your life." She then turned to Master of Wishes, asking, "Didn't the master already wish to be unharmed? Why has he lost consciousness now?" Master of Wishes, also puzzled, flipped through the Book of Wishes in his hand. "It's strange. The wish has already been fulfilled. Why was the master still attacked?" The succubus queen covered her lips with her hand and chuckled softly, "Because no one has attacked your host. I'm actually helping him. Your master is currently living a dream come true, enjoying himself in a blissful world until he's completely exhausted." Lin Luo's sixth substitute finally arrived. After hearing Charming Queen's explanation, Master of Wishes revealed a sudden smile and said, "Thank you for your explanation." Charming Queen's expression changed upon hearing this. "What do you mean?" She saw him quickly flipping through the Book of Wishes, chanting softly, "Book of Wishes, now let the master dispel this state." At this moment, although Lin Luo felt something was off, his reason was quickly consumed by desire. He looked at the two girls beside him, one his admired goddess, the other a beautiful young maiden, and a rapturous smile spread across his face. Lin Luo gently held Wen Yusi's cheeks in his hands, about to sink into tenderness, when the beautiful scene before him shattered like glass. The next moment, Lin Luo regained consciousness, greeted by the anxious face of Dark Emperor. He was momentarily disoriented. Lady Kagaya threw herself into Lin Luo's arms. "Master, you're finally awake." Thankfully, Master of Wishes saved you. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from afar. "How is this possible? How could my pink fantasy be dispelled so easily?" Lin Luo was drawn by this exclamation. He saw a horned, winged girl looking at them in disbelief. In an instant, Lin Luo realized that he had fallen into an illusion, likely the work of this girl-shaped substitute. Dark Emperor appeared in front of Charming Queen in a flash, sending her flying with a few punches. He then dragged out a woman attempting to escape from behind a wall. The woman, with a face full of fear, pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I didn't mean to hurt you. Lin Luo looked at the woman in front of him, finding her beautiful face somewhat familiar. Pointing to a nearby corpse, he asked, "You're Ji Weiniang, right? Did you kill these people?" Ji Weiniang started crying, showing a pitiable look. "They tricked me here, saying it was for a film shoot, but they intended to insult me. I didn't want to hurt them." Ji Weiniang threw herself into Lin Luo's arms, weakly saying, "Please spare me. I'll do anything. I can even be your girlfriend." Lin Luo's expression turned cold. "Even now, you dare use your talent on me." The next moment, a long sword pierced Ji Weiniang from behind. She looked incredulously at Lady Kagaya behind her. "My S-rank talent, Fatal Attraction." It had no effect. Lin Luo, watching Ji Weiniang fall into a pool of blood, began to plunder her talent. He coldly said, "Those men deserve to die, but you tried to kill me without a second thought. Clearly, you're no saint." System, take Ji Weiniang's talent. Lin Luo opened the attribute panel of his new talent, Fatal Attraction, with a rank of S. The effect, once used on a member of the opposite sex, your charm in their eyes will immediately increase tenfold, causing them to fall hopelessly in love with you. The stronger the willpower of the target, the slower the development of affection. Its only limitation is that it can only be used on the opposite sex. Next, he waved his hand and loudly summoned, "Come out, charming queen." Seeing the cute little loli in front of him, Lin Luo was uncertain whether to feel happy or disappointed. You are the charming queen?" The little loli's eyes twinkled cunningly, as if she saw right through Lin Luo's thoughts. "Master, you seem a bit disappointed." To his shock, her twin tails suddenly loosened, and her petite body quickly grew taller, transforming back into the enchanting charming queen. "Master, you seem to prefer this form of mine." Lin Luo, slightly taken aback and with a quickened heartbeat, awkwardly responded, "You should maintain your previous form." Charming queen, noticing her master's embarrassment, giggled and transformed back into her lowly form. "Master, your shy look is really cute." Observing the lowly charming queen, Lin Luo immediately opened her attribute panel. He realized that charming queen had two forms, the lowly form, which doesn't consume any energy, and the queen form, which increases her charm towards the opposite sex fivefold, consuming 1 energy point per hour. She also has a skill, Pink Fantasy, instantly pulls a being's consciousness into a blissful illusion. The being will awaken from the illusion upon experiencing pain. Energy consumption depends on the strength of the being. After reviewing, Lin Luo's face showed an expected expression. This new substitute is not for combat, but its energy attributes are at full value, and its control abilities are strong. Overall, it's a good substitute. Today's gains can be said to be very good. Lin Luo then turned to Master of Wishes and said, "I remember that from Ji Weiniang's organization. There's another person nicknamed Rage of the Ice Glacier, Lu Jianing. Master of Wishes, help me find his location." Meanwhile, in a residential area, Lu Jianing, injured, grumbled as he walked home. "What a lousy SS-rank talent, only activating when injured or in danger. It hurts like hell." Carrying the medicines he had just robbed, he pushed open his door, intending to treat his wounds. However, what he saw was his ex-girlfriend, Sun Xiaohong, wearing a JK-style short skirt and looking at him with tender eyes. Lu Jianing felt confused. "Sun Xiaohong, why are you here?" Sun Xiaohong slowly sat up from the bed. "Yes, Lu Jianing brother, I'm back." Lu Jianing, suddenly enraged, shouted, "Why are you back? Didn't you dump me after getting a job? A good horse doesn't return to old pastures. If you think you can order me around like a lapdog now that I have an SS-rank talent, let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible." Sun Xiaohong immediately embraced Lu Jianing and kissed him on the face before pulling him down onto the bed, looking at him affectionately. "Can't you forgive me, Lu Jianing brother? You can punish me however you like, as long as you're willing." Lu Jianing, who had never seen such a gentle side of Sun Xiaohong, lost his last bit of rationality. He leered and said, "Then let me teach you a good lesson." Meanwhile, Lin Luo, observing Lu Jianing lost in the illusion, exclaimed in surprise, "Little charming, your Pink Fantasy is really powerful." He fell without any suspicion. Then, with a cold look, he turned to Lady Kagaya. "Lady Kagaya, finish him." As she elegantly swung her sword towards Lu Jianing's neck, a blue light flashed. Lu Jianing, still in the illusion, astonishingly grabbed the sword, and no matter how hard Lady Kagaya tried, she couldn't pull it from his grasp. Lin Luo, shocked, exclaimed, "What's going on?" The next moment, a substitute surrounded by ice and snow emerged from Lu Jianing's body. "I am Arctic Destroyer. Those who dare challenge my majesty shall be annihilated." He grabbed Lady Kagaya's sword and forcefully flung her away. Seeing this, Lin Luo roared, "Dark Emperor, Green Demon, assist her." The opponent summoned an ice wall to block the attacks of the two substitutes, but it was shattered by Dark Emperor's punches. The white substitute then extended countless ice chains from its back. Dark Emperor found himself tightly bound, and several chains shot towards Lin Luo. Fortunately, Lady Kagaya, always vigilant, quickly sliced the incoming ice chains. After the dangerous moment, Lin Luo was not frightened but rather excited. "I didn't expect the opponent to have an automatically protective substitute. This is fantastic. I must have his talent." Knowing this was at least an SS rank substitute, and that Dark Emperor and the others were no match for it, Lin Luo immediately recalled them. Arctic Destroyer, seeing the opponents withdraw their substitutes, didn't immediately pursue but taunted, "Are you scared? Don't have the courage to strike at me anymore?" Lin Luo, with a hint of a smile, replied, "You're joking, right? I have a million ways to defeat you. I'm just considering which way to use for the most thrill. I didn't expect you to be quite interesting to talk to. You plan to defend your host while trying to provoke me with words, luring me into a mistake, and then take the opportunity to kill me, the human host, right?" Arctic Destroyer's expression shifted slightly, surprised by the young Lin Luo's sharp mind. Lin Luo laughed heartily. "Your rank is at least SS level, while my substitutes are only S level. Facing you alone wouldn't be fair." Then, Lin Luo stretched out his hand, clenched his fist in the air, and loudly commanded, "Activate S-rank talent Perfect Fusion." Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya merge. Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya's figures began to glow brilliantly, gradually merging in midair. A formidable figure emerged from the light, a beautiful girl clad in black armor. Simultaneously, a new attribute panel appeared before Lin Luo. Lady Kagaya Dark Emperor form, ranked S++. She possessed both Dark Emperor's Seize by Force trait and Lady Kagaya's True Damage ability. Moreover, if the Dark Emperor's armor broke, it would instantly remove all negative statuses and increase agility by 60 points. Lin Luo was overjoyed. 350 agility points, and each attack deals 250 true damage, plus Dark Emperor's high defense. She's like the king of assassins. The next moment, Lady Kagaya dashed towards Arctic Destroyer with incredible speed, almost catching him off guard. Arctic Destroyer grew alert, realizing the new black-armored girl posed a significant threat. Not holding back, he unleashed his signature move, Frozen Nova. Countless ice shards burst from him, extending in all directions. However, Lady Kagaya didn't retreat. Her blade furiously flashed, instantly slicing the forming ice spikes. Seeing his Frozen Nova being outmatched by Lady Kagaya's attack speed, Arctic Destroyer couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. No longer conserving energy, he unleashed a surge of cold waves, activating his unique skill Eternal Ice Coffin. A giant ice coffin suddenly appeared beneath Lady Kagaya, trapping her inside. To Arctic Destroyer's shock, she shattered the massive ice coffin with a single strike and rapidly advanced towards him. Feeling unprecedented fear, Arctic Destroyer deployed Frozen Rain, which could slow movement speed. The icy droplets falling on Lady Kagaya's Dark Emperor armor not only slowed her down but also inflicted severe frost injuries. However, she merely frowned slightly before continuing her assault. Seeing Lady Kagaya's relentless assault, Arctic Destroyer desperately cast his skills as if they cost nothing. He couldn't fathom how this seemingly fragile girl could withstand so many of his attacks. As her gleaming blade struck him again, Arctic Destroyer felt both terror and a chill down his spine. Relying on his 0-degree ice armor, he struggled to fend off Lady Kagaya's strikes, continuously unleashing Frozen Rain on her Dark Emperor armor. Eventually, a shattering sound rang out. Lady Kagaya's Dark Emperor armor couldn't hold on any longer. The moment the armor broke, their fusion state was disrupted. However, this also triggered the Unshackle ability. The freezing slow effect on Lady Kagaya was instantly removed, and her agility increased by another 60 points. With a resolute gaze and a swift strike of her sword, Lady Kagaya decisively defeated Arctic Destroyer, turning him into a pile of shattered ice. She then walked to the bed and ended Lu Jianing, who was still immersed in the illusion. Afterwards, she obediently approached Lin Luo, looking up at him as if seeking approval. Lin Luo laughed heartily, giving them an affirming look. He then proceeded to plunder the defeated opponent's talent. As a surge of power filled his body, Lin Luo gained a new, powerful talent. He immediately opened the attribute panel of this new talent, named Persona Mask, ranked SS. Its effect: it conjured a persona mask from the most intense pursuits of one's personality, spirit, and will, summoning a guardian spirit that appears only when the host is in danger. The more lethal the danger, the more powerful the guardian spirit becomes. Lin Luo grimaced, a substitute that only appears in danger? Why are both SS ranked talents I got so quirky? Isn't there one that's straightforward to use? Despite the panel indicating that the guardian spirit only appears in danger, Lin Luo tried to summon it anyway, but nothing happened. His substitutes rushed to comfort him, suggesting this might be a limitation of SS rank substitutes. After thinking for a moment, Lin Luo had an idea. He looked up at Lady Kagaya and instructed, "Try slashing at my neck." Lady Kagaya hesitated. Lin Luo confidently explained, "This is how to activate my new talent. It can only summon the new substitute when I face a lethal threat." Lady Kagaya, hearing Lin Luo's command, transformed her umbrella into a long sword and cautiously said, "Master, here I go." She raised the blade, slowly bringing it down towards Lin Luo's neck, but stopped just a centimeter away. There was no reaction. Nothing happened. Lin Luo and his substitutes exchanged awkward glances. Master of Wishes then spoke up, "Master, perhaps your substitute didn't appear because it didn't sense any real danger to you, as Lady Kagaya had no intention of harming you." Lin Luo frowned slightly. What a troublesome way to summon. He then turned to Dark Emperor and ordered, "Dark Emperor, hit me in the chest with all your strength. Breaking or crippling is fine. Don't hold back." Without hesitation, Dark Emperor swiftly moved and threw a punch at Lin Luo's chest. Lin Luo watched the fist approach, suppressing his instinct to flee. At the last moment, as danger loomed, time seemed to stop. The surrounding substitutes appeared frozen in place. Simultaneously, a powerful force force emerged from deep within Lin Luo, and a majestic voice resounded in his mind. Your unbreakable will encourage the path you stand for, the justice you believe in. Let me witness it. From today, you are me, and I am you. Lin Luo's emotions and willpower reached their peak. A cold, white mask gradually materialized in midair, surrounded by azure flames. Lin Luo called out, "Heed my summons. Come forth, savior." A figure in a red dress with large black wings appeared before him, embodying a surge of overwhelming willpower. Dark Emperor was instantly repelled by this powerful force. Time resumed its flow, and Savior looked sternly at Dark Emperor. Savior spoke with authority. "Master, at your command, I can send him to hell." Dark Emperor, unaccustomed to such a challenge, was ready to engage again, but Lin Luo quickly intervened. "Stop. Since when can you act without my permission?" Seeing Lin Luo's anger, Dark Emperor and Savior quickly returned to his side. Savior even gave a slight bow. "I am your guardian spirit, named Savior, at your service." Lin Luo was quite pleased with the attitude of his new substitute, Savior. He was relieved that Savior wasn't a rebellious figure like Fear Demon King, and he found Savior to be a more reliable SS rank substitute compared to Fetal Movement. Eagerly, Lin Luo began examining Savior's attribute panel. The SS rank substitutes panel was much more detailed than those of his S rank substitutes. It included abilities to restore all of the host's health, create protective fields or attack enemies, and enhance allies or suppress enemy units. Great! The three skills are very comprehensive, including life-saving abilities, area of effect abilities, and support abilities. He asked Savior directly, "What does the 23% form mean?" Savior responded with a dignified voice, "Master, that percentage represents the amount of my strength I deemed necessary to protect you from the danger you faced just now." "So, you mean you only needed 23% of your strength to fend off this tough guy?" Savior, arms crossed and with an air of pride, replied, "Correct. Using even 1% more would have been a waste of my energy." Dark Emperor, unable to tolerate this belittlement, clenched his fists and charged at Savior. "Newcomer, you dare underestimate me? Let's see what you've got." Lin Luo, feeling a headache coming on, slapped his forehead. "It's getting hard to manage with more people in the team." He flicked Charming Queen on the forehead, warning her not to stir up trouble. Charming Queen, her forehead turning red, burst into tears and rushed into Lady Kagaya's arms. Lin Luo, observing the somewhat chaotic scene, suddenly missed the simpler days when he only had 3 substitutes: the obedient Dark Emperor with an intelligence of only 1 point, the understanding Master of Wishes, and the gentle Lady Kagaya. Now, he had the mischievous Charming Queen and the proud Savior, along with every substitute having high intelligence and distinct personalities. What if I fall into an illusion like last time and lose consciousness? It would be total chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Luo said, "Listen well, if I ever lose consciousness again, you all must follow Master of Wishes arrangements. Understood?" Lady Kagaya and the others readily agreed, showing their respect. Savior, after a brief silence, finally responded softly, "Master, I obey your command." Lin Luo was surprised by Savior's swift agreement and was about to praise him when Savior suddenly disappeared, leaving only a message: "The crisis is resolved. I'll return for now." Meanwhile, Master of Wishes knelt before Lin Luo and respectfully said, "Honored Master, thank you for your trust. I shall serve you with my utmost dedication." At the entrance of a secret realm shrouded in mist, Celestial Master Lu Yu was speaking sternly to the others. "We had an agreement. Old Yu takes 40% of the profits, I get 30, and each of you gets 10. Now everyone thinks they're too big for their britches." "Ha!" Hui Tailang responded calmly. "Yu Taijia controls the information, and you, Lu Yu, have strong and versatile abilities. We naturally agreed to this profit distribution, but now we're more familiar with our talents and substitutes, playing a bigger role in dungeons and secret realms. It's only reasonable to adjust our profit shares." Lu Yu burst into curses. "You're all ungrateful wretches, growing strong on our backs and now thinking of rebelling?" Yu Taijia, standing between the two factions, calmed everyone down. His SSS rank substitute, King of Time, appeared behind him, causing a look of wariness to appear on everyone's faces. Hui Tailang hurriedly tried to smooth things over with a smile. "Bro Yu, we have no issues with you. It's just Lu Yu's way of speaking that's unpleasant." Yu Taijia, ignoring Hui Tailang, spoke loudly. "Since everyone is dissatisfied with each other, from today onwards, apart from scheduled meetings, everyone will act independently. We'll discuss the division method for each secret realm conquest separately." Seeing the puzzled looks, he didn't keep them in suspense. "There are 13 D-level secret realms in Hang City where one can farm energy. Excluding the sacred forest that Dark Emperor just cleared, there are 12 left. Hui Tailang and I will take 2 each, and the rest of you can have 1 each. The remaining 4 will be open for fair competition. But let me make this clear, even if you end up in the same realm, no fighting to the death is allowed. If you want to conquer a realm on your own, that's your business. But if you want complete information about the realm from me to improve your chances, you'll need to give me 10% of your loot." After listening, Lu Yu immediately agreed. He wasn't foolish. Opposing now would likely push Yu Taijia to side with those 3 rebels. After hearing this, Hui Tailang and his companions quickly agreed to the new cooperation method. After bidding each other farewell, they each disappeared into the thick fog, leaving only Yu Taijia standing at the entrance entrance of the secret realm. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. In the end, it was my arrogance. Each of these four is a dragon among men, not content to be under others. Perhaps I should have first strengthened my own abilities before seeking them out. That might have been safer, Utaiji mused as he patted the small head of the King of Time. Let's go. We better go back to our old teammates. They're more reliable. Even though their talents aren't as strong as these few, at least I know them through and through. At this moment, Lin Luo was leading a group of substitutes, strolling through the streets shrouded in white fog. I remember there's a secret realm nearby called Tomb of Tears. The spoils of war inside, the mourner ashes, can also restore energy. The entry level for this realm is similar to the sacred forest. Right now, everyone's levels are low, and they're trapped in the fog, so it's likely no one has come here to grind. We just happen to be passing by today, so let's grind here as well. However, now I have an additional substitute, and it's an SS level 1 at that. This one is a major energy consumer. The energy harvested from the sacred forest might not even be enough for this one to waste. Although I didn't grind in this realm in my previous life, and I'm not very clear on many details, even if unexpected situations arise, with my current strength, I can forcefully break through them, Lin Luo thought. With that, he led his team of substitutes straight into the entrance of the secret realm. Upon entering, they reached a canyon with a narrow path leading deep into it. Heavy snow was falling from the sky, gradually turning everything they could see into white. Charming Queen hugged Lin Luo beside her and said pitifully, "Master, I'm so cold." Lin Luo noticed that Lady Kagaya, dressed as a maid, was also trembling. He swiftly produced several articles of clothing from his spatial crystal, originally prepared for Lady Kagaya, now proving useful in this situation. As they progressed through the valley amid the snowstorm, they encountered neither monsters nor NPCs, making the place seem more like a regular canyon than a secret realm. Suddenly, the ground shook and a rumbling sound echoed from afar, signaling the start of the secret realm storyline. Before long, a horde of monsters appeared at the end of the gorge. Lin Luo instructed Dark Emperor to hold off the enemies while he strengthened the team's lineup. Lin Luo then produced a Golden Destiny Roulette 10-draw lottery ticket. After having Master of Wishes fulfill an old wish, Lin Luo crushed the ticket in his hand, summoning a huge cyan roulette wheel. As the pointer on the wheel of fate began to spin, Dark Emperor charged into the monster horde, harvesting lives. When the pointer stopped, Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise, having drawn an SSS rank Spirit Ascending Crystal. Even with the combined effects of Heart's Desire, Good Luck, and Master of Wishes Wish, the chances of drawing an SSS rank item were merely 1%. Ecstatic, Lin Luo embraced Master of Wishes. Master of Wishes, you didn't use your lifespan to draw this crystal for me, did you? That's unnecessary. Master of Wishes forced a smile. My great master, serving you is my honor. Internally, however, he wiped an imaginary sweat from his brow, relieved that the 10 draw had yielded a good result. He remembered the last time they only got 2 S-rank life extension elixirs, which nearly earned him a scolding. Holding the SSS rank Spirit Ascending Crystal, Lin Luo was visibly delighted. SSS rank crystals vary in quality, and the Spirit Ascending Crystal is undoubtedly among the best. It can upgrade an A-rank talent to S-rank and manifest a substitute. On the market, it would start at least $1 billion. However, the crystal had limited use for Lin Luo himself. It only provides 70 talent experience points and can't upgrade my plunder talent to SS rank. It's better to reserve it for my brother to elevate his talent to S rank and facilitate his rescue. He then used the remaining crystals on Dark Emperor. After all, Dark Emperor does most of the heavy lifting. It wouldn't be fair to expect him to perform without proper support. With the newfound power, Dark Emperor became even more formidable, showing notable improvements in agility, defense, and movement range. Even the screams of the monsters outside seemed to intensify. After storing the unused crystals, Lin Luo started to recall the storyline of the secret realm, contemplating ways to maximize his gains. The primary task in this realm was to assist the Second Legion of the Temple in investigating the Tomb of Heroic Spirits and combating the witches' sect necromancers alongside them. The reward for completing this task would be Mourner's Ashes, given by the Legion. The task wasn't difficult, but the rewards were modest. However, there was a riskier but more profitable strategy: to betray the Legion. Deciding on this course, Lin Luo had Lady Kagaya join the fight, and he himself leaped into the fray with a short blade. He was intent on a swift and decisive victory to avoid lingering too long in this place. Meanwhile, within the Tomb of Heroic Spirits, a crystal ball was displaying the scene of Lin Luo and his team fighting. An elderly man with a withered face expressed his admiration. These young people are quite impressive, managing to escape before the abomination arrives. A seductive woman in a blood-red bridal gown commented, "Actually, only one of them is human. The others are heroic spirits he summoned. That young man is no ordinary individual. He's a chosen one and can summon multiple heroic spirits. It's truly astonishing." At this moment, the Second Legion of the Holy Temple grandly entered the Oblivion Valley. Leading them was the Legion commander, Reinhardt, who raised his sword high and declared firmly, "Today, we must eliminate those from the witches' sect." Just then, 2 slender figures appeared on the path ahead. Reinhardt, ever vigilant, narrowed his eyes slightly. The newcomers were Lin Luo, Luo and the fused Dark Emperor Lady Kagaya. Lin Luo bowed slightly and said, "Commander, I bring the latest intelligence from the camp ahead." Reinhardt frowned slightly, surprised to encounter a chosen one accompanied by a heroic spirit in this place. He flipped several gold coins in his hand and said, "Adventurer, share what you know. I will reward you based on the importance of the information." Lin Luo respectfully replied, "Actually, my attendant discovered this intelligence. It would be better for her to report to you." As the armored girl approached Reinhardt without permission, he hastily reprimanded her, "Stay there and report. Don't come any closer." However, before he could finish, she suddenly charged at him like lightning, her sword striking towards him. Reinhardt, worthy of being the commander of the 2nd Legion, leapt from his horse almost instantaneously. At that moment, a strange voice echoed, "You will be immobilized for 3 seconds." Reinhardt felt an invisible force suppressing him, helplessly watching the armored girl strike him repeatedly. His power was being plundered by Dark Emperor Lady Kagaya's frenzied blade. Suddenly, Reinhardt's eyes widened as he looked towards Lin Luo's Master of Wishes, sensing the binding power emanating from the scholar holding a book. He erupted in golden fighting energy, knowing the controlling force wouldn't last long. Other knights of the Holy Temple rushed to rescue their commander, but were repelled by Lin Luo's whirlwind sword aura. After 3 seconds, Reinhardt regained control of his body, sweeping his sword to force Lady Kagaya back. He glared at Lin Luo with fury. "Despicable assassin of the witch's sect, face me in an honorable fight instead of sending these heroic spirits to ambush me." To his surprise, Lin Luo sheathed his blade, leaving himself open, and said, "Very well, come at me." Reinhardt was slightly taken aback, unsure of the young man's intentions, but his sword did not hesitate, slashing towards Lin Luo with surging golden fighting energy. Just inches from Lin Luo's head, an invisible force halted his sword, and a majestic voice thundered, "I am the savior. Who dares challenge my authority?" Behind Lin Luo, a towering figure with 2 wings rose up. Reinhardt's heart was engulfed in a storm of shock and disbelief. Aren't chosen ones only able to contract with one heroic spirit? How many does this make now? Lin Luo's lips curled into a cruel smile as he said, "I wish for you to be immobilized for the next second." As soon as Lin Luo made his wish, the savior's slender arm shot up, and transparent spatial waves appeared around Reinhardt's head. With a soft command from the savior, Reinhardt began to twist and distort within these spatial fluctuations until his body was completely swallowed up, leaving only his scattered armor behind. At the tomb of the heroic spirits, the Lich Bride and Necromancer, watching through a crystal ball, were dumbfounded. What is happening? Could it be that the witch's sect sent an envoy to help us? Pondered the Necromancer with a sinister chuckle. It seems the higher-ups have arranged everything. We can now comfortably refine the bones of those heroes. After all, mourners' ashes are very important. The Lich Bride agreed, "Right, and with the commander of the Holy Temple dead, we should welcome this envoy." Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the valley. The death of their commander drove the Holy Temple knights into a frenzy, and they charged madly at Lin Luo and his companions. But how could they stand a chance against Dark Emperor Lady Kagaya? In moments, they were all cut down, leaving only their corpses behind. Kagaya sheathed her sword nonchalantly, leaving 20 NPC knights from the player faction dead, a feat that yielded little experience and no loot. However, it was necessary to collect enough mourners' ashes. Seeing another wave of Holy Temple knights preparing to charge, Lin Luo decided to find a place to hide. As these remaining knights posed little threat to the witch's sect, he planned to wait for the 2 sides to engage in real combat before reaping them. Just then, the ground in front of him churned, and an ugly undead emerged, speaking intermittently. "Distant envoy, the witch's sect invites you to the tomb of the heroic spirits. Leave these remaining imperial dogs to us." Lin Luo had intended to hide and let them fight each other, but it seemed his actions had been misinterpreted by the witch's sect. Accepting the situation, he let the undead lead the way, hoping this turn of events would bring unexpected gains. Soon, Lin Luo and his party arrived at the entrance of the tomb of the heroic spirits, where the Lich Bride and several necromancers were waiting. Seeing these magic users, Lin Luo was confident that as a legendary assassin, he could kill them 1,000 times over if he got close. But now was not the time for that. He first wanted to locate the mourner's ashes. The Lich Bride broke the silence. "Honored envoy, thank you for your assistance. Have you brought any important orders?" Lin Luo felt a sense of resignation. "What orders? Didn't you bring me here?" Realizing it was time to act, he coughed in feigned profundity. "What else could it be? How well have you done what the higher-ups tasked you with?" A necromancer stepped forward respectfully. "Envoy, after 10 days of rituals, we have preliminarily completed the refinement of the frost giant dragon." Lin Luo waved his hand, "Then lead the way." "Let me see it." The Lich Bride, slightly puzzled, led the way to the underground chamber of the tomb of the heroic spirits. The walls along the corridor were lit with ever-burning lamps, casting bright light around. The group fell silent for a while, leaving only the clear sound of footsteps echoing through the passage. The atmosphere turned oppressive and somber. They soon reached an underground hall where the light was dimmer and the temperature had dropped significantly. Surrounding the hall were numerous necromancers in black robes, and in their midst, a massive frost giant dragon was securely chained. Lin Luo immediately assessed that once awakened, the dragon would be a level 40 boss, not something ordinary level 30 to 35 players could easily handle. Pretending to be satisfied, Lin Luo nodded and asked, "You've worked hard. How much longer will it take to finish refining the frost giant dragon?" The higher-ups are getting impatient. One of the necromancers, eager to please, replied, "Honored envoy, it will take approximately 2 more days to completely refine the frost giant dragon. We were worried about the arrival of the second legion of the Holy Temple, but with your help, we can now refine it without concerns." Lin Luo noncommittally nodded, realizing that the frost giant dragon wasn't originally a boss of this secret realm, unless the players entering are too weak. Giving these witches sect people enough time to refine the frost giant dragon, the outcome would be deadly. Turning to the waiting necromancers, Lin Luo inquired, "Where's the mourner's ash? I expended a lot of energy in the recent battle and need to replenish." The necromancers hesitated, one of them cautiously saying, "Honored envoy, the mourner's ash is a crucial ingredient in refining the frost giant dragon. We have used most of it already." Although slightly confused, Lin Luo sternly said, "Isn't replenishing my energy important? Bring me the remaining ashes." The necromancers quickly brought 6 black wooden boxes containing a gray crystalline powder. As Lin Luo took some, he felt a surge of mystical power replenishing his substitute energy. A system notification informed him that 1 portion of mourner's ash could slowly restore 100 points of energy. He had spent over 380 points just to defeat the Holy Temple's commander, and there were only 6 portions here, hardly a profitable exchange. Disappointed, Lin Luo asked, "Can we continue producing mourner's ash?" The Lich Bride, who had been standing quietly, spoke, "Envoy, producing mourner's ash would delay the refinement of the frost giant dragon." Lin Luo, undeterred, declared, "Halt the refinement of the frost giant dragon. Prioritize producing mourner's ash for me. But don't worry, as long as you diligently produce the amount I need, you can continue with your original task." The necromancers exchanged glances, clearly hesitant as their new directive contradicted their main task. Lin Luo, giving them no time to ponder, sternly demanded, "Are you defying orders?" The Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya, standing behind him, subtly moved forward. The necromancers quickly apologized and hurried off to gather their subordinates, instructing them to pause their current tasks and start producing mourner's ash for Lin Luo, who nodded in satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to Lin Luo, the Lich Bride quietly left the hall amidst the bustle of activity. She went to a dimly lit tomb chamber and activated a teleportation circle. From the circle emerged a dark figure accompanied by a hoarse, chilling voice. "Is there a problem on your end? Why contact me now?" The Lich Bride respectfully explained, "My lord, please forgive the interruption. There's no issue here. In fact, thanks to your help, we have repelled the Empire's hounds." The dark figure paused before asking, "What help?" A sense of foreboding grew in the Lich Bride's heart. "Wasn't it you who sent a chosen one to assist us?" She quickly produced a crystal ball showing Lin Luo's image. "This man, with his heroic spirits, does defeat the Holy Temple's knights. He's now directed us to stop refining the frost giant dragon and produce mourner's ash for him." After another long silence, the shadow replied, "I don't know this person, and he's not a member of our witches' sect, but killing the Empire's people suggests he's an enemy of the Empire. Invite him to join the witches' sect." The Lich Bride, puzzled, asked, "He's an unknown entity. Shouldn't we eliminate him?" The shadow responded slowly, "The enemy of our enemy is a friend. If he only wants mourner's ash, give him as much as he needs." Unaware of his exposure, Lin Luo continued to oversee the work while learning about their refinement process. He noticed that the bodies dragged out from the coffins still retained some energy, which the necromancers harnessed to produce mourner's ash. On average, they could refine 1 portion per hour. As long as these necromancers kept up their efforts, Lin Luo would soon achieve his goal of energy independence. Just then, the Lich Bride approached Lin Luo, who immediately scolded her, "Where did you go slacking off? Get back to work. Don't think you can slack just because you have a good figure." The Lich Bride, amused, looked at Lin Luo seductively and asked, "Who are you, really? What is your purpose in infiltrating our ranks?" Lin Luo's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had been exposed. He calmly responded, "I didn't infiltrate. Weren't you the ones who insisted on bringing me here?" The Lich Bride fell silent, realizing they had jumped to conclusions. Lin Luo had never claimed to be part of the witches' sect. Her tone shifted back to being sultry and persuasive. "I am the Lich Bride, serving under the witches' sect's Witch of Desire. How may I address you?" Lin Luo stood up and slowly said, "You can call me the Dark Emperor." The Lich Bride, recalling her memories, found no record of such a powerful figure. Nevertheless, she quickly replied, "Since the Empire is our common enemy, why don't we join forces? Our witches' sect has plenty of mourner's ash. If you agree to visit us, we can offer you a substantial amount." Lin Luo was surprised by this unexpected plot twist. Usually, after defeating a boss, the storyline would end, but this narrative seemed to extend further, an occurrence he hadn't encountered before. If he really went to the witches' sect for the ash, he worried about being trapped. He wasn't confident enough to single-handedly take on the entire witches' sect. After pondering for a moment, Lin Luo replied, "You can refine some more mourner's ash for me. As for visiting the witches' sect, let's talk about it after you complete my required amount." The Lich Bride hesitated and then asked, "How much do you need?" Lin Luo casually held up 2 fingers and said, "I just need 20 portions." The Witch Bride hastily shook her head and said, "It's too late now. You killed the leader of the Holy Temple army this afternoon. The Empire must have already sent masters over. We need to immediately resume the refining of the frost giant dragon and can't waste any more time helping you refine the bone ashes of the deceased. Lin Luo frowned slightly at the Lich Bride's urgency. What's there to fear? If the Empire's elites come, I'll handle them. Just focus on refining the mourner's ash for me, he insisted. However, the Lich Bride firmly disagreed this time. With all due respect, the ones coming will be experts with at least 3 class advancements. They are not in our league. I'm sorry, but we can't continue refining the mourner's ash for you. Lin Luo was taken aback by her stubbornness, finding the necromancers easier to deceive. He sighed inwardly and slowly approached her, feigning agreement. You make a good point. I agree to go back to the witch's sect with you. Suddenly, Lin Luo drew his blade and thrust it into her body. Multiple whirlwind sword auras erupted from within her as he whispered in her ear, but you'll have to wait until your next life for that to happen. The surrounding necromancers screamed in horror. Someone come quick. He's not an envoy, he's an assassin. Lin Luo calmly pulled out his blade and commanded, Dark Emperor Lady Kagaya, take them down. The 2 substitutes charged into the mage group, causing a cacophony of screams and curses. Suddenly, a deep green bandage tightly wound around Lin Luo, restraining him. A black-robed necromancer cackled, You're trapped in my death bind, assassin. You're finished. Lin Luo, unimpressed, easily shattered the peculiar bandage with a burst of strength, sending the necromancer flying. The necromancer looked at Lin Luo in horror. You're just an assassin. Why didn't my death bind work on you? At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. An elderly necromancer, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, With my life as the medium, resurrect, frost giant dragon, destroy this despicable assassin. The skeleton of the frost giant dragon seemed to be infused with a soul at this moment. Its massive body suddenly rose from the ground, and its attribute panel immediately appeared in front of Lin Luo. Since it was forcibly awakened, the frost giant dragon was in a weakened state. It looked formidable, but its strength was not much stronger than the previously defeated ugly monster leader. Lin Luo immediately ordered Lady Kagaya to kill the old caster, while he and the Dark Emperor charged at the frost giant dragon. Upon seeing these 2 challengers, the frost giant dragon let out a ferocious roar of dragon's might, followed by a wide-range frost breath attack towards them. Lin Luo, surrounded by dense whirlwind sword aura, instantly shattered the icy breath. The Dark Emperor, standing beside him, crossed his arms and bore the brunt of the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo leaped into the air and fiercely struck the giant dragon's head with his sword, smashing it into the ground. The Dark Emperor quickly joined in, bombarding the dragon's face with countless punches. The frost giant dragon, heavily injured and attempting to counterattack, was again suppressed by a river of sword energy formed by numerous whirlwind sword auras. Its head, just beginning to rise, was pressed down once more. At this moment, Lady Kagaya also swiftly moved to kill the old wizard with a fierce stab, piercing him through. Lin Luo immediately instructed Lady Kagaya to join the attack on the dragon. The frost giant dragon, overwhelmed by the trio, had no chance to open its mouth for another attack and soon died miserably in this underground tomb. Congratulations to the player for defeating the frost giant dragon. You have gained 6,480,000 experience points. Congratulations to the player for advancing to level 28, announced the system. Lin Luo, looking at the enormous dragon corpse, gasped heavily and thought, this big guy had an incredibly thick health bar, but for the rewards, it's all worth it. First, he allocated all the attribute points from leveling up to agility, raising it from 218 to 222. Then, he put all his skill points into All Swords Return to Origin. By continually enhancing the skill, he could minimize its consumption. Reaching a realm where sword energy could regenerate endlessly would even significantly increase his attack frequency. Next, it was time to collect the spoils of battle. Lin Luo wondered what treasures the frost giant dragon might yield. Lin Luo plunged his hand into the dragon's body to search and soon pulled out a long sword emanating waves of cold air from the dragon's spine. Examining the sword in his hand, Lin Luo praised, Incredible, I never expected a diamond-level longsword. Fortune really favors me. He immediately checked the sword's attributes. Sword, Heart of Oblivion. Not only was its attack power over 200 points higher than his previous Guardian short blade, but the skills it came with were also well suited for him. He hadn't expected such high-level equipment from a dungeon of this level. Without any hesitation, Lin Luo replaced the Guardian's short blade with the Heart of Oblivion, considering any delay a disrespect to such a divine artifact. The appearance of the Heart of Oblivion filled Lin Luo with anticipation for the upcoming loot. He quickly searched through the dragon's corpse, finding various high-level potions, magic scrolls, several pieces of superior equipment, and a substantial amount of coins. One item, named Horn of the Frost Giant Dragon, could summon a level 35 boss to fight for him. He had only seen such an item in the game's auction house in his previous life, worth at least tens of millions of dollars. Before leaving, Lin Luo glanced at the corpse of the Lich Bride and coldly said, Next time I come, don't slack off. You should have been refining the ashes of the dead properly, then you wouldn't have died so quickly. Let's go. It's time to find our next plunder target. Less than an hour after Lin Luo left the dungeon, Lu Yu, who had parted ways with Yu Taijie and others, arrived at the entrance. Seeing the dungeon's clear clearance time on the screen, he was infuriated, having missed his chance again, and it was still the Dark Emperor who was ahead of him. At that moment, his desire to kill Lin Luo reached an unprecedented height. Meanwhile, in the Supervision Bureau's building on the second floor, the doorway of a room was surrounded by armed inspectors. Inside, a young man named Guotao, holding a notebook, trembled in a corner. He had awakened an S-rank talent, Simulated Future, on the second day of the Universal Awakening and received an S-rank Substitute Future Diary. He could present the predicted future in textual form in his diary. Guotao believed he would become the true protagonist of the era, with the ability to foresee the future. However, the first time he used Simulated Future, his diary wrote, "My name is Guotao. When you read this, I am already dead." On the fourth day of the fog lockdown, while calculating how to distribute the remaining food in my room, a strange man with a beautiful girl and made a tire burst into my house. After confirming I was Guotao, the beautiful girl killed me without a second word. I don't want to die. I must change this deadly fate. After reading the content in the diary, Guotao angrily threw the diary on the ground, unable to understand why someone would want to kill him, especially in a society governed by law. The future diary emitted a faint glow, as if communicating something to its owner. Guotao quickly lay on the ground, looking at the future diary, and spoke loudly, "There must be a mistake. Future diary, resimulate a path for my survival. In a scenario where I foresee this event, when they break into my room, I immediately deny being Guotao, but the man still orders that detestable woman to kill me." Sweating profusely but still not giving up, Guotao continued his simulations. "They break into my room again. I resist with a kitchen knife. Then I die." At this point, Guotao was near mental collapse, screaming, "Can I even escape if I can't confront them?" Before the fog lockdown, I fled to Magic City. Then the fog arrived, and terrifying monsters roamed outside the fog. He shouldn't be able to find me this time, right? Then, the doorbell rang. I went to the door, and suddenly a sharp pain pierced my chest. A long sword impaled my heart. I died, completely breaking down. Tears silently fell from Guotao's eyes. Is begging for mercy on my knees also useless? He can track my location. Running away is futile. This time, I open my room to welcome them. In their surprised expressions, I choose to kneel before them, crying and begging them not to kill me. Then I die. Guotao was in utter despair. No matter how many times he simulated, the result always led to a dead end. Even escaping to the Supervision Bureau with armed protection was of no use. So, he made his last simulation. Tonight, the glass doors of the Supervision Bureau lobby are shattered by monsters. Terrifying monsters rush in. I make a final effort and jump from the second floor. I finally see him. Those insect creatures are also under his control. I die. My only regret is not dying under the knife of that beautiful girl, but under the fists of a man in black armor. Just as Guotao finished reading his diary, the window above him was smashed by several insect creatures. He knew the person coming to kill him had arrived. Looking through the broken window, he could vaguely see two mysterious figures on the rooftop opposite, observing him. These two were Lin Luo and the Master of Wishes. The insect creatures that had just invaded the Supervision Bureau were a result of Lin Luo's wish to the Master of Wishes. At that moment, Lin Luo noticed someone jumping from the second floor. He smiled slightly and said, "Master of Wishes, the target has appeared. Let the insects stop." After speaking, he summoned Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya and led them towards the alley where Guotao had fled. Oddly, Guotao showed no fear upon seeing them. Instead, his face revealed a sense of relief, as if he had been waiting for them. He slowly said, "Your substitute is truly beautiful, even more than I imagined." Lin Luo frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean? You knew I was coming?" "Yes, my talent allowed me to foresee your arrival, but I really don't know what I did to offend you," Guotao replied. Lin Luo muttered, "Foresight? A remarkable talent." Guotao didn't hear Lin Luo's murmur and, holding the future diary, said resignedly, "Though foresight sounds like a great talent, I find it more of a curse. Aside from preempting dungeon rewards, it offers no enhancement to combat power, and the content of the future diary is unchangeable. Isn't that a curse? I'm tired and don't want to resist anymore. Resisting the insects in the Supervision Bureau already left me severely injured. I don't care who you are now, nor why you want to kill me. I only wish that you would let that beautiful girl be the one to end my life." Lin Luo, encountering such a situation for the first time, thought this is all too bizarre for him, but to be cautious of any deceit, he didn't follow Guotao's request and instead chose to have the Dark Emperor do it. Guotao looked at the Dark Emperor approaching him and let out his last sigh. "In the end, I am to die under the fists of the man in black armor. Fate is indeed predetermined." With a loud bang, Guotao died under the iron fist of the Dark Emperor, ending his short and sin-filled life. After Guotao's death, Lin Luo immediately crouched down and used his plunder talent on him. He eagerly checked the attributes of the new talent he had acquired. Simulated Future. S-rank talent. Effect. Textual simulation of the future in the future diary, based on the host's subjective decisions and choices. No cooldown time. Realizing that this was a talent that required a substitute to use, Lin Luo immediately summoned a new substitute, the future diary, which appeared as an ordinary notebook. As Lin Luo instructed, text began to appear on the pages, and he felt his energy draining. "I am Lin Luo. When you read this, I am already dead. Before my second visit to the Tomb of Tears, I encountered a young young man claiming to be the modern celestial master, Lu Yu. He attacked without a word. I didn't indulge him, but unexpectedly, neither I nor Dark Emperor were his match. In the end, I was killed by a bolt of lightning. I don't want to die. I must change this death. Lin Luo's face changed slightly as he read the words. I plan to tackle the Tomb of Tears tomorrow afternoon. Does this mean I'll die then? Remembering Guo Tao's last words about his talent being cursed, Lin Luo took a deep breath and calmed himself. I've been given a second chance at life. I can't die obscurely like this. Every talent is supposed to help its host. I've never heard of a talent harmful to its owner. There must be some detail I'm overlooking. He analyzed the future diary's content meticulously, questioning who Celestial Master Lu Yu was and why he would want to kill someone he didn't even know. And if I really did fight him, why would I only summon Dark Emperor? Lin Luo then summoned the Master of Wishes for assistance and instructed the future diary to continue with simulated future. The diary started simulating again. I am Lin Luo. When you read this, I am already dead. Before my second visit to the Tomb of Tears, I saw a young man emerging from the mist and immediately summoned two substitutes. Wait a minute, why would I have two substitutes? When both Dark Emperor and Master of Wishes appeared, the opponent was clearly surprised. However, after a brief exchange, Master of Wishes collapsed due to enduring wishes beyond his limit, and Dark Emperor was suppressed. The lightning from the sky struck and killed me again. After reading the contents of the diary, Lin Luo was surprised to find that the content had changed since the last time. At this moment, the Master of Wishes also discovered a flaw in the future diary. He respectfully said, "Respected Master, generally, each player only has one talent and one substitute. The future diary is, after all, only an S-class substitute. Without summoning the rest of the substitutes, it will only make inferences based on common sense." Lin Luo thought that what the Master of Wishes said made a lot of sense. His own situation was extremely special, something unheard of even in the future. Realizing this, Lin Luo immediately summoned all the substitutes and initiated a new round of inference. My name is Lin Luo. When you see this sentence, I have already died. When I, knowing the future, once again arrived at the secret realm Tomb of Tears, I decided to go all out with a surprise attack. Wait, why do I have 5 substitutes? The opponent is the strongest enemy I have encountered since my rebirth. I knew if I didn't give it my all, I would definitely die. So, I directly merged Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya, combined with Charming Queen's illusion, and with the control of Master of Wishes and Green Demon, we launched an attack. After a tough battle, I still lost. I still couldn't match the young Celestial Master Lu Yu. I still died under the thunder from the heavens. An SSS class substitute and talent are just too terrifying. Lin Luo's face turned very ugly after seeing this outcome. He didn't expect that 5 S-class substitutes couldn't beat a single SSS class substitute. He immediately ordered Dark Emperor to punch him. Since 5 substitutes weren't enough, he would add another one. Accompanied by the huge fist wind of Dark Emperor, Savior appeared behind Lin Luo, directly blocking Dark Emperor's attack. Lin Luo ignored the 2 clashing substitutes behind him and had the future diary make another inference. However, the result still ended in failure. The several substitutes were defeated one after another, and he himself died due to a shattered heart. After seeing this outcome, Lin Luo felt somewhat desperate, like experiencing a crushing defeat. Is there really no way? Do I really have to temporarily retreat and not go to gather energy? Although gathering energy seems insignificant compared to my life, I can't just keep running away. Lin Luo turned to Master of Wishes and ordered, "Master of Wishes, I need to know what strategy can defeat Lu Yu." Hearing this, Master of Wishes immediately flipped through the Book of Wishes. After a moment, he respectfully said, "Respected Master, the last hope lies in the yet-to-be-born fetal movement." Without hesitation, Lin Luo summoned the substitute fetal movement and then activated his talent Simulated Future. My name is Lin Luo. When you read this sentence, I am still alive. I didn't choose to ambush, but decided to fight Lu Yu openly and fairly. Although he is much stronger than the average SSS class talent awakener, I am not worried because I already have a surefire way to win. During this battle, when Lu Yu summoned his substitute, I immediately chose an emotion as the incubating source for the fetal movement. With this powerful emotion, my 8th substitute was finally born. I won this battle, but unfortunately, Lu Yu, that cunning guy, managed to escape. I didn't find out his reason for coming to kill me, but I had an unexpected huge gain from this battle. Although this battle consumed a lot of stored energy, compared to the final gain, I know it was all worth it. Knowing the outcome in advance, I am already looking forward to this battle. After reading the result, Lin Luo looked at the fetal movement in his hand with some joy. The future was finally changed, and the key was the incubation of the fetal movement in his hand. But what emotion should he choose as the source for incubating the fetal movement? After pondering for a moment, a hint of cold light flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. He turned to Master of Wishes and asked, "Master of Wishes, can you find a way to kill Lu Yu this time?" Master of Wishes began to flip through the Book of Wishes. After sensing for a while, he helplessly said, "I'm sorry, Master. Fulfilling this wish would cause me to collapse." Lin Luo showed an expression that seemed to have expected this. The gap between S-class and SSS class is still too big, and according to the record, this Celestial Master Lu Yu should have other methods. I must prepare well, but before that, I should first go to the prison and give the Spirit Ascending Crystal to my brother to help him raise his talent level to S-Class. At this time, on the high tower of the Inspector Bureau's prison, 2 police inspectors were continuously clearing the huge locusts surrounding them. Ever since the white fog descended, a large number of insect races have been attacking here every day. Suddenly, a giant locust seized the opportunity and rushed towards the 2 officers, who were immediately scared into a corner. At this moment, a warrior clad in black armor appeared and killed the giant locust with a punch. The 2 police inspectors were stunned and couldn't regain their composure for a moment. The newcomer was Lin Luo and Dark Emperor. He kindly said, "Officers, I am Zhou Dongxing's brother. I had an appointment to visit the prison today." The 2 inspectors immediately led Lin Luo to the prison entrance and politely said, "Your brother has been waiting for you inside, and thank you for saving us just now. I have reported your matter to the warden. After your visit, he said he would like to talk to you." With the cooperation of the 2 police inspectors, Lin Luo quickly passed through various checkpoints and arrived at the reception room. Being in his second life, he finally saw his brother Zhou Dongxing again. Looking at the man in front of him, who appeared resolute yet slightly haggard, Lin Luo's myriad thoughts coalesced into a simple greeting. "Brother, it's been a long time." Zhou Dongxing, with undisguised concern on his face, said, "Little Luo, why are you here? There are monsters outside that eat people. Are you hurt? Let me call someone to check on you." Lin Luo, touched by this worried tone, felt a surge of emotion, barely holding back tears, and said with a choked voice, "Brother, you don't need to worry about me. No one can bully us anymore." Zhou Dongxing was momentarily stunned, sensing something unusual about his brother today. He quickly asked, "Little Luo, tell your brother, did you face any troubles outside? Don't be afraid. Once I get out, I will." He trailed off, his voice lowering, and a look of dejection appeared on his face. He desperately wanted to help his brother, but he didn't know how long it would be before he could get out. Zhou Dongxing suddenly remembered the condition proposed by the warden the previous night. If he agreed, he could be released sooner. With this thought, hope reignited in his eyes. "Don't worry, little Luo. I've thought of a way to get out. No matter who bullies you, I will seek justice for you." Lin Luo, seeing his brother's excitement, couldn't help but smile. "Brother, no one can bully me now. I've brought you a gift. With it, you might be able to get out soon." Zhou Dongxing looked at him skeptically, but before he could speak, he suddenly felt a figure appear behind him. A palm struck his back, and an unimaginable power surged into his body. The police inspectors in the reception room immediately drew their weapons and aimed at Lin Luo, demanding in a low voice, "Put your hands up. Explain what you did right now." Lin Luo calmly raised his hands, reassuring them, "Gentlemen, don't be alarmed. I'm just giving my brother something. This thing disappears upon contact with the human body and isn't a dangerous item. It shouldn't be against the rules." At that moment, Zhou Dongxing let out a hoarse roar. His body burst into crimson flames, and his talent level rose from A-Class to S-Class. His attribute panel appeared before Lin Luo. S-Class talent Courageous Heart. For every 3% reduction in maximum health, gain 1% damage reduction. As the flames continued to burn, a knight clad in silver armor, surrounded by fierce flames, stepped out from the fire. Zhou Dongxing, turning around and looking at the figure in disbelief, said, "Is this my substitute, Crimson Lotus Knight?" Lin Luo, seeing this impressive substitute, felt genuinely happy for his brother. "Brother, with his help, you can definitely earn merits in prison and get a reduced sentence." Zhou Dongxing, after retracting his substitute, did not show joy but rather expressed urgency, asking, "Little Luo, what did you just use on me? Why did my talent level increase? Why didn't you keep such a precious thing for yourself?" Lin Luo reassured him with a smile, "Don't worry, brother, I still have more of it." What they didn't know was that everything that had happened in the reception room was recorded by the surveillance system. In an office, a laptop was playing the footage of the recent events. The warden, Duan Qingfeng, was intently watching the scene unfold, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Excitedly, he remarked, "Incredible. What treasure did he use to elevate Zhou Dongxing's talent to S-Class?" After chatting for a long time with Zhou Dongxing, Lin Luo was reminded by the police inspectors that the visiting time was almost over. He quickly got up, said goodbye to his brother, and urged him to behave well and try to get out as soon as possible. As Lin Luo left the reception room, the police inspector accompanying him suddenly spoke, "Mr. Lin Luo, our warden would like to meet with you. He says he has a way to help your brother." Lin Luo's expression revealed that he had anticipated this. The Inspector Bureau's prison, isolated in the midst of the enveloping white fog, would naturally not let go of a powerful external ally so easily. Moments later, he followed the inspector to an office on the 3rd floor, where Warden Duan Qingfeng greeted him with a smile. "What a young hero you are, Lin Luo. I'm Duan Qingfeng, the person in charge of this prison." Lin Luo, not showing any signs of intimidation, got straight to the point. "Hello, Uncle Duan. Did you call me here because there's something you need my help with?" Duan Qingfeng's eyes briefly flashed with surprise, but he didn't directly answer the question. Instead, he asked, "Do you know what really happened with your brother's case?" Lin Luo frowned slightly at the question. "What do you mean? Is there more to my brother's case?" In his previous life, his brother hadn't shared the specifics of his case when he was released. Lin Luo always felt there was something suspicious about his brother's case, but he didn't want to bring up painful memories and and thus never inquired further. Duan Qingfeng's tone became more serious as he said, "What kind of case results in a 15-year sentence upon first trial? Your brother is just an unfortunate person who was used as a pawn by others." Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of danger flashing in them. "Uncle Duan, could you please tell me more? As a return favor, I can help clear out the monsters around the prison." "There's no need to clear the monsters. They will be dealt with sooner or later," Duan Qingfeng replied, leaning back in his chair with an intriguing smile on his face. He slowly continued, "I saw through the surveillance how your brother's substitute awakened. You must have used something extraordinary." Lin Luo instantly understood the warden's implication. This old fox had a big appetite, likely wanting his SSS-class spirit ascending crystal. Understanding this, Lin Luo smiled wryly. "Uncle Duan, the insider information you're offering might not be worth that price. After all, I can find out myself if you don't tell me." Duan Qingfeng sipped his tea and then said, "What about reducing your brother's sentence?" Lin Luo's gaze sharpened. This was an offer he couldn't refuse. Although he was fully capable of breaking his brother out, Zhou Dongsheng, with his upright and resolute character, would never agree to such a plan. A legitimate sentence reduction was the best solution. Seeing the change in Lin Luo's expression, Duan Qingfeng continued, "Just give me something that can awaken a substitute, and we can negotiate anything." Lin Luo quickly responded with enthusiasm, "That can be arranged. But first, Uncle Duan, tell me about the hidden details behind my brother's case." Duan Qingfeng, feeling confident in his leverage, nonchalantly revealed, "Your brother was framed by the Wang Corporation." Lin Luo asked, puzzled, "Then, Uncle Duan, if you already knew my brother was framed, why has he been imprisoned for so long? Shouldn't the police be upholding justice?" Duan Qingfeng's gaze turned cold as he explained, "Little Luo, we live in a society governed by law. The Inspector Bureau conducts investigations based on evidence. All evidence pointed to your brother, so what choice did we have but to arrest him?" He added, "And I only found out about the Wang Corporation's involvement later." Lin Luo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. His brother, an orphan with a criminal record, was an ideal scapegoat for the Wang Corporation. He would never believe that the warden was unaware of this at the time. Duan Qingfeng, noting Lin Luo's silence, continued with a meaningful tone, "Lin Luo, take my advice. Don't think about revenge. Even with your S-class talents, the Wang Corporation is not to be trifled with. Look to the future. The chance to reduce your brother's sentence is right in front of you. You should seize this opportunity." Seeing the almost patronizing look on Duan Qingfeng's face, anger rose in Lin Luo's heart, but he managed to show a face of compromise. "Uncle Duan, you're right. We, being insignificant, wouldn't dare to trouble the Wang Corporation. However, I don't have the spirit ascending crystal with me right now. I need to go back and get it for you." Upon hearing this, Duan Qingfeng immediately became excited. "So that thing is called the spirit ascending crystal. Then you must go and return quickly." Lin Luo left Duan Qingfeng's office with respectful words, but as soon as he was out of sight, his expression turned cold. "Greedy for someone else's belongings? Daring to covet something from me? Lin Luo, he's really courting death." SSS class quality spirit ascending crystal was a rare item he obtained after using the power of the Book of Wishes several times. He had no intention of giving it to Duan Qingfeng. It seemed that he had to find another way to reduce his brother's sentence. Meanwhile, back in the office, a police inspector entered and respectfully reported, "Warden, the defense against the insect monsters has been set up. Would you like to take shelter in a safer place for a while?" Duan Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Just keep the outside secure. I'll stay here." He leisurely lit a cigarette, lost in thought. Once he obtained the spirit ascending crystal, his son could also awaken a substitute. Remembering Lin Luo's words, he scoffed disdainfully, "Uphold justice? If I were to go against the Wang Corporation, not only I, but also my wife and children would end up dead." Suddenly, Dark Emperor appeared behind him. "Nice cigarette." Ha! Startled, Duan Qingfeng dropped his cigarette and turned around in fear, shouting, "Who's there?" Lin Luo, sitting on the window ledge with a smile, said, "Don't be afraid, Uncle Duan. It's me." Duan Qingfeng's face brightened slightly. "Have you brought the spirit ascending crystal already?" Lin Luo jumped down from the window and said softly, "You're mistaken. I'm here to take your life." In the next moment, Dark Emperor grabbed Duan Qingfeng, slamming him against the wall. Duan Qingfeng, sitting on the ground, began to wail for help. Lin Luo spoke coldly, "No need to scream. Your voice won't leave this room. Master of Wishes, I wish that the answers to my questions will be truthful." Duan Qingfeng, trembling, stood up and accused, "I kindly told you about Zhou Dongsheng. Why do you want to kill me?" Lin Luo kicked him away angrily. "Kindly told me? It seems like you were trying to exchange my brother's information for favors from me." He broke Duan Qingfeng's wrist with a stomp and demanded fiercely, "Speak up. Who in the Wang Corporation framed my brother?" In pain and fear, Duan Qingfeng confessed, "It was Wang Hingji, the second son of the Wang Corporation. They stole relics from a museum and then framed your brother. When your brother kept claiming his innocence during the first trial, they offered him $100,000, and he agreed to take the blame." Lin Luo grabbed his hair and pulled him up. "Just $100,000 to willingly serve 15 years? Do you think I'm a fool?" Duan Qingfeng, breaking into a cold sweat again, confessed, "Actually, it was $500,000. I embezzled $400,000 and kept Zhou Dongsheng imprisoned because I feared he would cause trouble if released. Lin Luo continued his interrogation. With such greed, your illegal income must be substantial. Where is it hidden? Reluctantly, under the influence of the Book of Wishes, Duan Qingfeng disclosed, I have an illegal income of $94 million, all in cash, hidden in a compartment in the basement of Building 14 in Wuling No. 1 residential area. Also, there are 493 Wheel of Fate single draw tickets in my belt. Lin Luo swiftly searched Duan Qingfeng and retrieved a thick stack of tickets, a satisfied smile on his face. Duan Qingfeng, seeing the tickets in Lin Luo's hands, trembled and pointed at him. You lawless brat. Lin Luo responded with a smirk. You call me lawless? Your money and these Wheel of Fate single draw tickets were clearly extorted from prisoners. You are the real lawbreaker. Just then, a swarm of giant locusts smashed through the glass and charged in. Lin Luo, seeing this, quipped, Uncle Duan, rest well here. I won't kill you, but life is full of surprises, right? With that, he left the room. Duan Qingfeng cursed at his retreating figure. Lin Luo, you won't die a good death. Meanwhile, outside the prison, the defensive line had been breached by the insect monsters. The police inspectors, armed with weapons, struggled against the overwhelming number of insects. Inspector Lian Fan observed the situation from behind cover when Zhou Dongxing approached, offering his help. The prison cells had been compromised by the insect invasion, and many prisoners had escaped. But Zhou Dongxing, righteous and kind, chose to help as soon as he was free. Lian Fan, moved by Zhou Dongxing's sincerity, promised to advocate for his sentence reduction. Then, the towering Crimson Lotus Knight appeared behind Zhou Dongxing. Just then, a giant locust rapidly charged towards Zhou Dongxing. However, before it could get close, it was immediately blocked by a shield from the Crimson Lotus Knight. The knight quickly cleared the surrounding swarm, demonstrating the formidable power of an S-class substitute. Lian Fan experienced firsthand the terror of an S-class substitute. Lin Luo, observing from behind a wall, had considered helping Lian Fan, the only inspector who had spoken for his brother years ago. But with his brother's assistance, Lin Luo realized his help was unnecessary, and Zhou Dongxing had earned an opportunity for sentence reduction. Lin Luo reflected on the years his brother spent protecting him from the shadows, hoping Zhou Dongxing could now leave prison with honor and live in the light. He decided to shoulder the world's darkness himself from now on. As he pondered, a voice reached Lin Luo's ears. I'm finally free. Let the monsters wreak havoc. Once I'm out, no one can catch me. Lin Luo quickly looked around, but there was no one in sight. He then summoned the Master of Wishes and asked for information about the mysterious voice. The Master of Wishes, after consulting the Book of Wishes, respectfully informed him, Respected Master, the individual's name is Gao Qi, an S-class talent awakener, previously sentenced to life imprisonment for child trafficking. A cold look crossed Lin Luo's eyes. A child trafficker? Despicable. Master of Wishes, I wish for all invisibility abilities to become ineffective in my presence. The next moment, a middle-aged man in prison clothes appeared near Lin Luo, his body gradually becoming visible. He was bewildered, not understanding why his talent suddenly failed. Lin Luo approached him casually, taunting, trying to escape prison with such meager skills. Gao Qi, shocked, summoned his substitute, Shadow of the Purple Vine, and lashed out at Lin Luo. But Lin Luo, far from intimidated, smiled. He felt lucky to encounter another S-class talent awakener in the prison, especially a heinous criminal like a child trafficker. With Master of Wishes information, Lin Luo knew Gao Qi was an unforgivable human trafficker, removing any hesitation he might have had about dealing with him. Gao Qi, still in shock, couldn't understand how Lin Luo so easily evaded his substitute's attack and made his talent ineffective. Lin Luo, seeing Gao Qi's nervousness, smiled and said, Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. This only made Gao Qi more anxious, thinking Lin Luo might be an undercover cop sent by the Inspector Bureau. Gao Qi again commanded his substitute, Shadow of the Purple Vine, to attack Lin Luo. Dark Emperor stepped forward, blocking all assaults. Suddenly, vines rose under Gao Qi's feet, lifting him towards the prison wall. As soon as he gets past this tall wall, he will regain his freedom. His talent, Hermit, not only granted him invisibility, but also made his scent undetectable, even to the most sensitive police dogs. However, a flash of a blade swiftly passed, and Gao Qi's world spun. He glimpsed a beautiful young girl in a maid outfit slowly sheathing her knife. Gao Qi's body fell from midair, and the image of Shadow of the Purple Vine dissipated. Lin Luo approached Gao Qi's body and activated his Plunder talent. The S-class talent Plunder was successful. He acquired Gao Qi's S-class talent, Hermit, which allowed him to become invisible within 2 seconds. With his scent disappearing simultaneously, the invisibility would be cancelled upon attacking. The acquisition of the new talent, Hermit, gave Lin Luo a significant edge in his upcoming battle against Lu Yu. The ability to launch a surprise attack while invisible could greatly increase his chances of victory, despite the 1-hour usage limitation per day, which he viewed as a reasonable restriction for an S-class talent. Lin Luo summoned his new substitute, Purple Shadow Vines, which boasted abilities like Savage Growth, summoning any number of Shadow of the Purple Vines on any ground within action range, and Hermit's Purple, temporarily making any non-living object, excluding living targets, invisible for 5 seconds, remaining invisible invisible even while in motion. This substitute seemed to perfectly complement the weakness of Hermit's invisibility being disrupted by attacks. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt a slight throbbing at his forehead and quickly checked his talent list, noticing a forbidden mark next to the talent effects. It seemed that possessing 9 S-class talents and substitutes was the limit for Plunder. However, Lin Luo was not worried as he had already planned his next move. An hour later, in the novice dungeon Wolf Valley, Lin Luo had just defeated the final boss, the triple-headed Wind Wolf. This achievement awarded him a Wheel of Fate single draw ticket. Adding this to the 493 tickets he acquired from Duan Qingfeng in his existing collection, he now had a total of 500 tickets. With the addition of the Master of Wishes enhancement, he was confident he could upgrade his Plunder talent from S-class to SS class. Excitedly, Lin Luo summoned the massive Wheel of Fate and made a wish. The next 500 consecutive draws will surely yield enough Spirit Ascending Crystals to upgrade Dark Emperor to SS class. Additionally, increase my luck to the maximum limit the Book of Wishes can withstand, and ensure no longevity pills appear. The Master of Wishes busily flipped through the Book of Wishes, which seemed almost worn out from the extensive use. Lin Luo watched the pointer on the Wheel of Fate spin rapidly, hoping to acquire Spirit Ascending Crystals. With enough crystals, he could significantly enhance his power. After a brief wait, Lin Luo commanded the wheel to stop. 500 different beams of light shot out from the wheel, resembling falling stars descending to the mortal world, transforming into a sea of starlight before him. His ears were filled with numerous system notifications. He had obtained at least 3 SSS class Spirit Ascending Crystals, several SS class and S class ones, and over 50 crystals of various levels in total. Handing 2 of the Spirit Ascending Crystals to Dark Emperor, Lin Luo said excitedly, "Begin the advancement." As Dark Emperor effortlessly crushed the 2 Spirit Ascending Crystals, a surge of immense power flowed into both him and Lin Luo. In the next moment, Lin Luo's Plunder talent upgraded to SS class. Checking his updated talent panel, Lin Luo's lips curled into a smile. The forbidden symbol had disappeared, replaced with the word Limit 19. This indicated that his SS class talent could now plunder up to 19 talents. Furthermore, with the skill King's Jade, he could transfer unwanted or surplus talents to others. Dark Emperor, too, had undergone a transformation. His black armor gleamed more brightly, and his 6-dimensional attributes had significantly increased. Additionally, he gained 2 new skills: Fist of Invasion, which could plunder attributes and abilities from opponents' substitutes, and Flame of the Dark Emperor, causing defense-ignoring fire damage. Turning to the Master of Wishes, Lin Luo said, "Now, it's your turn to advance." After a short while, Master of Wishes also completed his upgrade, appearing even more mysterious. His attribute panel revealed a new skill, Wishes Come True, enhancing the success rate of fulfilling outlandish wishes. While the Book of Wishes skill could realize wishes by consuming energy, some extravagant wishes could drain all of Master of Wishes' energy and cause a collapse. Wishes Come True mitigated this risk. Lin Luo then opened the attribute panel for his talent Book of Wishes. The 3 forms of Heart's Desire had been greatly enhanced. Heart's Desire, 100 battles, and Heart's Desire, Iron Wall, had increased from 20% to 30%, coupled with the 15% innate critical hit rate of his new weapon, Heart of Oblivion, and the 30% boost from Heart's Desire, 100 battles. His attacks now had nearly a 50% chance to critically hit. Additionally, Heart's Desire, Good Luck, which amplified luck, had improved from 10-fold to 15-fold, promising even more exhilarating experiences in future draws. Master of Wishes respectfully bowed and said, "Great Master, I praise you and thank you for granting me a new life." Afterwards, Lin Luo summoned Lady Kagaya and began to enhance her talent level. Upon reaching SS class, Lady Kagaya appeared even more beautiful and acquired a new skill called Beauty Under the Moon. This skill can continuously stack negative attributes on the enemy and increase true damage. Although Lady Kagaya looks like a delicate and beautiful young girl, in terms of combat power alone, she is even stronger than Dark Emperor without considering other skill effects. Lin Luo then entrusted the remaining crystals to Master of Wishes, asking him to distribute them on his behalf, while he began to contemplate the upcoming life or death battle. Now, with 5 SS class substitutes under his command, he believed that most SSS class awakeners would not be a match for him. However, according to the future diary, the Celestial Master Lu Yu was definitely not an ordinary SSS class awakener and must have other tactics. The Fist of Invasion from Dark Emperor might be his only chance of victory. At the entrance of the Tomb of Tears' secret realm, Lu Yu was waiting for Dark Emperor's arrival, believing that Dark Emperor would come here again to farm energy. Once Dark Emperor was defeated, Lu Yu planned to establish his own Celestial Master sect. Just then, the disaster-avoiding talisman on Lu Yu's forehead suddenly flashed brightly, and a sense of imminent danger overwhelmed him. He quickly turned his head just as a lightning-fast fist flew past his face. Lin Luo's cold voice rang out beside him. "Quick reflexes. I was hoping to catch you off guard and kill you." Lin Luo's battle with the strongest opponent he had encountered so far finally began. Lu Yu, facing the newcomer, looked displeased and asked, "Who are you? How dare you attack me?" Lin Luo replied icily. I am the one who has come to kill you. Lu Yu, not angry but amused, said, who gave you the courage to kill me? Lin Luo's lips curved into a subtle smile, but he didn't respond. In the next moment, Lady Kagaya appeared in front of Lu Yu, swinging her sword at him. Lu Yu let out a light shout, divine manifestation of the Celestial Lord, majestic presence of the Celestial Lord. Instantly, a majestic old man wielding a sacred artifact appeared behind him. With a slight movement of the artifact, he forced Lady Kagaya to switch to a defensive stance to barely withstand the attack. Lu Yu, with a sinister look, approached Lin Luo. Tell me, boy, who sent you to kill me? Lin Luo, looking distressed, didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Lu Yu, noticing the change in his expression, couldn't help but smirk mockingly. Stubborn, aren't you? Then kneel down and tell me, majestic presence of the Celestial Lord. All who see must kneel. With a thunderous roar, the majestic old man behind Lu Yu raised his sacred artifact again, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power towards Lin Luo. In response, Lin Luo swiftly retreated, raising his hand and shouting, all powers, dissipate from me. Dark Emperor, shatter him. Your attacks shall be unstoppable. Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly as the suppressing effect of the majestic presence of the Celestial Lord unexpectedly faltered. He found himself facing the joint assault of two SS-class substitutes at close quarters. Dark Emperor's towering figure closed in rapidly, while Lady Kagaya, wielding her long sword, also joined the attack. In this critical moment, Lu Yu chanted a spell and roared, Thunder God, aid me. Goddess of mercy, assist me. A bolt of lightning struck down instantly, forcing Lady Kagaya to retreat. In front of Dark Emperor, a delicate jade vase miraculously appeared, blocking his iron fist. Seeing this, Lin Luo realized that his opponent would not be easily defeated and promptly ordered Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya to withdraw. Beside Lu Yu, apart from the majestic old man, a holy female Taoist holding a treasure vase appeared. At Lin Luo's side were Dark Emperor, Lady Kagaya, and Master of Wishes, who had been silently standing behind him. Having battled for so long, Lu Yu understood that his adversary was the Dark Emperor he had been waiting for. However, he couldn't fathom why Dark Emperor would suddenly attack him. Was it because he knew of his intention to kill him, thus striking first? As a celestial master, Lu Yu was not afraid of a fight. With this thought, his expression turned fierce. He pointed towards the sky, commanding with an authoritative voice, Heavenly Lord who eliminates demons, aid me. Before his words even faded, a powerful energy descended from the heavens, dispersing the mist within a radius of 500 meters and kicking up a cloud of dust. Emerging from within this dusty haze, a gigantic figure began to rise slowly, eliciting a look of surprise in Lin Luo's eyes. Watching the newly emerged behemoth in front of him, Lin Luo hadn't even spoken when Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya at his side simultaneously rushed forward. However, the Heavenly Lord who eliminates demons was simply too massive, casually fending off the attacks of the two. Lin Luo, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the leader of the future top-tier force, Celestial Master Sect. Just a summoned being can so easily deflect the attacks of two SS-grade substitutes. He immediately realized that this Heavenly Lord who eliminates demons was different from the elder behind Lu Yu, more like a projection of a summoned deity. On the other side, Lu Yu was coldly observing the trio's battle. The Dark Emperor's strength is as I expected. Although much stronger than an ordinary SS-grade talent, he is still like a mayfly shaking a tree compared to me. Lu Yu didn't want to continue entangling with them. After all, maintaining the divine projection was immensely energy-consuming. It would be better to summon another divine projection to finish them off directly. Realizing this, he temporarily recalled the Heavenly Lord who eliminates demons. Seeing this, Lin Luo mocked, the Grand Celestial Master is chickening out. Lu Yu, however, responded not with anger but with a laugh. You are truly fearless in your ignorance. Even if you have been reborn, I am not afraid of you. Lin Luo's expression changed at this revelation. How does he know about my rebirth? Could there be a future-seeing technique within the Taoist sects? Lin Luo immediately asked, is this why you want to kill me? Lu Yu looked disdainful. Of course not. I just want to prove that even if you were reborn from the future, my strength is absolutely greater than all of yours. Hearing the opponent's words, Lin Luo instantly sensed the key point. The opponent said you all, implying there are not just one but several reborn individuals. It seems a thorough investigation is necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu formed another hand seal and chanted in a low voice, True Lord of the clear origin and wonderful way, aid me. With that call, a gallant young man wearing silver armor and with 3 eyes appeared from the void. Lin Luo was slightly shocked. Could this really be Erlang Shen, Yang Jian from the myths? Seeing the expression on Lin Luo's face, Lu Yu said somewhat proudly, earlier, just my Heavenly Lord who eliminates demons was enough to fend off your 2 substitutes. Let's see what you'll do now. At that moment, Lin Luo suddenly took out a handgun from his pocket. Lu Yu paused, then burst into laughter. Dark Emperor, have you lost your mind? In this era, do you really think you can defeat me with that thing? Lin Luo responded with a mysterious smile, and then aimed the handgun at his own temple. Lu Yu, still laughing and hardly able to catch his breath, suddenly realized that Lin Luo had turned the weapon on himself, leaving him dumbfounded. Lu Yu frowned slightly and said, you don't have to commit suicide suicide if you can't beat me. How about you become my underling instead? Lin Luo didn't reply. Of course, he wasn't intending to commit suicide. Since the opponent had summoned 4 beings, he couldn't fall behind. Without any hesitation, his finger pulled the trigger. As the loud bang echoed, the bullet stopped less than 1/10 of a millimeter from Lin Luo's temple, and in the next moment, time seemed to pause. Lin Luo immediately felt a surge of violet power erupting from within him. He shouted, "Come forth, Savior!" Terrifying cerulean flames burst into flames from under his feet, and a figure, both gentlemanly and sinister, slowly emerged from the blue fire. In an elegant tone, he said, "Savior at your service." Lin Luo immediately felt that this time's Savior was at 100% form. Lu Yu's brows slightly raised upon seeing this scene. Quite a flashy way to summon, but you actually have 4 substitutes. No wonder you're so arrogant. Heavenly Lord who eliminates demons, true Lord of the clear origin and wonderful way, heed my command, defeat them. Both divine projections responded and charged forward. Lin Luo gestured grandly. All 3 of you, attack together and repel these minor foes. The 3 substitutes, without any hesitation, directly confronted their adversaries. Dark Emperor was the first to engage Heavenly Lord who eliminates demons, while Lady Kagaya and Savior together headed towards Yang Jian, the Erlang god. At that moment, Savior's form flickered, creating a transparent microcosm in front of Yang Jian. He arrogantly proclaimed, "You go help the iron hunk. This 3-eyed one is mine to handle." Enraged by the comment, Yang Jian retorted, "It's been too long since I've descended to the mortal realm. Now, even a mere ant dares to belittle me." With a slight movement of his double-edged spear, he cleaved through the small world blocking him. As the microcosm split, a violent explosion engulfed him. Savior, with the spread of his hands, created 5 new transparent worlds, which began exploding one after another in the air, forcing Yang Jian back continuously. Seeing his newly summoned divine projection being suppressed, Lu Yu called out for the goddess of mercy to intervene. A female Taoist by his side gently swung her jade bottle, and instantly, all wounds on Yang Jian were healed. Realizing this, Lin Luo's expression changed slightly. The small worlds created by Savior are consuming a lot of his energy, and now the damage caused by their explosions has been healed in an instant. Continuing like this will only waste his energy. It seems I have to use my trump card. He immediately recalled the 3 substitutes. Lady Kagaya and Dark Emperor swiftly retreated from the battle to his side, while Savior, a bit reluctantly, glanced at Yang Jian before returning to Lin Luo. Seeing this, Lu Yu scoffed coldly, not daring to fight anymore. "Then it's my turn. Everyone, attack together and crush them." Lin Luo, understanding the gravity of the situation and that Lu Yu was finally getting serious, reflected, "Up to now, the battle has largely followed what's recorded in the future diary. The dignified elder behind Lu Yu is his real substitute, while the other 3 are merely divine projections. To catch the thief, first catch the king." He clenched his hand and declared, "Let me show you my strongest power." Dark Emperor, Lady Kagaya, Savior, merge, combine into the strongest, unified form. Dark Emperor and Savior exchanged glances, transforming into beams of light that simultaneously enveloped Lady Kagaya. As the light dissipated, the composite form of Lady Kagaya appeared before everyone. She was adorned with a crimson horned helmet, draped in pitch black armor, and wielding a red and black longsword. Black flames swirled around her like mist. With a slight movement, her figure instantly appeared before the enemy, her piercing gaze fearlessly meeting the 4 figures before her. The dignified elder's treasured whisk was swept towards her, but was instantly sliced into segments by her sword. Even the Heavenly Lord who eliminates demons and Yang Jian found themselves being pushed back by her alone. At this point, no one could stand against the composite form of Lady Kagaya. Seeing this, Lu Yu's pupils contracted. He sneered, "Is this your strongest form, Dark Emperor?" "I, Lu Yu, acknowledge your worthiness to challenge me, but the centuries-old heritage of my celestial master lineage is not something a petty figure like you can easily overcome." Lu Yu took out an ancient-looking brass-colored token from his embrace. It was the celestial master token that had been passed down for hundreds of years within the celestial master sect. He reverently pressed the celestial master token against his forehead. As a powerful intention was injected, countless scenes appeared before his eyes like a revolving lantern. On January 11, 1821, the 56th generation celestial master, Zhang Daolin, single-handedly suppressed the malevolent Gui Che, rescuing the local people from dire straits. On July 7, 1937, amidst world turmoil, the 61st generation celestial master, Zhang Fuji, resolutely left seclusion, contributing his modest strength to the great cause of saving all living beings. On August 15, 1993, the 64th generation celestial master, Lu Nianqing, proclaimed that in 30 years, the world would welcome an unprecedented new era. On November 12, 2025, the 65th generation celestial master, Lu Jiwei, passed the celestial master token to Lu Yu, instructing him to take it and leave the mountain to create an era belonging to the celestial master sect. Lu Yu suddenly opened his eyes and stated word by word, "I, Lu Yu, the 66th generation celestial master, call upon the ancestors to manifest and assist me to elevate the prestige of our celestial Celestial Master sect. As his words faded, figures of varying heights, ages, and solemnity rapidly appeared behind him. Each was dressed in Taoist robes, expressionless, yet each radiated an invisible majesty. Lin Luo, observing from a distance, counted a total of 12. Each one's energy rivaled an S-grade substitute, with some even reaching SS-grade levels. As the Taoist figures joined the fray, the pressure on Lady Kagaya surged. 3 of them began forming Taoist hand seals, instantly binding Lady Kagaya with golden chains that suppressed her in the void. Her black flames dimmed as she struggled against the restraints. Lu Yu, seeing the situation well in hand, relaxed and addressed Lin Luo from his superior position. Dark Emperor, you've lost. However, as a celestial master who keeps his word, you can become my subordinate. Lu Yu planned to subdue Dark Emperor and then seek out Yu Taijia, believing that bringing together 2 individuals reborn from the future under his command would mark the true rise of the Celestial Master sect. Lin Luo, looking at the triumphant Lu Yu, calmly stated, "A true celestial master you are, Lu Yu, but unfortunately, your centuries of legacy end with me today." Lu Yu scoffed, thinking Lin Luo was merely boasting, as he had encountered many blustering foes before. He casually invited Lin Luo to show whatever capabilities he had left, fully confident in his victory. Lin Luo didn't retort, but instead brought out his SS-grade substitute, Fetal Movement, and activated the SS-grade talent, Emotion Igniter. As the talent was activated, Lin Luo's spirit extended infinitely, sensing the emotions of all beings within Hang City. The city's pervasive feelings of confusion, helplessness, fear, and despair were joined by nascent emotions of hope and resilience spreading like wildfire across the city. Unbeknownst to Lin Luo, a reporter named Yao Mushi had just broadcasted a video of the Dark Emperor defeating the Wormhole Guardian, inspiring belief that the monsters could be overcome. Simultaneously, soldiers were rallying citizens with spirited speeches, and cheers of unity and defiance echoed throughout Hang City. Though Lin Luo couldn't see these individual acts of courage and defiance, their collective cheers and the outpouring of desire for life and hope for the future resonated clearly in his ears. Stirred by this wave of collective will, Lin Luo's eyes sparkled momentarily. He softly chanted, "My new substitute, I have decided. You shall be born from the millions of hopes and prayers of this city." The energy level contained in the pink little flesh ball began to rapidly climb, reaching the limit of SS level in just a breath. Infinite light began radiating gently in all directions from the pink flesh ball. The ball quickly grew in size, and then a pair of snowy white wings stretched out from it, finally transforming into a slender and graceful figure. Countless feathers of light began to flutter down from the sky. A beautiful girl with delicate features, dressed in a loose white robe, quietly floated in the void, resembling an angel descended to the mortal realm. She turned back and gave Lin Luo a gentle smile. "Respected host, I was born from the hopes of millions of ordinary people to help you clear all obstacles." Lin Luo responded with a smile and quickly started to check her attributes. Named Angel of Hope, she possessed 3 exclusive skills. The first, Everlasting Life, consumes the power of hope to allow a substitute to use abilities without depleting energy, or to allow the host to use skills without consuming mana. Moreover, the blessed target can consume additional energy to obtain 20% more power beyond the limit. The second, Grace of Hope, bestows mortals with feathers of hope, which they can consume to obtain a portion of the power to realize their hopes. Those who receive feathers of hope can communicate with Angel of Hope through prayer and borrow a portion of her power. The third, Blossom of Hope, consumes the power of hope to grant a creature the power to fulfill its own heart's desire for a short time. Upon seeing Lin Luo summon another powerful SS-level substitute, Lu Yu frowned slightly and sternly said, "What's the use of summoning so many support-type substitutes? I urge the ancestors to take action and rid us of demons and protect the path." Lin Luo smiled slightly in response. "Lu Yu, how can the efforts of a few generations of your family compete with the hope of the countless souls in Hang City?" With a single flap of her wings, Angel of Hope released concentric circles of silver halos, enveloping Lady Kagaya in a vast power of hope. In that moment, Lady Kagaya's power exceeded its limit. She instantly broke free from the golden chains, and with a stomp, she created a thunderous sonic boom. Like lightning cleaving through the void, she charged towards Lu Yu in an instant. Before Lu Yu could speak, the goddess of mercy and a dignified elder by his side had already made their move to intercept her. An oppressive force turned into an energy vortex attacking Lady Kagaya, who, taking no chances, immediately released her black flame barrier. However, the opposing force was too strong, and after several impacts, the barrier was full of cracks. The next moment, the black flame barrier shattered, and the area was suddenly filled with flying dust stirred up by the energy. Lu Yu was about to gloat over his apparent victory, but was shocked to find that Lady Kagaya had vanished along with the dust. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Lady Kagaya's sudden appearance left Lu Yu with no time to react, but the goddess of mercy, who had always been protective of him, reacted very quickly. With a gentle shake of her jade bottle, infinite streams of water surrounded Lu Yu. Several robed elders also hurriedly gathered around. After Lady Kagaya waved her long sword to repel the people, her figure figure mysteriously disappeared again. When she reappeared, she had already bypassed the many robed elders and was not far from Lu Yu, with only 2 elders left guarding him. At this moment, Lin Luo's voice also rose. Your blade shall be invincible. Your blade shall shatter all. I bestow upon you the power to defeat the enemies before you, the power to exceed your own limits. As Lin Luo murmured, the energy of Master of Wishes plummeted from 1025 points to 1 point. A terrifying force of wish, along with the power of hope, acted upon Lady Kagaya, making her power break through the skies. Torrential black flames instantly transformed into numerous dark blades, piercing into the bodies of the 2 elders. As 2 screams rang out, the figures of the robed elders dissipated. At this moment, Lu Yu felt an intense dread, unable to understand how this woman had suddenly become so powerful. Seeing the opponent attempting to flee, Lin Luo immediately commanded, Charming Queen, cast the pink illusion. As Lu Yu heard the command, his expression changed dramatically, a foreboding feeling surging in his heart. In the next moment, the scenery before his eyes changed instantaneously, and he completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's elder substitute was too occupied dealing with Lady Kagaya to provide any assistance. Lin Luo's face revealed a smile of triumph, knowing his opportunity had arrived. In the distance, the goddess of mercy continued to release streams of water, trying to stop Lin Luo's approach, but was easily repelled by the tentacles of the green demon. With a swift move, Lin Luo snatched the celestial master token from Lu Yu's embrace. Lu Yu, relying on his firm Taoist heart, awakened from the illusion, but it was too late. From the moment the celestial master token changed hands, the figures of the robed elders disappeared into the air. Lin Luo, holding the celestial master token, mockingly said, without those old men to help, let's see what you can do now. Enraged, Lu Yu yelled at Lin Luo, despicable villain, return the celestial master token to me immediately. Lin Luo, composed, retorted, are you dreaming? Lady Kagaya, kill him. Lu Yu glared at him and then once again performed a hand gesture, invoking the foremost of the 4 holy ones of the North Pole, Celestial General Jade, True Longevity, True Lord, aid me. Suddenly, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and a divine projection far more powerful than any before descended to the mortal realm. Lin Luo tensed, not expecting Lu Yu to have a backup plan. However, instead of confronting Lady Kagaya, the Celestial General Jade, True Longevity, True Lord immediately formed a thunder seal and shouted, dark bright thunder god escape. Countless bolts of lightning rose, enveloping Lu Yu and causing Lady Kagaya's attack to miss. A voice emanated from the midst of the lightning orb in the sky. Lu Yu's voice, keep the celestial master token for now. I swear I will return to kill you and avenge today's disgrace. After speaking, the lightning dissipated, and no one was left in the void. Seeing this, Lin Luo immediately used the mourner's ashes to restore the energy of Master of Wishes, and then muttered softly, locate Lu Yu's position for me immediately. In less than a second, Master of Wishes had imprinted Lu Yu's location in his mind. Lin Luo, along with Lady Kagaya, immediately pursued Lu Yu's location. By this time, Lu Yu had already landed atop a tall building, his heart filled with anger and regret. If I had fought with all my strength from the beginning, I wouldn't have lost so miserably. Now that the Celestial Master token has been taken, my strength has drastically decreased. Continuing the fight might indeed lead to my demise. While Lu Yu was considering where to hide next, his ears twitched, detecting the sound of sonic booms from above. He quickly used 2 heavenly eye talismans and placed them over his eyes, allowing him to clearly see through the mist. He saw a girl engulfed in black flames approaching at an unbelievable speed. Lu Yu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, wondering how she could have located him. He hastily summoned Celestial General Jade, True Longevity, True Lord again, who immediately commenced the dark bright thunder god escape technique. Lu Yu turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, Lady Kagaya landed at the spot where Lu Yu had just been. Lin Luo couldn't help but curse softly at the speed of Lu Yu's escape, and then instructed Master of Wishes to continue tracking him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, still in the air, was puzzled. How does Lin Luo know my location? Does he have a substitute that can track targets? Having multiple substitutes that can also integrate with each other, his talent is even more terrifying than an ordinary SSS class talent. I never heard of such a person from Utaijia in his previous life. Just as Lu Yu landed, a soldier rushed over anxiously and said, brother, are you here to help? Our second echelon's S-class awakeners are running out of energy. Can you come and assist them? Lu Yu looked towards the Void King insect that the army was surrounding and immediately showed a disdainful expression. Just a mere Void King insect. Just then, he heard the dreaded sonic boom sound again. His expression changed drastically, and he pushed the soldier away impatiently, saying, don't bother me, get lost. Then, once again enveloped in lightning, Lu Yu rapidly fled the area. The soldier watched his retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. Behind him, unbeknownst to the soldier, a bug-like monster crept closer. By the time he realized, a pair of massive scythes was almost upon him. Suddenly, a red and black sword shadow flashed by, cutting the insect monster in two. Lin Luo, leading Lady Kagaya, asking with a smile, are you alright? The soldier was about to express his gratitude when he suddenly noticed several more monsters attacking attacking from behind the young man. Lin Luo summoned his long sword, and with a few swings of whirlwind sword aura, the surrounding insect monsters were instantly slain. The soldier was completely stunned by the display of power. He had seen many S-class awakeners, but never anyone this formidable. He immediately grabbed Lin Luo and pleaded, "Please, help us. The monsters here are too powerful. Firearms and machine guns can't kill them, and my comrades are suffering heavy casualties." Lin Luo responded with a gentle smile, "Don't worry, now that I am here, you are safe. Leave the rest to me." The soldier wanted to warn Lin Luo about the dangers, but he was too overwhelmed by the sight of the large insect creature. The Void King insect was an old adversary for Lin Luo, and he had always believed there was only one of such a level. Now it seemed that they, like ordinary animals, had their own territories. The soldier knew the young man was powerful, but he still felt Lin Luo was being too reckless. A single mistake due to underestimating the enemy could be fatal. Lin Luo, indifferent to the soldier's concerns, stated unequivocally, "Have your people fall back. This place will be my battlefield now." Lin Luo rose into the air as he sent several whirlwind sword auras straight at the Void King insect's face. At that moment, the fusion time for Lady Kagaya's composite form ended, and her black flames shed from her body, transforming into Dark Emperor. Lin Luo wasn't surprised by this transformation, as the events were already foretold by the future diary. Their current task was to obliterate the Void King insect. The soldier beside him was completely flabbergasted, a realization flashing through his mind as he screamed in disbelief, "Dark Emperor, you are the Dark Emperor." He quickly grabbed a walkie-talkie and shouted, "Captain, we are saved. The Dark Emperor is here. It's unmistakable. It's really the Dark Emperor." His substitute and the one described by reporter Yao in the videos are exactly the same, a beautiful girl with a sword and a warrior in black armor. Lin Luo, with a casual gesture, sent countless azure sword energies piercing into the insect king's body. Dark Emperor and Lady Kagaya seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks. Soon, the Void King insect emitted a loud, earth-shattering wail. Hearing this, the surrounding insect creatures immediately abandoned their opponents and rushed towards Lin Luo. The soldiers, already exhausted from prolonged fighting, suddenly felt revitalized, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. The Dark Emperor, through widespread propaganda, had become something of a national hero. Lin Luo, awaiting the approaching swarm of insect creatures, revealed a cold smile. He took out a frost-white horn and, after taking a deep breath, blew into it fiercely. The long sound of the horn echoed through the sky, summoning a colossal frost giant dragon from a crack in the void. Though similar in rank to a typical S-class substitute, its massive size made it ideal for dealing with the lesser insect minions. As the frost giant dragon opened its fanged maw and roared violently, countless insect creatures were shattered by the sound and fell from the sky. Lin Luo was pleased with the effect. Defeating this king insect would grant him at least 5 Wheel of Fate single draw tickets and 5 Fate crystals. Just then, a chorus of rallying cries rose behind him. "Dark Emperor, hold on. We are coming to help you." A large group of soldiers was charging towards his position. Lin Luo was bemused, thinking, "When did I need help?" Lin Luo quickly called out to stop them from approaching, telling them that the Void King insect was just a thick-skinned pest that didn't require their assistance. The soldiers stood there, stunned, as their night-long adversary was dismissed as mere trash. Lin Luo then wielded the Heart of Oblivion, and its sword energy surged. Several more fierce whirlwind sword auras swiftly depleted the Void King insect's last sliver of health. Congratulations, player, for defeating the Wormhole Guardian Void King insect. Congratulations, player, for earning 5 Wheel of Fate single draw tickets and 5 Fate crystals. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to level 29. The soldiers watched in utter astonishment at the unfolding scene, some speaking in disbelief. He really is the world's #1 Dark Emperor. These bugs really are no match for him. Lin Luo waved at them and then swiftly continued chasing towards Lu Yu's location. Although he couldn't catch up, scaring him was also good. He was determined to leave Lu Yu with an unforgettable shadow today. A few soldiers, upon seeing the Dark Emperor just kill the Void King insect, turned and disappeared into the mist, their eyes brimming with moved tears. Doing good without expecting a reward, truly a role model for our generation. Meanwhile, on the balcony of a villa in the neighborhood, Lu Yu, somewhat in disarray, landed with the thunder. He could no longer care about losing face. He had to seek help to survive. He kicked open the balcony door and shouted loudly, "Old Yu, are you there?" However, the villa was pitch dark, and only his voice echoed, clearly indicating no one was there. He could only take out a talisman, recording the details of his fight with Dark Emperor and adding at the end, "Old Yu, Dark Emperor's abilities are too strange. If you want to know more about him or retrieve your lost powers, you'll have to contact me." After recording, he stuck the talisman in the most conspicuous place. At this moment, he finally calmed down a bit. He knew he couldn't keep running like this. The energy of the substitute was limited, and he had to find a way to make it impossible for the other party to track him. He immediately performed a hand seal and softly exclaimed, "Please, Lord of the Literature Star, descend." Instantly, an elder in plain robes appeared beside him. Smiling at Lu Yu, he said, "I am the Lord of the Literature Star, here to aid the Celestial Master." With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a mighty aura aura of righteousness descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Yu. Lu Yu felt a sense of relief. He knew the mark on him must have been erased. This battle had been too costly for him. The energy I gained from staying up late to grind secret realms with you Taijia and others the other day is down to just a few hundred points. Moreover, the Celestial Master Sect's heritage treasure, the Celestial Master Token, has been taken. Fortunately, the other party can't activate the token without the Celestial Master Sect's secret technique. When I grow stronger, I will definitely take back the Celestial Master Token and completely avenge this humiliation. After realizing these things, Lu Yu began to check his substitute's panel. However, he found something very unsettling. His substitute, Heavenly Lord, had lost a significant 120 points of intelligence, and the skill, majestic demeanor of the Heavenly Lord had also strangely diminished to only 60% of its original power. However, with no time to ponder further, he knew he had to quickly leave this place of trouble. Meanwhile, Master of Wishes informed Lin Luo that the tracking had been removed. Lin Luo didn't show much disappointment. With the power of the future diary, whatever the other party does, he can find out a day in advance. Lin Luo made a wish to Master of Wishes. Oh, Master of Wishes, if Lu Yu appears within 10 kilometers of any important person to me, let me be notified. With the wish made, Lin Luo felt relieved, free of worry. It's time to check the spoils. He first opened the Dark Emperor's attribute panel. He remembered that during the battle, Lady Kagaya struck the elderly substitute twice with the Blade of Invasion. He was curious about what power had been seized. The Dark Emperor's intelligence had increased by 120 points, and he had acquired a new skill, Majestic Demeanor of the Heavenly Lord, 40%. Lin Luo was surprised. This Majestic Demeanor of the Heavenly Lord skill is quite good, but what use is such high intelligence for a warrior like Dark Emperor? A bit disgruntled, Lin Luo closed the Dark Emperor's attribute panel and then took out the Celestial Master Token. He recalled Lu Yu's method of using it and held the token to his forehead, but nothing happened, leading to some embarrassment. It seemed that this sect-specific item wasn't meant for outsiders like him. Annoyed and somewhat embarrassed, Lin Luo handed the Celestial Master Token to Master of Wishes, demanding, Master of Wishes, modify this Celestial Master Token so only I can use it. Master of Wishes replied with some difficulty, My great master, to modify this Celestial Master Token, it will consume at least half of my energy. Upon hearing the need for energy, Lin Luo laughed heartily and immediately sprinkled a large amount of the mourner's ashes towards Master of Wishes, stating indifferently, energy is meant to be used. A problem that can be solved with energy is not a problem at all. With no further hesitation, Master of Wishes began flipping through the Book of Wishes. The Celestial Master Token, transformed by the power of wishes, looked slightly different. Its color was somewhat refreshed, as if it had shed some of its historical dust. Most astonishingly, the token now had its own attribute panel, Celestial Master Token, a holy grade top-tier equipment. The sole user, Lin Luo, effects, permanently reduces the user's mana limit by 1000 points, summons 10 ancestors from the Celestial Master Sect to assist in battle for 10 minutes. Lin Luo was astounded. He hadn't encountered a holy grade item in 3 years in his past life, and here Lu Yu had been carrying such a heaven-defying treasure. But soon, he noticed something amiss. Why are there only 10 ancestors available for summoning? I clearly remember Lu Yu summoning 12. Could it be that the 2 slain by Lady Kagaya have completely disappeared? Lin Luo felt a pang of loss. Those 2 ancestors' powers were comparable to a standard S-tier substitute, but given the circumstances, there was no way to hold back. 10 S-tier or above combatants. What a gain! Next, he planned to continue gathering energy and boosting his mana limit. Once the mouse-level disaster was over, he intended to head to northern Myanmar, a hunting ground ripe for his taking. At this time, Hui Tailang and Qin Fan returned to the villa and immediately noticed the talisman Lu Yu had left on the wall. After reading the recorded message, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly called Yu Taijia. However, all were baffled. Wasn't Lu Yu claimed to be strong enough to defeat the 3 of us alone? To think he couldn't even overcome Dark Emperor by himself. Upon receiving the news, Yu Taijia was quite astonished. He was well aware of Lu Yu's capabilities as a top-tier SSS class talent, combined with the mysterious and profound heritage of the Celestial Master Sect. The fact that such a person lost to Dark Emperor was bewildering. After hanging up the phone, Yu Taijia headed to the location of the battle, following the clues left by Lu Yu. The area still held remnants of the substitute's energy from the fight, and the ground bore many traces of the battle. He instructed the blue-clad girl beside him, King of Time, begin. Conduct a time reversal of this area's scene. Upon command, King of Time initiated her power, and several large clocks appeared around her, their hands moving rapidly counterclockwise. The scenery began to subtly shift, reflecting the area's past events. This ability to rewind time wasn't an actual reversal of time, but rather a means to witness past events in a specific area. As the scene unfolded, Yu Taijia suddenly called for a pause, and then he dived right into the scene before him. The next moment, he appeared beside Lady Kagaya, turning his gaze toward the shadowy figure shrouded in the dense fog, recognizing the Dark Emperor. So, you are the Dark Emperor, the one who returned with me to the time before the mass awakening," he murmured. After scrutinizing Lin Luo, he frowned. "I don't recognize this person, and I've never heard of such a figure in my past life. His strength has increased so tremendously in just a few days. Let me uncover your secrets." As Utaijia's words trailed off, the scene resumed. By the time it paused again, the battle was halfway through. Utaijia immediately recognized the white clock embedded in Dark Emperor's chest and exclaimed, "It's indeed you. The power of King of Time has been seized by you." King of Time, who had come closer, confirmed, "Master, that white clock is indeed the transformation of my second hand's power. Should we join forces with Lu Yu?" Utaijia didn't immediately agree, but continued the time reversal, eager to understand how Dark Emperor managed to defeat Lu Yu, an SSS tier talent. After a while, Utaijia knelt, overwhelmed and incredulous. How is this possible? How can one person have so many substitutes, and moreover, they can merge with each other? What exactly is the awakened talent of this Dark Emperor? Continuing with his quest for answers, Utaijia instructed King of Time to keep the time reversal going. The King of Time warned him, "Long-term time reversal is too taxing on energy and your physical strength." Utaijia clenched his fists and firmly said, "Even if it uses up all the energy I've accumulated recently, I must know the secret behind Dark Emperor's strength." As time rewound, the scene rapidly reversed, even going back to before the battle between Lin Luo and Lu Yu. Utaijia followed the reversing Lin Luo to the moment when he had just killed Gao Qi and plundered his talent. Thus, Lin Luo's deepest secret was finally laid bare before him. Utaijia was slightly stunned. So, this Dark Emperor can actually plunder others' talents by killing them. This is terrifying. No wonder he has so many different talents and substitutes. But whether in this life or my past life, I've never encountered him, let alone been killed by him. How did he seize the power of King of Time? At that moment, King of Time spoke up. "Do you need me to continue tracking his location? We could use delayed blast to eliminate him while he sleeps." Utaijia hastily declined. "This Dark Emperor is shrouded in too many mysteries. We need to observe what kind of person he is first. After all, our real enemy comes from beyond the skies. If Dark Emperor's character isn't bad, collaborating with him isn't out of the question." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Luo, his greatest secret had been uncovered by others. He had just completed another successful raid on the Tomb of Tears, this time preemptively controlling the Lich Bride to prevent any leaks, resulting in his acquisition of 30 portions of Mourner's ashes. Following that, he revisited the refreshed sacred forest and obtained a significant amount of God-given crystal shards. Satisfied with his loot, he then asked Master of Wishes to locate the secret vault left by the prison warden Duan Qingfeng. Shortly afterward, they arrived at a villa. Lin Luo carefully instructed Master of Wishes to disable all surveillance devices before nonchalantly entering. He went straight to the basement, which turned out to be a modestly decorated study. Following the method previously mentioned by Duan Qingfeng, he explored the bookshelf until one book was pressed into it, causing the entire bookshelf to slowly rotate and reveal the entrance to a secret chamber. Though he was prepared, the sight inside the secret chamber still staggered Lin Luo. He had never imagined nearly 100 million in cash would look so vast. Overwhelmed by the sight of the massive amount of money, Lin Luo mused that in his past and present life combined, he had never seen so much money. An ordinary person earns 3,000 to 4,000 a month. It would take 2,000 years of work without spending a dime to accumulate this amount. After collecting his thoughts, he immediately, without hesitation, stored all the money in his space crystal. Having dealt with this unexpected windfall, Lin Luo then directed Master of Wishes to locate the position of Wang Hingji, the second son of the Wang corporate empire. If it weren't for being preoccupied with dealing with Lu Yu, he would have sought revenge for his brother much earlier. Stealing national treasures and framing his brother for jail were crimes Lin Luo could not tolerate. Inside a building at this moment, Wang Hingji, clearly impatient, rose from the bed. A butler beside him hastily offered his clothes with respect. Wang Hingji spoke with displeasure. "Clean this place up. I'm going down for breakfast. Next time find more. One is simply too fragile." The butler, looking at the girl on the bed already foaming at the mouth and lifeless, couldn't help but shake his head. It was unknown how many girls had perished after the city was shrouded in fog. It seemed that his young master was extremely bored. In a splendid office, Wang Hingji was somewhat boredly eating his breakfast when suddenly the lights in the hall went out. Then, an icy voice suddenly rang out in front of the office desk. "Do you enjoy playing? Then, I'll play a game with you." Startled by this sudden change, Wang Hingji stood up with a trembling voice. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Lin Luo pressed his head down onto the office desk. "Young Master Wang doesn't need to worry about who I am. You better listen carefully to the rules of the game I'm about to tell you, as it concerns whether you can live through today. I've released 100 giant locusts into this room to chase you. However, I'm not so heartless. If you can run out through the back door, I'll let you go. Young Master Wang, enjoy." The next moment, the lights turned on. Wang Hingji suddenly looked bewildered, uncertain if what just happened was real or an illusion. Just then, the sound of insects flapping their wings emerged in the room. Countless giant locusts swarmed directly at him. Wang Hingji was completely panicked, running and shouting for the butler to help. Suddenly, he remembered remembered the words of the mysterious person and quickly ran towards the back door. The moment he pushed the door open, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, the mysterious voice rang out again. Congratulations on passing the first level. Let's move on to the next one, the mist of murder. Wang Hingji suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed intently on the location within the white fog from where the voice was emanating. A hint of ferocity surged on his face as he demanded, "Who exactly are you? How dare you toy with me like this? Remember your unyielding demeanor now, young Master Wang. Don't beg for mercy later. The second round of our game, Mist of Killing, is about to begin. I'll release a xenomorph hunter to chase after you. If you can run back through the front door to your home, then you'll be considered the winner. So now, let the game begin." Upon hearing this, Wang Hingji immediately began to curse loudly. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow, as tall as a two-story building, appeared before him. This frightened Wang Hingji into silence, and cold sweat uncontrollably began to stream down his face. His body went rigid with fear, and he turned to run, cursing Lin Luo in his heart. "If I can escape this time, I must use all of Wang Corporation's resources to kill you." Just as he was about to re-enter through the front door, a large swarm of giant locusts suddenly burst out, forcibly pushing him back out. The xenomorph hunter caught up, and its sharp limbs brutally pierced his calf, lifting him into the air. Just when Wang Hingji thought his life was over, the motion of the xenomorph hunter suddenly halted, and the mysterious man's voice rang in his ear again. "Young Master Wang, you were quite spirited just now. Why so listless all of a sudden?" Hearing this voice, Wang Hingji no longer dared to act rashly. He had a wonderful life to live and could not die here. He pleaded, "Big brother, I was blind to your greatness earlier. I'll give you anything you want. Please spare me." Lin Luo's mouth curled into a slight cold smile. "I still prefer your unyielding demeanor from earlier. Now, I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I might spare your life. Do you remember the theft of relics from the Hang City Museum a few years back?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hingji immediately recalled the incident. Such dealings with stolen relics occur often for the Wang family, but besides making an orphan take the blame, it seems we didn't offend anyone else. Wang Hingji's eyes shifted as he placed all the blame on his brother, Wang Chongji, claiming he was the instigator of the whole affair. Given his current predicament, he dared not admit to being the culprit himself. If Lin Luo were to take out his brother Wang Chongji, then he could rightfully inherit the Wang family's fortune. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo was slightly taken aback. "Your brother Wang Chongji did it?" "Indeed, it was him. He's the eldest in our family, the one behind all the dirty work. I'm just the scapegoat. Please, don't misunderstand me, big brother." Wang Hingji's tone was so pitiable it almost seemed genuine. At the same time, he secretly activated his B-level talent, Bewitchment, hoping to deceive the man in the fog. It seemed the mysterious man in the fog actually believed his words, as the gigantic insect gradually disappeared into the mist, indicating he would be spared. However, just as Wang Hingji let down his guard, a sword energy suddenly pierced his chest. Wang Hingji fell into a pool of blood, filled with unwillingness. Lin Luo's mouth showed a trace of cold smile. "A mere B-level talent trying to brainwash me?" Inside a luxurious villa, Wang Chongji was smiling as he told a story to his son. Suddenly, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis and quickly sent his son back to his room. Then, he summoned his substitute transcender. Wang Chongji had always publicly claimed his talent was only of C-level, but as a scion of a major family, concealing one's true abilities was a lesson well learned. His actual talent, an S-level called on a whim, was passive and alerted him to danger. It varied in intensity depending on the threat level. At that moment, Lin Luo pushed open the door and entered with a smile, asking, "Are you Mr. Wang Chongji?" Wang Chongji's expression changed upon hearing this. "May I know who you are and what brings you here?" Lin Luo didn't immediately answer. Instead, he casually seated himself before saying, "Mr. Huang, don't be so tense. I just want to inquire about something. You are aware of the relic theft from the Hang City Museum a few years ago, right? Your brother Wang Hingji mentioned you directed him to do it." Wang Chongji looked shocked and after a moment's thought replied, "I've heard of the case, but it has nothing to do with me. I'm involved in legitimate business. If my family is indeed involved, then it would have been my brother's doing. In our kind of family, it's common to deal in both legitimate and illegitimate businesses, and as the successor, I stay clear of the latter. My brother acts as the front man for such dealings. This isn't a secret. Anyone in our circles would know. It seems my brother has deceived you." Lin Luo watched him intently, seemingly convinced by his sincere gaze and the confirmation from the Master of Wishes at the door that Wang Chongji wasn't lying. After a long silence from Lin Luo, Wang Chongji continued more earnestly, "It seems you might be a victim of that incident. I apologize on behalf of my brother. Please tell me your story. While I can't undo the hardships you've faced, I hope to offer some financial compensation." The man before him was capable of sneaking into the Wang family's home silently. His strength was definitely not to be underestimated. He might be an S-class talent awakener just like himself. If he could settle this with money, that would be the best. Lin Luo didn't expect the other party to be such a good actor. If it were an ordinary victim hearing these words, they might even feel grateful. He couldn't help but sigh softly. "Mr. Wang's attitude is indeed commendable. Much stronger than your useless brother. No wonder you can become the heir to the Wang family. I originally wanted to just crush you, but but since you're quite cooperative, I will give you a chance to live. Wang Chongji raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect this young man to be so arrogant. He had already been so humble, yet the others still wanted to kill him. Did he really think he was easygoing? Wang Chongji's mouth curved into a smirk. You speak big words, but you might have overestimated your strength. Lin Luo glanced at the Transcender standing behind him, then summoned the Dark Emperor and said, if your substitute can last more than 5 seconds against my substitute, I'll give you a chance to live. Wang Chongji couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. What if your substitute is no match for mine? I assume you're also an S-class awakener. Don't think you're invincible just because you have some power. Although substitute Transcenders are also only S-class, both its strength and agility are at a full 200 points. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is its skill, Future Transcendence, which allows it to foresee 1 second into the future, absolutely taking the initiative before the opponent's action. Wang Chongji suddenly widened his eyes as Future Transcendence activated. He was shocked to find that in a second, the Transcender would be defeated by the opponent's substitute with a punch. So, he immediately ordered the Transcender to use its super agility to kill the opponent's host first, not to clash head-on with the substitute. But unexpectedly, the next second, the Transcender was blasted back. The black shadow of a punch didn't give him any chance to react and smashed heavily onto his face. Watching the Transcender that was now completely lifeless, Wang Chongji's face was filled with disbelief. The opponent's black substitute was so fast that it left the Transcender with no chance to dodge. He hurriedly pulled out a handgun and pointed it at Lin Luo. At such a close distance, even if your substitute is formidable, it's useless. Lin Luo looked disdainfully at the dark muzzle of the gun, then calmly commanded, Master of Wishes, I wish that the gun won't fire any bullets. Upon hearing this, Wang Chongji immediately pulled the trigger, but unexpectedly, after pressing it 5 times, all attempts misfired. He quickly threw away the weapon and pleaded, killing me won't benefit you at all. Name your price, I'll buy my life. Lin Luo's lips curled into a sly smile. Let's hear it. How much are you willing to pay for your life? I offer you 50 million, and wherever you need the Wang family's help in the future, I, Wang Chongji, will definitely assist you with all my might. Is the heir of the Wang Corporation only worth 50 million? A corrupt prison warden embezzles more than that, but you've given me some inspiration. I've decided to let Dark Emperor give you a quick end. Wang Chongji didn't expect the other to turn against him faster than flipping a book. He was about to say something more when Dark Emperor's iron fist already boomed into his chest. His vision darkened as he permanently lost the chance to speak again. Lin Luo looked at Wang Chongji's body and muttered, I really should build my own force. After getting rid of you, I can install a compliant puppet in the Wang family to still aid me. Lin Luo then activated his talent on Wang Chongji to plunder the skill on a whim, which provides varying degrees of warnings based on the level of danger. Lin Luo smiled in satisfaction. Being able to sense danger without a cooldown time, this talent is quite nice. He then began summoning his new substitute. A warrior clad in silver armor appeared before him, named Transcender, with both strength and agility at full 200 points and the exclusive skill Future Transcendence, which allows foreseeing the next second's future. Transcender, extremely similar to the S-class period Dark Emperor, is a high agility, high strength melee type substitute. Lin Luo was very pleased with this substitute, though he felt the skill was a bit underwhelming, only able to foresee 1 second into the future. Hearing Lin Luo's evaluation, Transcender clearly felt underestimated. Master, you undervalue me. My power is much greater than you imagine. That black thing behind you could win against me just because the previous master's commands were flawed. Hearing this, Dark Emperor immediately became enraged. Newcomer, do you want to have another go? Transcender naturally would not show weakness, and both substitutes were about to brawl again. Lin Luo naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen and immediately stopped them. Next, he began considering who to choose to control the Wang family as a puppet. After analysis by Master of Wishes, Lin Luo finally selected Wang Chongji's third uncle, Wang Daoqing. The line of Wang Daoqing has always been competing for power and profit with the head of the family, making him the most suitable candidate. Wang Daoqing is a businessman with a keen sense for commerce. After the era of universal awakening, he began to make his moves. However, with the sudden fog and monstrous insects, he planned to sell off 90% of his assets after the fog cleared, elevate his and his son's talents to S-class, and then form several strong teams. He aimed to monopolize the resources of the dungeon secrets, whether equipment, crystals, or energy, all in his own hands. Perhaps, father and son could become local lords. At that moment, applause came from behind them, and Lin Luo walked in with a smile. Mr. Wang has grand ambitions and a far-reaching vision. Being a second in command is really beneath you. How about I offer you a grand opportunity? Wang Daoqing's expression tensed upon hearing Lin Luo's words. I wonder what you mean by that, young friend. I've just conveniently taken care of 2 heirs of the Wang family. Now, your son is the only heir left. Wang Daoqing and his son's faces changed drastically, momentarily stunned by Lin Luo's words. Lin Luo looked at them mockingly. Or do you brothers have such deep affection that you wish to avenge them? Wang Shouji was about to retort, but was stopped by his father. Wang Daoqing ordered, Wang Shouji, go and and pour a cup of tea for our honored guest." Wang Shouji was slightly stunned, not quite understanding his father's intention, especially as he referred to this audacious young man as an honored guest. Without further explanation but a stern look, Wang Daoqing sent him on his way. Once his son left, Wang Daoqing managed a smile. "My son is not articulate. I hope you don't take offense, young friend, but is what you just said true?" Lin Luo nonchalantly waved his hand, indicating that what he truly valued was Wang Daoqing. As long as his son didn't cause any trouble and obediently listened, it was all fine. Lin Luo said with a smile, "Once this disaster is over, you'll receive news. But if you want to fully control the Wang family, you will undoubtedly face many obstacles. I'll help you clear these obstacles. I only have one condition. Whether it's financial or other aspects, you must provide me with sufficient support." After pondering for a moment, he cautiously asked, "May I be so bold as to ask, what exactly do you mean by clearing these obstacles?" Lin Luo didn't immediately answer his question, but instead said somewhat playfully, "Mr. Wang, although you have already anticipated the future development of the situation, you still see too superficially. The decisions you are making are not wrong, but you still underestimate the changes that the future world will undergo. Soon, this peaceful world will enter a great era of strife until the order completely collapses. I will bestow equal death to anyone who stands in my way." Wang Daoqing's expression became somewhat dazed. His awakened C-class talent, synchronization, allowed him to feel someone's emotions completely for a brief moment. He felt the firmness and confidence in the young man's heart, an unbreakable resolve. Even the long-extinguished passion in his heart seemed to reignite. He slapped the table hard and exclaimed, "I, Wang Daoqing, will join you in this madness." Lin Luo smiled at this. It was naturally less troublesome if the other party agreed. He was already prepared to find someone else to continue negotiations if they didn't agree. After all, if the second-in-command died, there was still a third-in-command. Just then, Wang Shouji came in with a cup of tea. Wang Daoqing quickly instructed him, "Go and call Li Sun, who has awakened an S-class talent from the factory." Then he hurriedly explained to Lin Luo, "This matter is of great importance. I happen to have an employee who has awakened a contract-type talent. It might be a good idea to have him come over as a witness." A tall young man, Li Sun, was brought in by Wang Shouji and immediately bowed and greeted his boss, Wang Daoqing, who nodded at him and then unceremoniously ordered him to summon his substitute and explain his talent to Lin Luo. Li Sun promptly summoned his substitute, which appeared as a giant light brown parchment in the void. He looked at his substitute and then introduced, "My substitute is called Pact of Yesteryear. Its ability is quite simple. It establishes a contract between two parties. If one side fails to abide by the contract stipulations, once the agreed-upon time comes, it will be enforced compulsorily." Lin Luo listened and didn't object. If the other party is only S-class, then I should be able to ignore this enforcement. His own substitute, Master of Wishes, claims to fulfill any wish, yet it's limited by the S-class. If a wish is too difficult, it simply collapses. Seeing no objection from Lin Luo, Wang Daoqing then instructed Li Sun to draft the contract. From today onwards, Lin Luo will help Wang Daoqing take complete control of the Wang family. Upon successful completion, the Wang family must provide Lin Luo with no more than 30% of the total assets as financial aid, as well as up to 40% of connections and other types of support. Once the content was confirmed, Wang Daoqing pressed his palm onto the contract, then turned to look at Lin Luo. Lin Luo, without any hesitation, also pressed his hand onto it. Suddenly, Lin Luo sensed an inexplicable sense of karma, but he didn't take it to heart. Even if he breached the contract, this S-class Pact of Yesteryear couldn't do much against him. After ensuring the contract was finalized, he left the place. Wang Shouji, with a curious expression, immediately asked his father, "Are we really going to cooperate with him?" Wang Daoqing's expression was resolute. The man single-handedly killed 2 heirs of the Wang family and can move freely even during the lockdown. He is probably indeed a benefactor for us. After leaving the Wang family, Lin Luo planned to continue strengthening his capabilities by grinding energy in a mystical realm, then amassing various potions in preparation for future endeavors. He intended to establish a company and build his own gaming guild after the mouse-level catastrophe had passed, learning from the recruitment methods of major powers in his past life to build his own force. The next morning, Lin Luo, while venturing into a secret realm known as the Lava Caverns, incredibly lucked out again, obtaining a diamond-grade weapon, the Flame's Leap, which granted him mastery in two-handed swords. After days of relentless effort, Lin Luo's level had reached 39, his basic physical attributes nearly maxed out, and proficiency in various skills reaching new heights. Beyond his 2 diamond-grade weapons, even his least impressive gear was of gold level. However, as dungeons and secret realms for levels 40 to 60 were not yet open, Lin Luo's level and equipment temporarily hit a plateau. In the afternoon, he arrived at a secret realm called the Black and White Bear's Forge. As diamond-grade weapons would accompany him for a long time, they necessitated thorough fortification. Approaching the forge, Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing a player berating a black and white bear for ruining his black iron weapon. He remembered these black and white bears might look cute but were no notoriously temperamental and terrifyingly strong in battle, recalling a scene from his past life where an SS-ranked talent was brutally beaten by one. Sure enough, as his recollection ended, the player was kicked flying by the black and white bear. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Luo presented a Celestial Master token to the black and white bear, inquiring about enhancing it. To his surprise, the black and white bear was taken aback by the sight of such a sacred item. However, enhancing sacred items required not only game currency but also a special item known as Essence of the King, an elite drop only from level 60 plus monsters, which Lin Luo couldn't procure yet. Disappointed, he put away the Celestial Master token and handed over his two longswords instead. The black and white bear swiftly swung its small hammer, enhancing both swords to +5, each gaining 50 points in attack power. Then, with a sly grin, the black and white bear commented on the pity of only enhancing such fine diamond-grade weapons to +5. Lin Luo, caressing his swords, handed them back to the black and white bear. Enhancing equipment is guaranteed to have a 100% success rate up until +5. However, after reaching that point, the success rate will gradually decrease, and the cost will continue to increase. This black and white bear is obviously trying to scam me out of my money. Then let me take good care of them, to vent the frustration for the majority of players. At that moment, black and white bear's lips curled into a sinister smile, eagerly anticipating the sight of frustration after a failed weapon enhancement. Just then, Lin Luo calmly said, "My enhancement will surely not fail." Black and white bear gave him a look as if he was an idiot, then excitedly started hammering at Flame's Leap with his small hammer, scoffing at Lin Luo's words. The higher the enhancement level, the lower the success rate. Failure is just a matter of time. After a busy flurry, Flame's Leap successfully upgraded from +5 to +6, which annoyed black and white bear. He immediately took out another small hammer and started working on two swords simultaneously. To his disbelief, 30 consecutive enhancements succeeded without a single failure, an utterly unreasonable outcome. Lin Luo and Master of Wishes exchanged glances, and Lin Luo asked playfully, "Must have been hard on you. Is the enhancement done?" Black and white bear wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I've reached my limit. I can't continue enhancing." Lin Luo responded with a tinge of regret. "That's too bad. Thank you anyway." At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed, as a human-shaped substitute covered in mosaics perfectly recited the attributes of Flame's Leap. Lin Luo, slightly startled, knew his weapon's attributes were hidden, yet this being could read the concealed information. He coldly warned, "Continue exposing my weapon's attributes, and see if I don't chop you up." The mosaic-covered substitute immediately ceased its actions, twisting mechanically. Then, the mechanical voice resonated directly in Lin Luo's mind. "I apologize for my rudeness. Your weapon is so astonishing that I couldn't help but recite its properties. My name is Eagle. My ability is to see through any hidden information. My substitute is called Unfathomable, capable of remote operations and sharing vision with me. I noticed your confident expression during the enhancement. I suspect your substitute might be able to improve success rates." Lin Luo's gaze sharpened. "You know curiosity killed the cat, right?" Eagle's voice resounded again in Lin Luo's mind. "Please don't misunderstand. I'm just looking to exchange contact details for future high-quality equipment enhancements. Besides, I know many wealthy individuals and I could introduce business to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo immediately recalled some events from his past life, where indeed many wealthy individuals paid handsomely for equipment enhancements. Thus, he didn't reject the offer and exchanged contact information with Eagle. Meanwhile, in Hang City Military District's conference room number 6, dozens of high-ranking officials were gathered to discuss establishing a supernatural law enforcement team post-disaster. The team's primary focus would be on higher-level awakened individuals with supernatural abilities. Instantly, a proposal emerged to invite the city's hero, Dark Emperor, as the first chief of the team, which met immediate opposition. Some argued that such a critical position should be filled by someone from within the system. Others mentioned that Dark Emperor's guardian, Zhou Dongshan, who was still serving a sentence, had a tainted background, making Dark Emperor unsuitable for such a significant role. The commander, Nie Xiangdong, intervened in the discussion. "I have reinvestigated Zhou Dongshan's case and found some trickery. I plan to release Zhou Dongshan and clear his bad records after the disaster. Moreover, if the Dark Emperor is willing to join the Supernatural Management Bureau, any conditions and positions can be satisfied." Upon hearing this, the other officials' expressions changed dramatically. "Such conditions are simply outrageous. Is the Dark Emperor really worth such significant attention from the nation?" Nie Xiangdong continued. "From now on, all government agencies must cooperate fully with the Supernatural Administration in handling supernatural cases. This is not a request, it's an order." Meanwhile, Lin Luo, unaware of the official plans to recruit him, visited his brother Zhou Dongshan in detention, giving him a feather of hope as he was about to head to northern Myanmar. He wanted to ensure his brother's safety while he was away. The prison guards quickly reported his visit to Commander Nie Xiangdong. After visiting his brother, Lin Luo wandered the empty streets, instructing Master of Wishes to find a company that could quickly transport him to northern Myanmar. Soon, town, a company named Brilliant Media caught his eye. Lin Luo, with a slight smile, sent his resume to this company that was hiring. The cleverest hunter often appears as the prey, he mused. Inside an office at Brilliant Media, Mr. Xing was discussing life with his new female secretary, with whom he was extremely satisfied. She was not only competent at her job, but also helped him relax after work. The next day, Lin Luo arrived at the Brilliant Media office building following the instructions in the reply he received. He was greeted by the female secretary, Menger, who had worked overnight. Struck by Lin Luo's youthful and handsome appearance, she personally escorted him to Mr. Xing's office. Mr. Xing briefly glanced at Lin Luo's resume before offering him a job on the spot and inviting him to join a company-organized overseas trip in 2 days. Lin Luo readily accepted, as it aligned with his objectives. 2 days later, dozens of employees gathered at the company building. The team leader for this team-building exercise, Manager Gu, saw that everyone had arrived and promptly arranged for everyone to board the bus headed to the airport. However, confusion spread among the employees when they noticed that the tickets distributed by Manager Gu were for northern Myanmar, not the previously mentioned Singapore. Faced with the employees' confusion, Manager Gu quickly explained that due to the peak travel season, they were unable to purchase enough direct tickets and would need to transit through northern Myanmar to reach Singapore. Lin Luo didn't buy this explanation at all. He was well aware that Brilliant Media was a hotspot for luring people with high salaries to northern Myanmar to engage in telecommunication fraud. The 11th talent of Lin Luo Plunder has finally arrived. Although everyone had some doubts about transferring in northern Myanmar, they all obediently boarded the plane. 4 hours later, dozens from Glorious Media stepped out of the airport in northern Myanmar, where the pre-arrived President Xing was already waiting for them. Everyone was curious about this unfamiliar country, looking around as soon as they left the airport. Seeing this, President Xing suggested taking them to tour the scenic spots of northern Myanmar since there were still 3 to 4 hours before the transfer. A few minutes later, the group approached a shabby bus, beside which stood several burly men holding guns. Realizing something was amiss, everyone started requesting to return to the airport to wait for the transfer, no longer wanting to visit the so-called scenic spots of northern Myanmar. Annoyed by the chatter and fuss, President Xing slapped the leader to the ground. He detested people who talked too much and were troublesome. He also sternly ordered everyone to get on the bus quickly, or they would be responsible for the consequences. The gunmen behind him cooperatively aimed their weapons at the group. Suddenly, one of them turned to run back towards the airport, and a gunman was about to shoot, but a young man stopped him, saying, "He's clearly a talent awakener with enhanced speed. With our shooting skills, it's hard to hit him." With a low shout, the young man produced a huge brush in his hand, and with a big swing, he wrote the character bind in the air. The next moment, the man who seemed about to run back to the airport was suddenly frozen in place, unable to break free from this invisible binding. President Xing, seeing this, hurriedly flattered him with a cigarette, saying, "I've long heard that Brother Shinny has awakened an S-class talent. Seeing it with my own eyes is truly enviable." Shinny casually smiled and replied, "I'm just serving Mr. Ming, merely a fighter. How can I compare to Brother Xing? You're so capable, capturing so many people in such a short time. No wonder the boss always praises you in front of me." Pleased, President Xing smiled and then scolded the people from Glorious Media, saying, "This is northern Myanmar, the place where I grew up. Welcome to my world, my delicate little lambs." The people dared not resist and obediently formed a line to board the bus. After loading everyone onto the bus, Shinny mentioned he had to pick up another group, so he instructed President Xing to escort these people back to the compound first. Sitting on the bus, Lin Luo almost burst out laughing, finding the situation incredibly thrilling. He had just disembarked from the plane and already encountered an S-class talent awakener. For him, this place was like heaven. The speed of this bus isn't fast. Dark Emperor has an action range of 170 meters, and Lady Kagaya 190 meters. Once the bus starts moving, both substitutes can attack simultaneously. Within their range, they can instantly eliminate the enemy, and no one will suspect me since I'll have already left on the bus, Lin Luo thought to himself. As the bus slowly started moving, Lin Luo was calculating the distance in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he softly commanded, "Dark Emperor, Lady Kagaya, it's time to act." Shinny suddenly felt a chill run through his body, followed by a sharp pain in his chest as a slender knife pierced through his back and out his chest. Then, a dark figure appeared in front of him, and a terrifying punch sent him flying at least 50 meters. Sitting in the back seat of the bus, Lin Luo had just released his substitutes when he received the system prompt that he could plunder the talent. "Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering an S-class talent. Audit," the system announced. "The passive effect, enemy attacks on you will automatically enter an audit state. Once it's confirmed you cannot dodge, the attack will momentarily pause due to a violation. After triggering a violation, there will be a 12-hour cooldown." Seeing the abilities of his new talent, Lin Luo's smile widened unconsciously. This is like a life-saving shield every 12 hours. An attack I can't dodge must be threatening enough. The momentary pause is enough for me to counterattack. This trip to northern Myanmar is turning out to be very promising. promising. I wonder if I can plunder my first SSS class talent here. The old bus had been jolting on the dirt road for several hours. During the journey, Lin Luo was busy devising his plan for the trip to northern Myanmar. Since Dark Emperor's identity had been exposed domestically, he planned to use Transcender as his main combat substitute. Meanwhile, the other passengers on the bus were secretly discussing how to escape. Although the guards escorting them were armed, there were only 3 of them against dozens on the bus, so the passengers believed there was a significant chance of overpowering them. However, they also realized that if the bus entered the compound, they would lose any chance of escape. But Lin Luo, understanding the darker aspects of human nature, knew that no one wanted to be the first to act and risk getting shot. An hour later, President Xing informed everyone, "We have arrived at our destination. Prepare to disembark." At that moment, fear filled everyone, and they started cursing at President Xing. He, in turn, dropped his pretense, saying, "Shut up. Anyone who makes another sound, I'll skin you alive." 2 burly men, holding guns, leered at several female employees and began to forcibly usher people off the bus. When they violently dragged a girl off by her hair, the rest of the passengers fell silent and obediently lined up to disembark. Lin Luo, at the end of the line, activated his S-Class talent Hermit and disappeared into thin air. Invisible, he leisurely followed at the end of the group, entering the tightly guarded telefraud compound. Inside the compound, President Xing was having a satisfying smoke with another subordinate, Chen, who was specifically sent by Boss Ming to meet with him. Chen informed President Xing that Boss Ming was very pleased with his performance and he would soon be appointed as the head of the operation. Expressing his gratitude, President Xing then headed alone towards the top floor where Boss Ming's office was located. Lin Luo, still invisible, followed him closely. Reaching an office, President Xing cautiously knocked on the door. Just as he opened it, he suddenly felt a force kick him from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. This caused Boss Ming Guochang to look at him strangely. Scrambling to his feet, President Xing explained, "Boss, I felt someone kick me just now." As soon as he finished speaking, the door behind him slammed shut, alerting both men. President Xing, slightly afraid, ran to the front of the desk but was immediately scolded by Boss Ming. Standing up with a slam of his hand on the desk, Boss Ming loudly called out, "Show yourself, friend. I know you're here." Lin Luo's figure slowly appeared in the air like a ghost. A panicked President Xing pointed at Lin Luo and exclaimed, "Weren't you supposed to be detained? How did you end up here?" Ignoring him, Lin Luo excitedly remarked, "This is thrilling. You two are even more like villains than those in movies." Hearing this, Ming Guochang immediately drew his weapon and aimed at Lin Luo, demanding fiercely, "No matter who you are or what your purpose is, daring to cause trouble on my turf, do you believe I can shoot you dead right now?" Lin Luo, with a hint of disdain on his face, replied, "Are you sure your gun can take me down?" Seeing Lin Luo's arrogance, President Xing swung his fist at him, but before his punch could land, a warrior clad in silver-white armor instantly appeared and delivered a powerful blow to his stomach. The force of the punch sent President Xing flying into the wall behind him. Boss Ming's eyes narrowed. "You're an S-Class talent awakener, but young man, you're still too naive. Can your substitute be faster than my AK?" As he finished speaking, he fired a barrage of bullets at Lin Luo. Lin Luo activated the fighting spirit armor he had plundered from Reinhardt. The bullets bounced off both him and Transcender, causing no harm. Seeing this, Boss Ming was shocked and collapsed weakly into his chair, unable to believe what was happening before him. Lin Luo, with a mocking smile, approached the desk. "From now on, I'm the boss here, Lin. You'll be little Ming. I'll generously make you my first underling." Boss Ming, having become a leader himself, was no fool. He quickly adjusted his attitude and spoke somewhat ingratiatingly, "Young brother, please forgive me. I was blind to your abilities. May I ask who's backing you?" Lin Luo slammed the table and scolded, "Don't worry about who I am. From now on, I call the shots here. If you try any tricks, I'll beat you until you submit." At Lin Luo's command, Transcender began to brutally assault Boss Ming. After a while, Ming, gritting his teeth, threatened, "Even a mighty dragon cannot crush a local snake. No matter who's behind you, if you offend my crouching tiger villa, be careful not to bite off more than you can chew." Lin Luo's expression hardened at this. Transcender once again unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Boss Ming. Lin Luo watched with interest as Boss Ming lay defeated on the ground. "Little Ming, as a villain, you really are tough. But soon, I'll use the methods you normally employ on your employees on you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Boss Ming began to tremble in fear. Kneeling on the ground, he pleaded loudly, "Big brother, please stop hitting me. I'll do whatever you ask." Satisfied with his answer, Lin Luo directly inquired, "How many S-Class or above talent awakeners do you have under your command?" Boss Ming was surprised by the question, but obediently answered, "There are 2. One of them has already been dispatched elsewhere." Lin Luo was slightly disappointed, but he still asked Boss Ming to call the other S-Class class awakener over. Shortly after, a young man named Wang Xiaohu arrived at the office door. However, he hesitated to enter. His substitute, unserious narration, was frantically warning him of the danger inside. Beyond this iron door lies a terrifying existence from Country Z. No one yet realizes that a massive storm is about to sweep over northern Myanmar. Idiot! Leave now. If you enter this door, you're definitely dead. Turn around immediately. Don't greet them. Pretend nothing has happened. Suddenly, the door in front of Wang Xiaohu opened, and the voice in his ear became even more shrill. Danger! Danger! Leave Crouching Tiger Villa as fast as you can. But before he could react, a warrior clad in black armor and a beautiful young woman blocked his path. It's over for you now. These two substitutes are dozens of times stronger than you. You don't stand a chance. The next moment, a bright long knife pierced through him, and before he could recover, Dark Emperor's iron fist ended his life. As Wang Xiaohu slowly collapsed to the ground, Lin Luo heard the familiar system notification. Your SS-class talent Plunder has been activated. Please choose one of the 4 abilities to plunder. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the S-class talent Incomplete God's View. Hearing the name of this talent, Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback. What kind of talent is this? And it's incomplete? Curious, Lin Luo began to examine the attributes of this newly acquired talent. Your substitute possesses Incomplete God's View, allowing observation of all situations within a 10-meter range. Realizing that this talent focused on the substitute, he attempted to summon it, only to discover that this new talent's substitute, Unserious Narration, had an attribute panel but no physical form. The talent's description read, Unserious Narration through God's View can detect valuable hidden information about all targets within a 15-meter radius. Once you focus your attention on a target, narration will begin reciting. Just then, a cheeky male voice echoed in Lin Luo's ear. Hello, I'm inside your body. Lin Luo, feeling goosebumps all over, replied irritably, if you keep talking like that, I'll drain your energy and silence you forever. Unserious Narration seemed genuinely frightened and fell silent. Ignoring it for the moment, Lin Luo summoned another substitute he had plundered that day, Judge's Pen. This weapon-type substitute, which Lin Luo had never possessed before, could merge directly with gun and spear-type weapons or create corresponding effects by writing characters in the air. Boss Ming, witnessing this scene, was startled. How did Chinese Judge's Pen end up in Lin Luo's hands? Eager to test its power, Lin Luo wrote the character Emptiness in the air towards Boss Ming. The next moment, Boss Ming collapsed to the ground, his face pale and sweating profusely, as if he had been on a week-long internet cafe binge. Then Lin Luo wrote Kidney Treasure, and Boss Ming's complexion instantly revived, filled with vitality as if endowed with boundless energy. His gaze towards Lin Luo was filled with fear. This man seemed like a demon, not only immune to bullets, but also able to toy with him at will. Lin Luo, focusing on the Judge's Pen, thought, as long as there's enough energy, this Judge's Pen can control life and death. Similar to Master of Wishes, only one speaks and the other writes. I'll let Master of Wishes use it in the future. It might produce unexpected effects. Lin Luo then tested the power of Unserious Narration, focusing his attention on Boss Ming. The narration began. Ming Guochang is the head of Crouching Tiger Villa, a top 10 power in northern Myanmar. Besides owning a vast amount of real estate, he also has 90 million. He commands an armed force of over 200 people. After hearing Unserious Narration's information, Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. It's really easy to obtain crucial information about someone with this assistive substitute. Lin Luo looked disdainfully at Boss Ming. You're quite poor for a local warlord, only possessing 90 million in liquid assets. Seeing that Boss Ming remained silent, Transcender stepped forward and slapped him, causing stars to appear before his eyes. Ming quickly knelt at Lin Luo's feet and pleaded, because I am also from Z country and considered an outsider, most of the money goes to the local government and warlords. Lin Luo looked at him coldly. Knowing you're from Z country, yet you specialize in scamming people from Z country, it seems this land is thoroughly rotten from top to bottom. I won't kill you, but you must do something for me. 15 minutes later, all the armed personnel of the Telefraud compound were gathered in front of the office. Lin Luo looked at them with a cruel smile. Suddenly, dozens of purple vines burst from the ground, tightly entangling everyone. This caused panic among the crowd, with some shouting for help and others cursing loudly. Lin Luo ignored them, instead calculating how much these people would increase his soul power. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Are you Lin Luo?" Lin Luo was momentarily startled and recognized the speaker as Gu Qianfan, the team leader of their group building activity. Gu looked ragged, clearly having been roughed up earlier. Lin Luo quickly approached him, saying, "Brother Gu, I plan to wipe out this place. Organize the brothers who were deceived along with us. First, tie up these guys and throw them all into the dungeon." Gu Qianfan appeared hesitant and uncertain. "They have guns. Are you sure about this?" Lin Luo pointed to Boss Ming and said, "The leader of Crouching Tiger Villa is already in my hands. If you're still hesitant, you might lose the chance to return to our country." Hearing this, Gu Qianfan's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I'll do it. I hope you keep your word." Gu Qianfan immediately rallied several men who had been deceived like him. His passionate speech quickly ignited a sense of bravery in them. In just a few minutes, they had tied up all of Boss Ming's subordinates with ropes. Gu Qianfan's face finally showed a smile of relief. Brother Luo, you are amazing. Without your help, we would have been doomed. When can we return to Z country? He asked Lin Luo. Lin Luo, deep in thought about his next move, was momentarily taken aback by the question. When did I say we were going back to Z country? I should clarify that I wasn't deceived into coming here. I came willingly. These barbarians specifically target our people from Z country and force them into telefraud activities. Are you content to just return home after this? Why not stay with me and build our own force? We can seize their secret realms and rule here completely. The crowd was stunned, their reactions a mix of disbelief and shock at Lin Luo's ambitious plan. While many were indeed unwilling to leave just like that, more were begging Lin Luo to send them home, not wanting to stay in this troubled land any longer. Gu Qianfan expressed his doubts. Brother Luo, we're only a few hundred people. Even if we take over Crouching Tiger Villa, it's impossible to control the whole of northern Myanmar. Before Lin Luo could respond, unserious narration provided a piece of information. You don't have time to consider how to persuade these people to assist you. Uninvited guests are about to arrive. You decide to make an example of them, to show these people your power and make them willingly serve you. Lin Luo thought this was a good idea and quickly instructed Gu Qianfan. Someone is coming this way. Take everyone inside. I'll show you if I can truly rule over northern Myanmar. At that moment, a luxury sedan was slowly driving towards Crouching Tiger Villa. Inside sat Fan Jisheng, the second in command of Crouching Tiger Villa. He had just received news about a powerful talent awakener named Dark Emperor from Z country, capable of single-handedly taking on the Wormhole Guardian. Just then, Lin Luo suddenly descended from the sky, landing on the car's hood. Without a word, he summoned his short blade, and several whirlwind sword auras instantly penetrated the car's engine. With a loud bang, the car exploded, engulfing the driver and Fan Jisheng in flames. The sudden activation of the on a whim passive ability enveloped Lin Luo with a sense of immense danger. He spotted a pink pig charging towards him at high speed and swiftly dodged what seemed like an inevitable sneak attack. Lin Luo instantly recognized that this pink pig was an SS-class substitute. Curious about the whereabouts of its host, he looked around. Just then, unserious narration chimed in. You're eager to plunder this SS-class talent. You consider using Master of Wishes to locate the host, but you're overlooking an even more impressive substitute, which has already identified the host hiding inside the pig's belly. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback, not expecting the opponent to be hiding within their own substitute. He had previously thought about using Master of Wishes to quiet an unserious narration, but now it seemed to have its uses. Lin Luo calmly stated, "Come out, I know where you are." Inside the belly of the pink pig, Fan Jisheng was discussing strategies with his substitute, Gluttonous Pig, on how to handle Lin Luo. Lin Luo, seeing no response, was about to summon Dark Emperor to eliminate the opponent when unserious narration spoke again, revealing the identity of the hidden individual. The person inside is Fan Jisheng, the second in command of Crouching Tiger Villa. Unknown to all, this notoriously ruthless figure in northern Myanmar is actually an undercover agent sent by a secret Z country military unit. His codename is Postman, and his superior's codename is Fisherman. Their passphrase is, "Tell old Mo, I want to eat fish. Fresh Makabopo fish will be delivered to you immediately." Elated by this revelation, Lin Luo thought, I was just wondering where to find someone knowledgeable about the local situation to help. Here's one right in front of me. He then loudly declared, "Postman, you can come out now. There's no one else here. I was sent by Fisherman to assist you." Fan Jisheng was startled by Lin Luo's words. The postman is my deepest secret, and I had just contacted my superiors a few days ago. They told me to lay low for now. How could they suddenly send someone to help me? Seeing no response from Fan Jisheng, Lin Luo continued, "Our passphrase is, tell old Mo, I want to eat fish. Fresh Makabopo fish will be delivered to you immediately. Come out of the pig's belly. Crouching Tiger Villa is under my control now." Suddenly, a smoke cloud appeared, and Fan Jisheng materialized in front of Lin Luo, still appearing somewhat wary. How many people has the top brass sent to assist? Lin Luo calmly assessed Fan Jisheng and replied, "For a small place like northern Myanmar, I'm enough." An hour later, Gu Qianfan and others had completely taken control of Crouching Tiger Villa. Lin Luo returned with Fan Jisheng, introducing his new assistant to everyone. Seeing that Crouching Tiger Villa had indeed changed hands, Fan Jisheng finally let down his guard. Lin Luo then addressed the group, "In the coming days, disasters will occur frequently. I've received orders from above. We need to covertly control northern Myanmar to have the resources and capability to protect our families when a global catastrophe hits." Fan Jisheng's expression changed drastically at this revelation. "You mean the recent foggy lockdown of the city is just the beginning?" As Lin Luo nodded affirmatively, others began to waver in their previous determination to return to Z country immediately. Still, they doubted Lin Luo's ability to stand against the heavily armed warlords. Lin Luo, hearing their doubts, stopped talking and pulled out a handgun from a spatial crystal, firing 3 shots at his own head. The bullets, unable to even touch his skin, were deflected by a layer of transparent fighting spirit armor. He then summoned Dark Emperor and said indifferently, ordinary firearms are useless against me, and you should have heard of my notoriety. Fan Jisheng suddenly exclaimed in shock. My god, you're Dark Emperor? Lin Luo's lips curved into a slight smile at the reactions around him. Now, it's not just about northern Myanmar. It would be difficult to find someone stronger than me even on the entire Blue Star. Fan Jisheng immediately shouted excitedly, if you really are the Dark Emperor, then I'm willing to cooperate with you on your mission. Gu Qianfan, too, responded eagerly. Brother Luo is right. The world has changed. Instead of just scraping by, we should fight for a chance at a better life. This could be our opportunity to turn things around. Lin Luo confidently patted his chest and declared, I promise you, once I have complete control over this place, you can go wherever you want, and I will provide everything you desire. Lin Luo's promise dispelled the last of everyone's concerns. The people present unanimously agreed to pledge their loyalty to Lin Luo and join him in carving out their success in this land. Lin Luo was very pleased with their decision. He intended to cleanse this land of its sins and carve out a sanctuary for his loved ones in these chaotic times. But first, he had to become the new king of northern Myanmar, plunder countless talents. I became a god. The first season of this manga has concluded. Stay tuned to Manga Explained for updates on the second season when it's released.